era of football est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe de recos de autoraniles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 701. The players of the Shuhan team discussed it and felt that the Overlord team must be more careful in the next attack, otherwise, they would not be able to win this game. However, if they attack carefully, it would be more difficult to break through the goal of the Dongguo team. This was simply blocking both ends. The Dongguo team is not impossible to deal with, but if they score first, it will be really difficult to deal with. We have played dozens of games with them, and only 2 games have we won them when we were behind 0-1, right? Zhao Lai thought for a while and asked. Well, there are only 2 games, and one of them was lucky. Hu Chuo replied. Then can't we mourn for the Overlord team now? Yon'er said in astonishment. You can't just say that. After all, there will always be accidents in the game, but Zhao Gongjin will try to minimize such accidents. It's such an important game, and the prospects of the Overlord team are not optimistic. Hu Chuo sighed. Too careless and too confident, using other tactics, we won't fall into such a dilemma. Zhao Lai said. Regardless of their words, in a nutshell, they can't be optimistic about the Overlord team now. No wonder, as one of the mortal enemies of the Dongguo team, they are too familiar with the Dongguo team and know too well how well they will play when they are ahead. While the players of the Shuhan team were discussing, the players of the Overlord team on the field had already restarted the game. Then the players of the Shuhan team were tongue-tied, and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Crazy, they must be crazy. Jin Markei muttered to himself. Can they only play offensive tactics? Their tactical changes were not so rigid before. Hu Chuo asked in confusion. It is very likely that they used offensive tactics to defeat opponents before, so in the environment they are familiar with, their playing style is flexible and they perform well. But when they encounter a defensive team like the Dongguo team, they can't play what they are good at, and can only attack with one mind. It's a pity that they were eliminated by the Dongguo team like this. The Kalaway team must feel very wronged. Jin Kalin laughed. The other players of the Shuhan team also laughed. Isn't it true? If that's the case, then the Kalaway team will really feel very aggrieved. After all, their winning rate against the Dongguo team is not low. They can also retreat and defend tenaciously. If they had known this earlier, wouldn't they have killed the Overlord team earlier? Hu Chuo nodded slightly and agreed with this statement, but he was still a little confused. Is the Overlord team really only good at attacking and will use such a nearly suicidal tactic? On the court, the Overlord team bombarded and continued to attack. The players of the Dongguo team were just what they wanted. We are not afraid that you will not attack. As long as you attack, we can quickly counter-attack. With this mentality, they defended more easily. With the addition of the midfield, they defended very tightly in the penalty area and were not worried about the opponent's attack at all. Long shots, crosses, penetration, the Overlord team's defenser can be said to have used all 18 weapons, while the Dongguo team's defenser was to block the enemy with soldiers, and I would immediately use the most suitable way to deal with you. In short, I would make you feel uncomfortable in attacking. They are indeed very patient, and after taking the lead, they are even more patient. Whenever they have a chance, they will quickly launch a counter-attack. Although the front trident has been assisting in defense or in the midfield, whenever there is a counter-attack opportunity, they will not hesitate to invest in the attack, so that the Overlord team's defense line will bear enough pressure. Under Zhao Gongjin's instigation, their counter-attack is very threatening. Although the Overlord team also constantly destroys their counter-attack, the large gap in the backcourt will always be caught by the opponent. If the second ball comes, the Overlord team can basically be sentenced to death. Hu Chuo said. He is a person who does not easily make a judgment, but once he does, it is often very correct. The game was in the 18th minute. After blocking the opponent's counter-attack twice in a row, the defenders of the Overlord team finally made a mistake. The ball that Washu cleared still fell at Bofu's feet. Bofu did not hesitate or feel any surprise. As the only striker of the Suchao team, he was used to the opponent's defenders' mistakes in panic. Even the best defenders would easily make mistakes in such a situation. He did not need any mercy, just needed to send the ball into the opponent's goal. Facing the fallen ball, Bofu pushed the ball with his foot arch, and the ball flew diagonally to the other side of the Overlord half. Xie, who was inserted at high speed, received the ball. While receiving the ball, he had already dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Before Xiang Zhuang had time to return to defense, he had already shot a wonderful ground ball, and the ball went into the net again. Another lightning counter-attack. The Suchao team expanded its lead. This immediately made the fans of the Suchao team shout wildly. They knew what this meant. With a 2-goal lead, the Suchao team had never lost and had won all of them, whether in friendly matches, in the Chinese qualifiers, or in the World Cup. Such self-confidence is not superstition, but the infinite confidence accumulated by the Dongguo team from victory after victory. Since they have never lost a game when they were 2 goals behind in so many games in the past, this game will be no exception. The Overlord team is doomed. Even the Shuan team players in the stands side one after another. Such a game that they are all concerned about, but will it be decided in the first 18 minutes? Such a situation is actually rare. If it follows the previous league method, it is very likely that the highlight will be one-sided. However, in the cup competition, when 2 teams that have performed well before meet, one side will soon be able to occupy an absolute advantage. This is really a hard thing to believe. It can only be said that although the Overlord team has excellent strength, it still lacks a lot of experience, otherwise it would not be beaten like this. Keep attacking. Think about what I said before the game started. At this time, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. This sentence calmed down the already flustered Overlord team players a little. They were not unaware of this truth before. Zheng Qi had explained it to them very clearly before the game started. However, knowing the truth and staying calm when things really happen are 2 different things. It was not until Zheng Qi reminded them that they calmed down a little. Keep attacking until you break through their goal. It's not so easy for them to seize the opportunity in the counter-attack. We still have a chance. Zheng Qi continued to write in the team channel. After saying this, Zheng Qi ran to the kickoff point silently. Is Yuan's thumb standing in the forward position? Is he going to use his personal skills to create opportunities? Zheng Qi in the stands was stunned. You will know after watching, but Zhao Gongjin cannot be unaware that Zheng Qi has never played his scoring ability. Hu Chuo shook his head slightly and said. The players of the Shuhan team nodded one after another. They couldn't agree more with this. With Zhao Gongjin's intelligence-gathering ability and level of caution, even Hu Chuo was a little worse than him. How could Zhao Gongjin not be on guard against Zheng Qi's personal breakthrough? After the Dongguo team took a 2-goal lead, the Overlord team wanted to counter-attack, and the only way was Zheng Qi's breakthrough. How could Zhao Gongjin not be on guard against this? Even if it means risking one's life, it's a bit too much. Burning your boats doesn't mean you have to beat yourself half to death before burning your little universe, Hu Chuo muttered, making everyone around him laugh. Similarly, Zhao Gongjin also noticed this. He said a few words in the team channel, which calmed the players' hearts and made them treat the next game better and be careful of Zheng Qi's personal breakthrough and forward insertion. Want to break through directly and show your skills by scoring a goal? Let me see how good your personal offensive ability is. You're an excellent core player. If you give up your core position and let yourself charge to the front line, then your team will also encounter big problems. Zhao Gongjin thought silently in his heart. As an excellent commander, Zhao Gongjin did not deny the help that those top shooters brought to the team, but he also knew that if an excellent organizer was sent to the front line to charge, it would also be a great waste. In the midfield, he can control the whole team and let the team play its best side. In this position, only Hu Chuo in the entire Chinese region can compare with him, and there are few people in the world who can compare with him. However, if he is put on the forward line, although he can also surpass many players, there is still a big gap compared with the top players in the Chinese region. This is a problem of specialization. Can he be better in the front attack position than in the midfield organization? Zhao Gongjin suddenly hit such a thought. Then he laughed dumbly. How could such a thing happen? However, although he did not think that Zheng Qi could perform better in a more forward position than in the midfield, Zhao Gongjin was still very interested in what Zheng Qi would do after the kickoff. In the past 2 years, Zheng Qi's performance has been the most talked about topic in the entire Chinese region. A newly rising newcomer, he is only 21 years old according to the registration information. This cannot be faked. You can hide your name, hide your identity, keep your appearance and voice, but at least you cannot fake your age. What kind of performance will such a newcomer have? What other strengths does he have hidden? Not only Zhao Gongjin is looking forward to this, but the players of the Shuhan team in the stands are also looking forward to this. The next moment, they were all disappointed. After receiving Lu Xiaoshan's pass, Zheng Qi did not break forward, but raised his foot and passed the ball back. Damn! Many people cursed, expressing their dissatisfaction. Chapter 702. I can't understand. Zheng Qi standing on the kickoff spot was just a symbol, a ritual. He really thought so at the time, and he didn't expect that such a simple action of his would actually attract so much attention. But with his personality, even if he knew, he would probably just sigh, and then complacently sigh that a coquettish person like himself would be noticed no matter what he did. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi stayed in the midfield, preparing for the next attack. He also quickly received the pass from his teammates and then started to organize the attack again. However, compared with before, his playing style has indeed changed. His position began to move forward, replacing one of Yingbu and Jibu. Often after he passed the ball from the back, he began to move forward to respond, take the ball in the front, and then pass the ball. This made the Overlord team's offense change compared to before. Although the Overlord team's offense was fierce before, the pattern was very simple, and most of the offense was completed by passing from the two wings. Now, there are more attacks in the middle, which makes the defenders of the Dongguo team who are used to the Overlord team's two-wing kickoffs a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy. Zhao Gongjin thought to himself. The Overlord team always played on the two wings before. Suddenly joining the attack in the middle, isn't it just to catch the Suqiao team off guard? This approach seems simple, but it is actually very difficult to do. Even if the Suqiao team's defenders know this, it is difficult to turn around in a short time. People's inertia is much greater than you think. However, Zhao Gongjin has already prepared for this. When Zheng Qi made a forward run, Zhao Gongjin retreated, and then he followed Zheng Qi. Hey, you come to defend me? Zheng Qi shouted in surprise. Zhao Gongjin did not answer, but just nodded to him. Why don't you talk? Really, it's very depressing to meet a dull person. Zheng Qi retreated 2 steps, received the pass from his teammate and sent it out, while saying to Zhao Gongjin. Zhao Gongjin was not angry at all, and did not pay attention to him, but continued to follow Zheng Qi. But in the team channel, he was not idle. His skills are better than I thought. Pay attention to help me fill in at any time. Zhao Gongjin said. After seeing this news, the players of the Suqiao team were all surprised. The guy who made Zhao Gongjin feel unsure of defending was able to keep getting the ball at the front of the penalty area, and he really needed to pay attention. Although Zhao Gongjin seemed to be the kind of person who did not show his ability on the court, the players in the team knew that although he did not have the ability to run long distances, his ability to pass the ball, get rid of the ball on the spot, and retrieve to defend were all top-notch. It was not easy for such a player to become their god. Others had to keep up with his rhythm. In the past few years, due to some reasons, such tactics have not been able to exert their greatest strength. This year is a mature period, and it is time to produce results. Therefore, the outside world may only pay attention to Zhao Gongjin's tactical command and dispatching ability in the midfield, but the Suqiao team knows that Zhao Gongjin's greatest value is not only reflected in these 2 aspects. And now that he said he was unsure, the Suqiao team players' attention to Zheng Qi immediately rose to a higher level. The last time they entered the World Cup was 4 years ago. At the time, it was Zhao Gongjin's 2nd year in the Dongguo team. However, because the team's tactics were not mature, they were not able to win the final championship in the World Cup. This year, they are here for the highest honor. Not only in the Chinese region, but also in the World Cup, they are heading for the championship. So they must not let the opponent block their progress, and they must be careful about everything. As a result, the players of the Dongguo team began to prepare to fill in for Zhao Gongjin at any time. This did not hinder their overall defense. After all, when Zheng Qi got the ball, he must have launched an attack from the middle. It was not a problem for them to pay more attention to the middle. When Zheng Qi got the ball again, Zhao Gongjin pressed forward again. He seemed very cautious and did not give Zheng Qi much room to break through. Just looking at his movements and positions, you can tell that Zhao Gongjin's level of defense has reached an extremely high level. Zheng Qi did not break through, but turned around and passed the ball to the other side of the penalty area. Zheng, who was advancing, received the ball and then kicked the ball directly at a 45-degree angle. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew into the penalty area. Overlord jumped up to meet the falling ball and headed directly. Zheng tried his best to lift the ball over the crossbar, corner kick. Don't relax the defense in the penalty area. Zhao Gongjin said in the team channel, and Zhao Tai and other defenders nodded repeatedly. They were negligent just now. Pay attention to the central defense and of course don't relax the crosses from the 2 wings. Compared with the Kalowei team and the Shuhan team, which are full of famous generals, the overall strength of the Dongguo team is relatively weaker. This can be seen from their personnel composition. The few with the best personal abilities are in the front court, and the ability of everyone on the back line is relatively worse. Under such circumstances, the Dongguo team can play that title of the strongest defender, because they are obedient, cooperate with each other tacitly, and Zhao Gongjin's wonderful command at all times. Of course, it is because these defenders are not particularly outstanding that they can do such an excellent job in overall defense. After all, it is not easy for others to cooperate with particularly outstanding defenders, not to mention that particularly outstanding players always have their own tempers and may not listen to Zhao Gongjin's command. This is a double-edged sword. There is no such thing as perfection. Zheng Qi ran over to take a corner kick. He stood at the corner kick point and watched the opponent's penalty area become a mess. The players of the Overlord team kept running, and the players of the Suchao team were also running, trying to keep up with the opponent. It is said that there was a saying in the previous football game, that is, 2 corner kicks equal 1 goal. I don't know if it is true. Zheng Qi muttered in his heart, and then started to run. With his run up, the running of the players on both sides became more intense, and the entire penalty area was like dumplings in a pot. Zhao Gongjin watched Zheng Qi's movements at the front of the penalty area. He wanted to judge what kind of ball Zheng Qi wanted to pass. The next moment, he saw Zheng Qi running close to the ball, then he raised his foot and passed a ground ball. The ball flew to the front of the penalty area, and Lu Xiaoshan, who was just running in the penalty area, suddenly ran out of the penalty area, then received the pass from Zheng Qi, and then turned around quickly. This series of passes and runs were done extremely quickly. When Lu Xiaoshan turned around, Zhao Tai, who was originally guarding him, was blocked by Ba Wang with his body and failed to come up in time. First, pay attention to Zheng Qi, and then pay attention to Ba Wang's rush in the penalty area. Unconsciously, Lu Xiaoshan, who was originally the most threatening in the minds of the Dongguo team players, was unconsciously ignored. This is a very fatal problem, but the game is like this. It doesn't mean that if the opponent has a very threatening shooter, you will always pay attention to him. When others also create threats, of course you have to pay attention to the person who creates the threat. You can't just ignore the things in front of you and think about other things. Many people have such thinking, and it can even be said that almost everyone has it. Of course, the Dongguo team did not make any mistakes. After all, Lu Xiaoshan got the ball, but he was still outside the penalty area, at a place with a small angle. Stop him! Zhao Gongjin shouted in the team channel. From his voice, you can tell how much Zhao Gongjin is afraid of Lu Xiaoshan getting the ball in this position at this time. The defenders of the Dongguo team also remembered one thing that Zhao Gongjin had emphasized and reminded before the game. Chen Fengxiao has the ability to shoot a spinning ball at a small angle. When he gets the ball in such a position, you must pay attention. Unfortunately, just like Lu Xiaoshan was ignored by them before, because in this attack, Lu Xiaoshan has always been a part of the point grabber like Ba Wang, so he was also ignored by the defenders of the Dongguo team. Zhu Shen, who was closest to him, wanted to interfere with Lu Xiaoshan, but Long Qi interfered with him. Although it only blocked him for a moment and was not enough to interfere with him for a long time, it was enough for Lu Xiaoshan. After turning around with the ball, Lu Xiaoshan swung his right foot and then shot the ball out with force. The ball flew high into the sky, and then began to fall diagonally. Lu Xiaoshan was originally blocking the front point. The opponent's corner kick was a tactical corner kick, so of course he had to block the front point, so even if he got Zhao Gongjin's reminder, it was too late when he wanted to retreat. Zhao Gongjin did not give up. He began to run towards the goal, but there were too many players from both sides in the penalty area, blocking his movement. When he just ran into the penalty area, the rapidly falling ball had already spun into the far corner of the goal. Lu Xiaoshan, who made a last-ditch effort to save the ball, fell to the ground in embarrassment, and could only helplessly watch the ball bounce in the goal. Lu Xiaoshan did not celebrate crazily, he just waved his fist and then ran towards the center circle. His intention was obvious: kick off quickly, now we are still 1 goal behind. Seeing his action, the Overlord team players who originally wanted to come up to celebrate crazily also ran back one after another. Yes, now we have only scored 1 point, and there are still many things to do next. The Shuhan team's attack this time was a little too big, wasn't it? Zheng Qi in the stands said in surprise. It's a little inefficient. It's almost 40 minutes now, and they just got 1 goal back. Their backcourt is also very vulnerable. It's a disadvantage to play like this, although scoring 1 goal is already amazing. Zhao Lai said in surprise. Hu Chuo didn't say anything, but frowned and looked at the field. He was a little confused about the game so far. Chapter 703. Remember what's wrong? Li asked after noticing Hu Chuo's mood. Nothing, the Overlord team actually arranged this game very well. Zheng said slowly, which was also a way for him to sort out his thoughts. First, they attacked the two wings and made the defensor of the Dongguo team focus on the middle. His forerun also confirmed this point, attracting all the attention to himself, and relatively speaking, the defensor against Chen Fengxiao was relaxed. Then, with the help of this corner kick, Chen Fengxiao scored a goal through his personal performance. Even if there was no corner kick, there would be great hope for Chen Fengxiao to attack from both sides. However, as you said, this arrangement is too big, but the gains are not enough to make up for the expenditure. What is the purpose of doing this? I don't understand this. I don't understand it either. Li shook his head. Now I can only say that he made a stupid move. I hope so, but the next game will be more exciting. Zheng laughed. On the field, the Dongguo team was obviously not affected too much after the restart. They began to pass the ball back and forth in the back court. 40 minutes had passed in the first half. This game was a slow pace that they were used to. They didn't mind letting the rest of the time pass. The Overlord team quickly started to fight for the ball in the front court. They also pressed very fiercely. Such pressing could make it more difficult for the opponent to pass the ball back in the back court. In such an important game, every inch of land was needed. However, the Dongguo team's passing level was not exaggerated. They kept passing the ball quickly in the backcourt and did not give the Overlord team many opportunities. Being able to continue to pass the ball quickly under the opponent's pressing was the key factor that made the Dongguo team qualified to conquer the world with dull tactics. However, although it seemed useless, the Overlord team's players were still pressing frantically in the front court. Doing so also increased the difficulty of the opponent's counterattack. After all, under the opponent's crazy pressing, the ball had to be passed faster, and the opportunity for counterattack was often fleeting. Once it was disturbed, the effect of the counterattack would not be good. The rest of the first half passed like this. The Overlord team failed to grab the ball, and the Suchao team failed to launch a counterattack under such pressure. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Such a game seemed a bit torturous, but no details could be missed. Who knew if there would be a goal in the next second? This is the charm of football games. Although there are many goals in basketball, if you only want to see the winner, the last minute is often enough, while football games have to start from the beginning and never relax. If you miss the opening minute, maybe the only goal of the game will appear in this minute. The players of both sides began to leave the field, and the audience in the stands also began to rest. The Overlord team's pressure is quite fierce. It is not easy to prevent the Suchao team from finding a chance to counterattack in 5 minutes. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Well, this is when the Dongguo team is in control of the ball. However, in the second half, the Dongguo team kicked off first. It will be more difficult for the Overlord team to attack if this continues. It's okay to kill a few minutes in the backcourt if they can control the ball, but it's impossible to kill the entire second half. The Overlord team will have the opportunity to attack, and when the Overlord team attacks, the Dongguo team will have the opportunity to counterattack. Zhao Gongjin must know this. Zheng shook his head. During their discussion, the players of both sides had already returned to the locker room. These guys are really good at tracking things out. They just fell back in 5 minutes. They are only 1 goal ahead. It's really shameless. After entering the locker room, Yingbu said indignantly, and this immediately aroused the recognition and resonance of others. Whether they can delay that game or not, they can delay it for 5 minutes, but they can't delay it for 45 minutes. We must be patient in the second half. We can press the ball in the front court, but don't be irritable. Do you understand? If you're irritable, the gap in the back court will appear larger. Zheng Qi said after they had almost finished their criticism. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. If there was no goal in the first half, they would probably be a little shaken during the halftime break. However, now they're only 1 goal behind, and their team has also scored a goal, so their mentality will naturally not be affected too much. In the second half, we should press the ball in the front court, be careful not to give them too many opportunities to counter-attack, and listen to my command when attacking. Whether it is the wing or the middle, we must suppress them in all directions. It is very difficult to break through their goal, but we can do it. Zheng Qi continued. The players of the Overlord team nodded again. Although they scored a goal in the first half, they had never encountered such an excellent defense in the previous games. It was so difficult to score a goal. They are indeed the best defensive team in that Chinese region. There are not many teams like this now, and there are not many teams in the world that can compete with the Dongguo team in defense. So, this kind of game is also very rare. It can give us experience in this area. In this way, we will not have any problems when we meet such opponents in the World Cup. Zheng Qi said. Everyone did not nod this time, but looked at Zheng Qi in surprise. This is only the semi-finals, and they're still behind, and they are thinking about the World Cup. Isn't it a bit too much to think about it? Well, you're right, such experience is very important to us. At this time, another voice sounded, and the others continued to be speechless. Only Lu Xiaoshan would say this. Seeing that it was a big hold, Zheng Qi waved his hand. Everyone understands what to do in the second half. Listen to my command and continue to attack fiercely. The players of the Overlord team responded in unison. The game is now like this, so of course they should continue to play like this. It's just one goal, what's the problem? No matter how strong the Dongguo team's defense is, didn't we score a goal? As long as you keep creating opportunities, there'll always be a time to score. In the second half of the game, we must continue to concentrate. There is no way to avoid that goal, but we can't lose it again, and we must seize the opportunity to counter-attack and score against them. Zhao Gongjin said in the locker room. The players of the Suqiao team were a little confused, because they heard a trace of worry in Zhao Gongjin's words. What was Zhao Gongjin worried about? Worried about what might go wrong in the game. We are still leading by 1 goal now. Although they scored 1 goal, that goal was obviously accidental. There'll not be a second goal like this. Our defense is very good, but we can't let them always suppress and bombard us. If there is a chance to counter-attack, we must resolutely play it out. Do you understand? We can't give them other opportunities and ideas. Only by constantly counter-attacking can we be more powerful to involve them. 1 more goal will increase the chance of victory. After listening to Zhao Gongjin's next words, the players of the Suqiao team were relieved. This is Zhao Gongjin's consistent attitude towards the game. No matter what, we must expand the score again when there is a chance in the game. Don't think that a 1 goal lead is enough just because our defense is good. Although the Dongguo team had never lost a game when they were 2 goals ahead, and the players of the Dongguo team were proud of it, Zhao Gongjin would not take it lightly. This mentality had surpassed the level of ordinary amateur players and reached the level of professional players. For this, the Dongguo team admired him very much. Although Wang was the captain of the Dongguo team and had played for the Dongguo team for 8 years, he was much older than Zhao Gongjin, who had played for 5 years. However, he would still obey Zhao Gongjin's command in the team. The reason was very simple. Before Zhao Gongjin joined, the Dongguo team had always been a weaker team among the top 3. They lacked the top players, so although the results were good every time, they had not won the Chinese championship for 7 or 8 years before Zhao Gongjin joined. This also had a great impact on their position. At the time, many people believed that the Dongguo team, as one of the traditional top 3, was already very unworthy of its name and needed to be replaced by other teams. After Zhao Gongjin joined, the Dongguo team immediately won the Chinese championship. Although they failed to win the World Cup, it was a great improvement. In the next few years, the long-term plan proposed by Zhao Gongjin was recognized by enough players. They clearly felt that only with such an overall tactic could they bring their level to the best, make up for the gap between their personal level and the top team, and strive for the championship. It is a pity that the Dongguo team has not found any outstanding players in the past few years. The classical football team is not a professional team, and it does not have its own youth training ability. Therefore, finding outstanding players in other teams to join is the only way. In this regard, the Dongguo team is not lucky. Although they found Boyan, a newcomer, it is difficult to make up for it in other aspects. You must know that in the previous batch of Dongguo teams, the main force at the time was not inferior to Carlo Wei and Xu Han. This is a matter of luck. In addition, Zhao Gongjin has not been in their team for a long time, and some seedlings that look good cannot replace the main force in their team, so Zhao Gongjin's method is the only way. Of course, it's not that we haven't discovered good talents in recent years. For example, Zhao Gongjin admired Yuan Thong very much last year, but there was no way to contact him at all. Zheng Qi left after the match with Wei and didn't appear until the top 32 this year. Even if the Dongguo team wanted to poach him, they had no chance. Naturally, they couldn't poach Zheng Qi. Be patient and attack quickly when you have the chance, and try to expand your lead. Of course, if you can't expand it, then continue to defend, and don't forget to attack while defending. As long as you keep this in mind, victory will belong to us, Zhao Gongjin said at last. Si estés escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuertes invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la version original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 704. This is the effect we want. When the second half of the game started, the audience in the stands soon discovered that the Dongguo team did not seem to want to change their style of play. After the kickoff, they continued to pass the ball back and forth in their own half, constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. The Overlord team seemed not surprised at all. They quickly rushed through the half, not wasting any time on being surprised, but quickly began their pressing. Both teams have done a good job at preparation. A commentator sighed. The Dongguo team was not surprised. After all, it was their style and their characteristics to delay that time a little longer. The Overlord team did not waste any time and immediately started pressing in the front court, as if they had known that the Dongguo team would waste time. They are really brave. The commentators had not said a word. Such a sudden rush to press would cause a huge flaw in the backcourt. The Overlord team dared to do this, but if you think about it carefully, they are still one goal behind that Dongguo team. How can they not take a risk? The Overlord team is very confident, Zheng thought to himself. He did not agree with this approach, but now it seems that the Overlord team is in a good situation. Under the crazy pressing of the Overlord team, the passing of the Dongguo team in that backcourt was a bit overwhelmed. Seeing that the pressing effect was good, the Overlord team began to press forward more, trying to intercept the ball directly in the front court. The pressing is too fierce. Zheng thought to himself. Sure enough, the next moment, Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball, and then turned around and sent a beautiful long pass without stopping the ball. Zhia rushed to pass the ball to the front court before Wan Shu and Bofu won over Xiang Zhuang in the physical confrontation. After catching up with the ball, he did not stop the ball, and directly kicked the ball more than 30 meters away from the goal. This was beyond Fan Xingji's expectations. He was originally in a relatively forward position to prevent the opponent's counter-attack, but Bofu did not stop the ball and directly shot it. Fan Xingji began to run back quickly, but he was still a step slower. The ball flew over his head and then flew into the goal behind him. 3-1. Shortly after the start of the second half, the Dongguo team used a quick counter-attack and Bofu scored twice, expanding the lead to 2 goals again. This is the scary part of the Dongguo team. They won the game when they were leading by 2 goals, but most of the time they didn't win with a score of 2-0. While defending, they still wouldn't miss any chance to counterattack. They thought that opponents who would only defend and attack recklessly would be smashed to pieces by their counterattacks. Zheng sighed in the stands. Many people on the Dongguo team had the impression that their defensa was extremely strong. Their defensa was indeed the best link, but they definitely didn't just rely on defensa. The offensa, which was ignored by many people, was also their trump card. Many teams tend to collapse in such situations. If they don't collapse, they will at least have emotional fluctuations. Will the Overlord team be an exception? Zheng thought to himself, it shouldn't be. The Overlord team has not had a long history of forming a team, and they shouldn't have such a strong psychological adjustment ability. However, what happened next surprised Zheng. After the celebration of the Dongguo team, the Overlord team launched an attack silently. They quickly hit the ball to the front court, and then began to repeat their bombardment in the first half. In fact, such an attack can be launched even when the mentality is unstable, but after Zheng carefully observed it, he was shocked to find that the mentality of the Overlord team seemed to be unaffected. They still played very steadily in the attack. Although it was bombardment, the organization of the attack and mutual support was still orderly and not chaotic at all. No way. Zheng thought to himself. On the court, the players of the Overlord team were still attacking. Their mentality was indeed not affected too much, because they knew that they had no other way to go now, and during the halftime break, Zheng Qi also said that it was very likely that the opponent would counterattack and open the score again, but this would give them the opportunity to attack again. What they have to do now is to score again and let the Dongguo team realize that this game is different from usual. Let the Dongguo team know that the Overlord team is fully capable of playing a big score again. The Overlord team is familiar with big score games, but the Dongguo team is not. Even if they lose, they often lose by 1, 20, 1, and never by 4, 5, or 6, 7. They will never win after scoring 5 or 6 goals in a game. Zheng Qi took the ball and passed it to Lu Xiaoshan, who was retreating. Lu Xiaoshan pretended to break through with the ball, and then passed it to Zheng Qi, who was advancing on the wing. Zheng Qi forced a cross from the bottom, and Zheng Qi shot directly from the back point. The ball was saved by Lu Zheng and went out of the baseline. Zheng Qi took a corner kick, and this time he passed the ball to Lu Xiaoxun again. The Dongguo team reacted quickly, and two people quickly followed up and blocked Lu Xiaoxun's shooting route. Seeing that he could not shoot, Lu Xiaoxun passed the ball back, and the Overlord team started another wave of offensive. In this way, they kept attacking and looking for opportunities, and they did not look discouraged at all. If they continue playing like this, they may score another goal, but they will still be one goal behind. Zheng was getting more and more confused at this moment. The performance of the Overlord team was completely abnormal. They were indeed trying hard to attack, but it was obvious that the input and output were somewhat disproportionate. Whether it was Zheng or the other members of the Overlord team, they were not fools, but why did they still do this? So Zheng decided to continue watching to see if the Overlord team had made a stupid move and could only hold on to the end, or if they had other ideas. The Overlord team continued to attack on the field. Their offensive was quite fierce, and they kept launching attacks from the two wings and the middle. Their offensive methods also began to become more and more diverse. They crossed the ball after breaking through the wing, penetrated the middle with short passes, transferred the two wings over a large area, and forced breakthroughs after getting the ball. Although classical football has been developed for hundreds of years, in fact, their changes are still not big, especially in terms of offensive methods. It sounds great to bully people with super physical fitness, but when everyone's physical fitness is still not much different, the effective offensive methods are still the same. The closer their shot is to the goal, the more threatening it is. How to form an advantage in the number of offensive players in a local area and how to open up the shooting space through cooperation are still the best means of attack. In this case, the Overlord team still has only those means to strengthen the attack. Of course, such an offensive threat is very large, there is no doubt about that. Zheng Qi was not in a hurry on the court. He knew that no matter how threatening such an attack was, it was within the tolerance of the defenders of the Dongguo team. They were very experienced and had faced various attacks. Such an attack could not mess up their formation. Lu Xiaoxun was very good, but as a striker, he also needed more passes from his teammates to have a chance. The loss of the ball in the first half was just an accident. The attack of the Overlord team did not create other opportunities at other times. The only one who might bring about a huge change was Zheng, the core of the opponent's midfield. Zheng Qi was very suspicious of Zheng's performance, especially because he had not shown his scoring ability this year. He would never let go of Zheng Qi. So he always followed Zheng Qi. When defending, controlling Zheng Qi meant that the opponent's hope of a comeback would be completely killed. Zheng Qi was very confident about this. No matter what level of player he faced, his defensive ability would definitely reduce the opponent's performance by at least half. Zheng Qi is a person who knows his strengths and weaknesses very well. He knows that he is not a player who gets the ball, passes a few people, and then breaks through to shoot and score. His outstanding features are his vision and tactical scheduling, which is his strongest point. However, such characteristics alone are not enough to make him an outstanding player, and a person's energy is limited, so Zheng Qi chose another way to improve himself. That is to concentrate on training the long pass ability that can bring out the tactical scheduling ability, and concentrate on training his defensa. In the game, Zheng Qi rarely went past half the court. Helping in defense or in the back, he could judge when it was a good counter-attack opportunity. When attacking, he could also make a breakthrough through his observation and long pass. In this way, his performance in the midfield of the Dongguo team became more and more outstanding, and he really became one of the best midfield cores in the Chinese region. It is precisely because he is such a sober and calm player, so when he is confident, he is often not wrong. Every time Zheng Qi got the ball, he would quickly see Zheng Qi. He did not defend closely, but stuck on Zheng Qi's breakthrough route, so that Zheng Qi knew at a glance that it would be a bit troublesome for him to break through. Troublesome. Zheng Qi muttered in his heart, and then raised his foot to pass the ball. Zheng Qi's defense did not prevent Zheng Qi from getting the ball, nor did it prevent Zheng Qi from passing the ball, but it controlled Zheng Qi to the point where he could only organize from the back. A player with such excellent passing and breakthrough abilities can only rely on passing to launch an attack, so his role on the court is reduced by half. Zheng Qi did not want Zheng Qi to not be able to play any role at all. In fact, it is basically impossible to prevent such an outstanding player from not being able to play at all, but as long as he can control a part of it, it is definitely a success. Zheng Qi, this is the effect he wants. Chapter 705. There are actually two. Why do you always follow me? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi in a depressed tone after passing the ball again. Zheng Qi's style of playing has always been to talk a lot. Although he is not a chatterbox, he likes to chat with his opponent when he has nothing to do. Moreover, he does not force awkward chats, but chats with his opponent very naturally. This style of chatting when he has nothing to do can often confuse the opponent and make the opponent's thoughts unconsciously distracted. This game is of course no exception. He chats with Zhao Gongjin when he has nothing to do, but Zhao Gongjin is fully focused on the game and never pays attention to him. This surprised Zheng Qi. After all, there are too few amateur players who can do this. No matter how outstanding they are, it is difficult for players who have not been strictly trained in mentality to not be distracted by such trivial matters. So this time he asked such a question, just casually, it's just a habit of his. However, he heard Zhao Gongjin answer very seriously. This is the only way to control your performance. At this time, you are the player who is most likely to have an accident in the Overlord team. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, looked at Zhao Gongjin and shook his head, without saying anything, and ran away. After Zhao Gongjin said that, he fell into silence again. He followed Zheng Qi. He didn't know what Zheng Qi meant by such a smile. Was it a mockery? Or was it a smile of anger? In short, he believed in his judgment very much. If the Overlord team wanted to launch a Jedi counterattack, it must go through Zheng Qi, no one else could. The attack of the other members of the Overlord team had been controlled by the defensor of the Dongguo team. Now the one who was most likely to change the situation on the field was Zheng Qi. How could Zhao Gongjin not keep a close eye on him? Now the Dongguo team was leading by 2 goals, but Zhao Gongjin had no intention of relaxing. The advantage of 2 goals seemed huge, but in reality, it might not be enough. Chen Fengxiao of the Overlord team has a strong scoring ability. He needs the delivery of his teammates' shells. So in this case, Zheng Qi, who can deliver wonderful passes at any location, will be the person who needs to be guarded the most. Zhao Gongjin saw this very accurately. He did not defend closely or force, but just cut off Zheng Qi's forward passing route, and he was absolutely sure that if Zheng Qi wanted to break through, he would use his defensor to let Zheng Qi know what this road was blocked. The next moment, Zheng Qi really started his breakthrough. The pass can only be passed to both sides, so of course, a breakthrough must be used to disrupt the opponent's defensor. Zheng Qi took the ball, accelerated, and broke through. Zhao Gongjin was also thrown away at the first time, but he quickly reacted, sideways and tightly stuck to Zheng Qi. The two collided violently, but in terms of strength, they were actually equally matched. Oh, this guy has a very high attribute. Zheng Qi thought to himself. But he was not worried. In such a confrontation, the attacker always has more advantages. However, the next moment, he immediately made an emergency stop and passed the ball horizontally again. Quick reaction, accurate judgment. Zhao Gongjin was a little surprised and thought to himself. If he hadn't been careful enough and arranged a backup plan, Boyan appeared in Zheng Qi's route in time, Zheng Qi might have really broken through directly this time. It seems that my guess was right. Zhao Gongjin thought to himself. This time the two sides were tied, and Zhao Gongjin became more cautious. Under his command, the other players in the midfield also began to pay more attention and were ready to fill in for him at any time. Is it really the guy? Zheng Qi thought to himself. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi got the ball again. He knew that there was still a lot of time. The second half of the game had not passed for less than 10 minutes, but if he couldn't break the situation, the remaining 30 minutes would definitely not be enough. After receiving the ball this time, he didn't pass the ball, but broke through again. It's a wise judgment, but there is only this way. Will it go smoothly? Zhao Gongjin went up to him as soon as possible. He was not worried. The reason was very simple. For the game, the Overlord team only hit Zheng Qi's breakthrough. That was the only way to go. However, after this offensive method became the only way, it would be easier to defend. Zhao Gongjin went up, and Boyan and others behind him were ready to fill in at any time to kill Zheng Qi's breakthrough in the middle. No matter how good your breakthrough is, can you break through me first and then break through the heavy encirclement behind you? If that's the case, then we can't defend you in any way, and it's right to lose the game. Zheng Qi's breakthrough is indeed quite powerful. This is reflected in this breakthrough. Zheng Qi once again shook off Zhao Gongjin when he first contacted him. Although Zhao Gongjin was still tightly attached to him, he was still able to complete the breakthrough. If Boyan and Ziming had not set up two lines of defense, is he going to stop in an emergency? Try to steal the ball, and then counter-attack, Zhao Gongjin thought in his heart, and quickly arranged the tactics. Both Fu and others in the front court were ready to start counter-attacking, trying to expand the lead again. While maintaining the strongest defense, they are also ready to attack at any time. This is the most terrifying thing about the Dongwu team. Zheng Qi really made an emergency stop. He had to make an emergency stop. With Zhao Gongjin's interference and a trap in front of him, he could only avoid being pinched by the opponent by making an emergency stop. At the same time as he made an emergency stop, Zhao Gongjin also completed the emergency stop action, and then quickly swept across to cut the ball off Zheng Qi's feet. Zheng Qi reacted very quickly. After the emergency stop, he stepped on the ball and took 2 steps back to avoid Zhao Gongjin's defense. Just when Zhao Gongjin was about to continue to stick to him, Zheng Qi made a move that Zhao Gongjin did not expect at this time. In the dominance of retreat, Zheng Qi stepped on the foot of the football and pulled back lightly, then moved forward and picked the ball out. The ball quickly flew into the air and flew diagonally to the right side of the front of the Dongwu team's penalty area. No matter how fast Zhao Gongjin reacted, he only had time to turn around and saw Lu Xiaoshan running out of the penalty area and facing the fallen ball. Zhao Gongjin's heart tightened, because he found that the defensive players in the midfield were all in a forward position at the moment, and now Lu Xiaoshan was only facing the back line of the Dongwu team. But what comforted him was that the back line of the Dongwu team was still intact at this moment. Zhao Tai had come up from behind, ready to press Lu Xiaoshan, and Zhu Sheng on this side also came to assist in defense. In the penalty area, the King of War was guarding the running overlord, and Long Qi on the other side was in the defense of Ding Fen. At this moment, the defense line of the Dongwu team did not reveal any flaws. This made Zhao Gongjin feel a little relieved. It only took less than a second for him and Boyan Ziming and others to return to defense. No matter how good Chen Fengxiao was, he was also a shooter who needed to enter the penalty area to exert his maximum power. Zhao Tai could still do it if he interfered with him. The next moment, Zhao Gongjin's figure running back froze in place. And at the moment he turned his head, the cunning smile that flashed across Zheng Qi's face made him feel a little cold. Lu Xiaoshan was not very fast when he ran towards the fallen ball, which gave Zhao Tai the opportunity to press forward from behind immediately, and Zhu Sheng also began to press from the side. Even if Lu Xiaoshan stopped the ball, he could only quickly fall into the double team of the two of them. The reaction of the Dongwu team's defense line was first class. Although they did not have any players with outstanding individual abilities, their overall coordination, tacit understanding, reaction and diligence were the best. For a defense line, this was much better than having a super powerful defender. A defense line composed of powerful players with tacit coordination would definitely play a better role on the field than a defense line composed of 4 super powerful but uncoordinated defenders. This was a professional-level defense line, and it was also an ability that other teams did not have, so the Dongwu team's defense was the best, without a doubt. There was no problem with their response, but Lu Xiaoshan's performance was still beyond their expectations. Facing the fallen ball, Lu Xiaoshan lifted the ball directly upwards, and the ball flew up obediently, and then fell directly into the penalty area. After lifting the ball, Lu Xiaoshan turned around quickly. Although Zhao Tai was stuck in position, he was completely at a disadvantage in the power confrontation and competition with Lu Xiaoshan. Zhu Sheng was also a step slower when he came to fill the position. Lu Xiaoshan's 2 actions were too fast. Almost at that moment, he turned and rushed through Zhao Tai's defense and came to the penalty area. King Wu, whose attention was attracted by the overlord, wanted to fill the position, but he was still a step slower. Facing the fallen ball, Lu Xiaoshan did not stop the ball, but when the ball came to him, he came to the person, and shot directly in the air without stopping the ball. Lu Xiaoshan's action for this shot was quite elegant, and it was quite comfortable to watch. People familiar with football know that when a player's shooting action looks so comfortable, it is often when the force is the smoothest, the shooting power is the greatest, and the angle is the most tricky. Such a shot in the penalty area has exceeded the limit of the goalkeeper's reaction. Before Lu Xiaoshan could react, the ball whizzed past him and flew into the goal. 2-3. The Overlord team scored another point. After scoring, Lu Xiaoshan did not celebrate, but ran into the goal, scooped out the ball, and ran back with it in his arms. We haven't evened the score yet, what's there to celebrate? Zhao Gongjin looked at Lu Xiaoshan in confusion, then turned to look at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi blinked at him, said nothing, and ran back with Lu Xiaoshan. At this time, he didn't say any trash talk, but the facts explained everything. Being watched and stared at by him before might be an illusion, just to attract the attention of the Suqiao team's midfield, too. Not just one. Such a thought flashed through Zhao Gongjin's mind. Chapter 706. Familiar rhythm. We have to strengthen our offense. Zhao Gongjin's words in the team channel seemed so helpless. As soon as these words came out, the players of the Dongwu team were shocked. What When did we have to strengthen our defense? You know, we are still leading by 1 goal. The defense can't hold. If there is only one Yuan Thong, I can control him. If there is only one Chen Fengxiao, I can also control him. However, with our strength, under the involvement of other Overlord team players, we can only contain 1 or 2 players of this level at most. It has exceeded our limit. Zhao Gongjin said. They have only scored 2 goals against us so far, and we can score more goals against them with counterattacks. Kim was a little confused. No, they were adapting to our defensive strength before. Did you notice the attack just now? How long did it take them? Zhao Gongjin asked. More than 7 minutes. Boyan replied. In these more than 7 minutes, we didn't touch the ball, and we didn't have even one chance to counterattack. Doesn't it mean something? Zhao Gongjin said helplessly. The players of the Dongguo team looked at each other. The game was so intense just now that they really didn't notice it. Now that Zhao Gongjin said this, they reacted. It was indeed the case. In the previous game, or in the first half of the game, the Overlord team was constantly attacking, but the Dongguo team also had many opportunities to counterattack. Basically, there was an opportunity to get the ball and counterattack every 1 or 2 minutes. What about the second half? In addition to that goal, they were attacked by the Overlord team for more than 7 minutes in the following time, but they didn't even have a chance to get the ball and attack. They left room for each attack and were able to quickly launch another attack, not giving us any chance to counterattack. If there is no chance to counterattack, then there will always be problems with defense. In this case, if we don't strengthen the defense, the advantage of 1 goal can't protect us at all. Zhao Gongjin said lightly. Then attack, but we are worse than other teams in terms of pressing the defense, so we still have to rely on you to thread the needle. Wang nodded and said. It just so happens that I also want to try the effect of my leading the offense. Zhao Gongjin nodded naturally and replied. The players of the Suqiao team were very confident about this. Although Zhao Gongjin had been defending and dispatching the offense in the back in the previous games, and rarely participated in the offense directly, the Suqiao team never gave up the training of positional warfare with him as the core. It is always better to have more offensive means. Making the team's offensive means more and more comprehensive is the only guarantee for the team to continue to be strong. The Suqiao team immediately launched an attack. The fans of the Suqiao team in the stands were actually very worried at this moment, because they rarely saw the Suqiao team being scored 2 goals by the opponent, and even less saw the opponent constantly approaching them when they were leading by 2 goals in a row. They lacked such experience. So when the score was 3-1, they were very confident, and when the game became 3-2, they began to get a little anxious. At this time, the Suqiao team quickly launched an attack, which did not make them feel relieved, but made them feel uneasy. When has the Suqiao team been so impatient? In any case, they would calmly kill time with the opponent and constantly defend. The fans of the Dongguo team had always been somewhat critical of this way of playing. They often felt that this style of play was not refreshing enough, but at this time, they missed the seemingly dull but extremely reliable approach. Of course, this does not mean that they do not support the Dongguo team, but it just makes them feel very worried at this time. However, the next moment, the performance of the Dongguo team made them cheer loudly, making them feel that the Dongguo team had always given them an extremely reliable feeling and had not made any mistakes. After the kickoff, the Dongguo team quickly entered the half of the Overlord team, and then began to run and organize in the front court. Zhao Gongjin's position began to move forward, constantly receiving the ball and constantly sending the ball out. As an offensive core, he also showed his excellent organizational ability when he was in the front position. Fuck, the Dongguo team still has such a trick, and now these people are too cunning. Yona in the stands couldn't help but exclaimed. These guys are always very patient. Huichuo smiled slightly. It's normal for them to hold back. After all, they haven't encountered a real strong player before. A player like Zhao Gongjin certainly knows when to use all his strength. Really cunning. Yona muttered. Not bad, your organizational skills are almost comparable to mine. Zheng Qi pressed Zhao Gongjin closely, and then asked in surprise. You talk too much. Zhao Gongjin passed the ball and said coldly. The next moment, the passed ball was caught by Boyan, who was advancing. He immediately passed the ball to Bofu, who was pulling to the side. After receiving the ball, Bofu began to forcefully cut inside, attracted Yanbu's attention, and then passed the ball to the other side. Ziming, who was advancing, received the ball. The defense at the front of the Overlord team's penalty area had been emptied by a series of passes and back kicks by the Dongguo team. Ziming resolutely kicked the ball in the absence of anyone defending. The ball flew close to the ground and flew to the blind corner of the goal. Fan Zheng Qi, whose vision was blocked, could not react in time, and the ball quickly entered the net. After pressing forward to attack, the Dongguo team quickly expanded its lead to 2 goals again. The fans of the Dongguo team shouted wildly, they shouted with great excitement, and the worries just now were swept away. Ziming waved his fist and then hugged his teammates. Okay, now it's our turn to attack, there is still half an hour left in the game. We're finally back to the rhythm we are familiar with. The plan is going through. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team, who were originally a little demoralized by this ball, all remembered that this is the rhythm we like, right? Although we are still 2 goals behind, we are already in the rhythm we are familiar with. Who says we can't make up for the current disadvantage? You know, after the rhythm starts, it is very difficult to slow down, unless the opponent also slows down. Will the Overlord team take the initiative to slow down? No. Now switch to defenser, try to stop them. If we can stop them successfully, then there will be no problem with our victory. Zhao Gongjin said in the team channel. It was a very difficult thing to suddenly switch to defenser when you were attacking just now, but Zhao Gongjin also wanted to try it. The players of the Dongguo team had all been strictly trained. Although there would be some problems with such a switch, it was not impossible. If the offensive force of the Overlord team was less than before, it would not be impossible to defend the opponent's offensive and return the game to the familiar rhythm. The game started again. The Overlord team quickly launched an attack, and the Dongguo team also switched to defenser, trying to slow down the pace of the game. However, the Overlord team did not give them such an opportunity, and their offensive was very fast. After Zheng Qi's 2 consecutive passes, the Overlord team attacked to the Dongguo team's half. Zhao Gongjin sighed in his heart as expected, the opponent would not miss such an opportunity. After Zheng Qi got the ball again, Zhao Gongjin went up to meet him. This time he went up alone because if Boyan and others were asked to help with the defenser, then Lu Xiaoshen's defenser would be weakened again. He believed that Zheng Qi was waiting for such an opportunity. Of course, he also knew that if he went alone, he would most likely be broken through by Zheng Qi. However, at this time, he could only take a gamble. If he could stop Zheng Qi at this position, then he could launch a counter-attack and the game could be said to be won in advance. If he could not stop him, Zheng Qi would need more steps to create a direct threat to the goal, and he might not lose the ball. Even if the Overlord team quickly recovered 1 point, they could use offensive to expand the score again. Although it was under the rhythm that the Overlord team was more accustomed to, the Suchao team was not without a chance. Zhao Gongjin had already calculated the cause and effect of the whole game clearly, and his choice was undoubtedly the one with the greatest chance of winning. Zheng Qi dribbled forward, and Zhao Gongjin came up to meet him. Look at me breaking through him. Zheng Qi shouted, and then rushed up with the ball. In a one-on-one situation, the offensive player has more advantages than the defensive player. This is an iron rule in classical football. And now this iron rule has not failed. When the two were about to touch, Zheng Qi shook his feet twice in succession, then moved the ball to the right. When Zhao Gongjin changed his center of gravity, he quickly pulled the ball back and then broke through in the opposite direction. This is a simple passing move, but the simpler it is, the more difficult it is to defend. When the reactions of both parties are close, whoever seizes the initiative will be able to gain the advantage. When Zheng Qi made the first fake move, Zhao Gongjin could have stayed still, or reserved his strength for the second reaction, but as long as he did so, Zheng Qi would definitely break through directly in one go, making Zhao Gongjin's reaction still half a beat slower. So Zhao Gongjin didn't expect that he could steal the ball in the first place, he was considering the next secondary defenser. Zheng Qi rushed over, Zhao Gongjin turned around and stuck to Zheng Qi, and the two kept colliding. Zhao Gongjin wanted to interfere with Zheng Qi's ball, but Zheng Qi hit back hard, then took the ball forward and accelerated the breakthrough. Zheng Qi broke through Zhao Gongjin. Although it was only the first line of defense of the Dongguo team, no matter how good the defense was, it would immediately be full of flaws after the point was broken. Zheng Qi rushed forward, and Lu Xiaoshen began to retreat to support him. He attracted a lot of attention from the Dongguo team's defenser. Ba Wang's forward run in the middle also attracted some attention. At this time, Zheng Qi, who quietly inserted from the side, was ignored by many people. Zheng Qi's penetrating diagonal pass flew into the Dongguo team's penalty area like lightning. Zheng Qi followed up and scored with a single shot. 3-4, the Ba Wang team got back 1 point again. Chapter 707. Entanglement. C. After we get into the rhythm we are familiar with, no matter how good the defense is, we won't have anything to worry about. Keep attacking. defeat them. Zheng Qi waved his arms and shouted loudly. No problem. The players of the Overlord team waved their arms and shouted. Compared with the previous 2 goals, the goal just now was much easier. After the Dongguo team took the initiative to speed up, the gaps in their back line became much larger. After all, their previous defender had a very low tolerance rate and it was difficult to switch freely. Even if they switched, there would be a big flaw. Although the Dongguo team also showed their excellent defensive ability just now, the Overlord team was not afraid of anything when it came to attacking. They were now the team with the most goals in the classical football game. Who was afraid of who when it came to scoring goals? Zhao Gongjin shook his head helplessly. This was what he was worried about. He had been using various means to control the opponent's attack and rhythm. However, after the Overlord team's offensive gradually increased, he had no other way. No matter how good he is just a player. Although he can be used in many places on the court, compared with the 2 perverts of the Overlord team, his ability is also limited. Now the rhythm and direction of the game have made him lose the ability and direction to control. Next, he can only rely on luck to see whether the Suchao team or the Overlord team will score more goals. Although the Overlord team's offensive ability is better than that of the Suchao team, this kind of thing is not absolute. Whoever plays better will have a greater advantage on the court. What's more, the Suchao team now has a real advantage, that is, they are still 1 goal ahead in the score and have the first chance to attack. If they can continue to score goals, they may not be worse than the Overlord team in less than 30 minutes. They were able to win safely before, but now such hope has been shattered, but they still may not lose. Don't lose confidence. The game is no longer in our control. However, not all games need to be under our control. We are the ones who can truly control victory. Zhao Gongjin said calmly in the team channel. Although this kind of game is not what we are used to, we're a mature team and will not be embarrassed by any situation. Go attack, tear open their defenser, led by 1 goal, that is 1 goal, as long as we can maintain the current situation until the end, then the winner is us. At this point, Zhao Gongjin smiled. From a probability point of view, if they continue to play like this, in the rhythm that the Overlord team is used to, they will have an advantage. If the game time continues, they will definitely win, but don't forget that there are only 27 minutes left in the game. After listening to Zhao Gongjin's words, the players of the Suchao team regained their morale. Yes, the Overlord team does have an advantage now, but do they have no advantage? The advantage in score, the advantage in ability, although they don't have particularly outstanding players among them, compared with the Overlord team except Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, they all have advantages. Under such circumstances, what reason do they have to be afraid and worried? Well, now the game has reached the rhythm we are used to, but we still have to work hard, so that we can snatch the victory. Time is tight and the task is heavy, so don't talk nonsense, just fight them. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. When the game was restarted, the Dongguo team launched a tide-like attack, and the Overlord team quickly launched a crazy pressing in the midfield. The super fast game rhythm, the Dongguo team is also in a dilemma. Zhao Lai sighed. But the Dongguo team is not without opportunities. In such a fast pace, they will suffer a little loss, but not much. They will grasp the advantage in the score very well. Both sides have lost the confidence of winning this game. The victory or defeat depends on which side performs better. Hu Chuo said. The Dongguo team is stronger overall, I think it is good for them. Yon'er said after thinking about it. It depends on whether the Dongguo team can control the outbreak of Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao. Jian Kalin smiled. The others nodded. They had analyzed the game very clearly in a few words. However, the next game was even more attractive, because it could no longer be predicted. The unpredictable game was undoubtedly the most attractive game. Under such circumstances, the game on the field began to become more and more intense. After struggling with the opponent in the midfield for a while, the Dongguo team found a good opportunity. Zhao Gongjin passed the ball directly to Bofu, who passed it to Zhushen who was advancing. Zhushen passed it to the middle again. Ziming who was advancing quickly moved to the other side. Xingba who was advancing diagonally received the ball and beautifully broke through Thong Lei Mei's defenser, and then directly pushed the ball into the near corner. The fans of the Dongguo team cheered. They were very happy to be leading by 2 goals again. Although they had been scored 3 goals by the Overlord team, they were still assured by the defenser of the Dongguo team. However, only 2 minutes later, the Overlord team scored another goal. Zheng Qi passed the ball to the front of the penalty area in the back court. After Lu Xiaoshen got the ball, he attracted most of the attention of the opponent. A shooter who can score in any position is always worrying. Then he passed the ball to the wing. Zheng Qi made another cross, and the Overlord shot the ball in front of the goal. What's wrong? We only lost 1 goal in the first half. It's only 20 minutes in the second half, and we lost 3 goals. Where is our iron wall defencer? The fans of the Dongguo team thought very depressedly. The players of the Dongguo team could only smile bigly. It was basically impossible to improve the offensive and defensive at the same time. If you put your energy into the offensive, the defensive will be weakened accordingly. If you want to strengthen the defensive, then the offensive will be affected. What can they do? By now, the rhythm and emotions of both sides had been completely mobilized. It was impossible to switch their minds to defensive at this time. Moreover, even if they were in their best defensive state, they would still be at a disadvantage in front of the explosive Yuan Thong and Lu Xiaoshan. In this situation, there was not much they could do but to continue attacking. What made the fans of the Dongguo team depressed was that the Dongguo team's next attack encountered a setback. After a series of passes, Zheng sent the ball into the penalty area. Both Fu and Zia's running attracted the attention of the defenders of the Overlord team. However, Xiaomin, who inserted into the penalty area to receive the ball, shot the ball too high. The Overlord team escaped, and they also had the opportunity to equalize the score. However, a few minutes later, the players of the Dongguo team cheered. After a tenacious defense, they also resisted a powerful attack from the Overlord team. After continuous passing, the Overlord team also found an opportunity in the penalty area. Facing the attacking Lu Zheng, Long Pi cleverly made a lob shot. The ball flew to the front of the goal, but before it crossed the goal line, it was hooked out by the returning Huang. The system judged that there was no reaction, which meant that the ball did not go in. Now it was the turn of the Overlord fans in the stand to sigh, it seems that our battle has to continue. After seeing that there was no goal, Zheng Qi smiled at Zhao Gongjin. Zhao Gongjin did not answer. Just now when the Dongguo team attacked, Zheng Qi followed Zhao Gongjin closely, which reduced his contribution to the Dongguo team's attack. Of course, when the Overlord team attacked, Zhao Gongjin's defense against Zheng Qi was also quite effective. In the direct confrontation, Zhao Gongjin did not fall behind, but he was still worried. He could control Zheng Qi, but what about Lu Xiaoshan? The opponent had 2 top players, but he only had 1. If the strength of the players on both sides was statistically evaluated with a data rating, perhaps the Dongguo team would still have some advantages, but football games are not simply compared. In such a stalemate, the threat created by the 2 points of the Overlord team that can explode is much greater. Although the players of the Dongguo team maintained an excellent state, it is still very beneficial for the Overlord team to continue playing like this. Zhao Gongjin could not show such pressure, because in this way, his teammates would be greatly affected, and he could only bear it himself. The game continued, and the 2 sides continued to attack back and forth, and there were constant offensive errors. However, in this situation where the offensive rhythm became fast, the number of goals scored by both sides was still not small. 15 minutes later, the score changed from 4 to 5 to 5 to 6. The one who scored for the Overlord team was Overlord. He won the game again with a powerful header in the penalty area, while the one who scored for the Suqiao team was defender Zhao Tai. He scored a goal in the penalty area with a set piece. From this situation, the Suqiao team performed well. There were only 10 minutes left before the end of the game, but from the scene, their advantage had disappeared, because the next team to launch the attack was the Overlord team. Hold on to their attack this time. If we can hold on, we can basically win. Kim encouraged everyone in the team channel. The players of the Suqiao team nodded one after another. They did not doubt it, and even if they did not hold on, they still had the opportunity to attack. At this point in the game, if you don't have confidence in your ability, then there will be no chance of winning the game. Many games will not be sure to win, but as long as you persist, you can see a glimmer of hope. Victory will be in your own hands. If you don't fight, you won't win. This is true for any team. The Dongguo team was no exception. They concentrated their energy and began their final preparations despite their fatigued minds. The Overlord team launched their attack silently. Chapter 708. Zhao Gongjin's value. The Overlord team is indeed accustomed to this kind of back-and-forth attack. No matter what else, after the opponent's attack, as long as they get the ball, it is a counter-attack. Don't think too much about other things, in short, just be tough. This approach may sound brainless, but in fact, it is very exciting. So when they launched the attack at this moment, they actually didn't have any emotions of gain or loss. They didn't think that if they couldn't score this time, they would miss the opportunity to equalize the score. Instead, they launched the attack just like that, and the emotions were almost the same as in the previous attacks. Such emotions make them more pure and attacking, and purer attacks will appear more powerful. After continuous passing, the ball came to Zheng Qi's feet, and Zhao Gongjin came up to meet him. "Do you really want to only defend me?" Zheng Qi controlled the ball at his feet and asked with a smile. Zhao Gongjin ignored him and came up to him calmly. Zheng Qi shook his feet twice, quickly stepped on 2 bicycles, and then passed the ball at the moment of touching the ball. After passing the ball, he quickly moved forward, past Zhao Gongjin, and stopped him behind. Jibu, who received the ball, did not stick to the ball, and immediately passed it back to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi received the ball and started to move forward. Zhao Gongjin defended him vigorously on the side, trying to slow down his speed. When Zhao Gongjin was guarding Zheng Qi, the other players of the Dongguo team did not relax their attention on the players of the Overlord team. They had focused on guarding Lu Xiaoshan before, but Zheng Qi would pass the ball to others to launch an attack. All 3 of their goals before were scored by other players, and had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoshan. However, if Lu Xiaoshan had not attracted enough defensive forces, how could Tyrannosaurus Rex and others get such a good opportunity? After losing 3 goals to others, the players of the Dongguo team could no longer relax their defense against those guys. Once they relaxed, they could also score goals, and of course they needed to defend them all. Although in this way, the defensive force was dispersed, it could at least appear to be more comprehensive and not reveal too obvious flaws. Under Zhao Gongjin's defensor, Zheng Qi was able to send a good ball to an obvious gap, but without such a gap, could his pass still be so sharp? However, the next moment, Zheng Qi handed in his answer. He did not look for an obvious gap, but found the most obvious target. Pass directly to Lu Xiaoshan, who was running at the front of the penalty area. There was no gap, but Lu Xiaoshan, who was not being focused on, was able to create enough gaps. The most threatening Zhao Gongjin has been pinned down by me. If you can't deal with others, then you don't deserve to be Lu Xiaoshan, Zheng Qi thought to himself. Lu Xiaoshan did not disappoint Zheng Qi. Apart from anything else, he didn't want to lose even a little face in front of Zheng Qi. In the league, he and Zheng Qi are still the biggest competitors. Showing weakness in front of Zheng Qi? Don't be kidding. Although Zheng Qi seemed to have been suppressed by Lu Xiaoshan knew that Zheng Qi had always attracted the opponent's best player Zhao Gongjin. Just by looking at Zhao Gongjin's movements when defending Zheng Qi, you can tell how good the opponent is. Compared with him, the other players of the Dongguo team are a level lower. The strongest guy was attracted by Zheng Qi. Would Lu Xiaoshan be controlled by others? Lu Xiaoshan's own dignity would not allow such a thing to happen. Zheng Qi's straight pass while running flew in front of Lu Xiaoshan like an arrow. Lu Xiaoshan stopped the ball. In the game of classical football, because of the strength and reaction, the speed and strength of the pass are extremely great. Stopping the ball also tests a player's basic skills. Players with good basic skills can launch an attack after receiving the ball in the shortest time. The gap is very obvious. Lu Xiaoshan's basic skills are obviously no problem. He unloaded the ball lightly, and then turned quickly. The king of Wu who followed him almost watched Lu Xiaoshan take the ball to face him, and then launched a breakthrough in one go. King Wu made the first reaction. He knew that it was too late for him to turn around, so he immediately fell to the ground and flew to tackle the ball, blocking Lu Xiaoshan's path with the ball. This is the most risky way of defense, but once it succeeds, it will completely defend the opponent's attack. King Wu's tackle was an extremely good time, but he did not expect that Lu Xiaoshan's reaction and ball control skills would be so good. At the same time as King Wu completed the tackle, Lu Xiaoshan also completed his own pass. While running, Lu Xiaoshan picked up the ball and passed over King Wu's body, then Lu Xiaoshan jumped up and jumped forward over King Wu's body as well, then stretched his body completely in the air and kicked the falling ball directly out in the air. This time, with the help of the power brought by the jump, and after he jumped up and shot in the air, his body could not be so straight, and his posture slightly tilted to the right made him slightly deviate from the position of the ball when shooting, causing the ball to spin strongly in its rotation. The rapidly spinning ball bypassed Lu Zheng's outstretched hand and spun directly into the back of the goal. 6-6 tie. The Overlord team finally tied the score for the first time in the game. For the players of the Suchao team, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. With just over 10 minutes left before the end of the game, the Overlord team finally tied the score, which made the advantage they had been relying on no longer exist. The fans of the Suchao team in the stands were also a little speechless. They could see that their players had shown extremely hard work, but they were still scored by the opponent one after another. They really felt awkward when the two sides exploded against each other, and such an awkward game brought about a bad situation. They were now tied. Don't be discouraged, it's just a draw, we still have the chance to attack. Zhao Gongjin remained calm at this time. But if this attack fails again, Kim Wu said helplessly. They all knew the game just now. In terms of attack, they were indeed inferior to the Overlord team. In this case, although they tried their best to attack, they were still gradually reduced to a disadvantage by the Overlord team. Now they still had a little advantage in kicking off, but what could such a little advantage do? It's enough. If we can score this time, we will have a chance to maintain the lead until the end. Don't forget, there are only a little more than 10 minutes left before the end of the game. Zhao Gongjin said calmly. This is our only way. The players of the Suchao team nodded silently. It was true. Although they were tied by the opponent, they still had a chance in this case. Attack patiently, score a goal, and then all the players retreat to defend. It is not impossible to hold on to the last period of time. More importantly, it was just a draw. There was no need to be frustrated and worried now. As a strong team, we must have the awareness of fighting to the last moment. At this time, the pride and fighting spirit of being a top team played the most critical role. After the game resumed, the Overlord team, as always, launched a fierce press in the midfield, which affected the attack of the Dongguo team to a certain extent. However, they continued to pass the ball and firmly controlled the ball under their feet. They were used to such passing, but they were used to passing in their own half. Now the passing formation has advanced to the opponent's half, and the pressure they bear is naturally greater. However, they continued to control the ball with fast passing, forcing the Overlord team to gradually retreat and protect their own penalty area. Don't worry, retreat a little, it's a draw now, we don't have to worry. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. As the players in the front court began to gradually retreat, the Overlord team's defense began to become thicker. Their defense was indeed not particularly outstanding, but that premise was compared with their offense, not that the defense was paperwork and could be easily broken by the opponent. When they recovered their defense, it was not so easy to break through their gate. What's more, Zheng Qi has been with Zhao Gongjin. You are also the only one who can create miracles. I will keep an eye on you. Zheng Qi said with a smile while following Zhao Gongjin. Zhao Gongjin rarely replied. Others will help me solve the problem of scoring goals. The premise is that we don't successfully steal the ball. If you don't participate in the attack, do you want to continue passing for 10 minutes? Don't joke. Zheng Qi laughed. Zhao Gongjin was silent. He knew that Zheng Qi's words were correct. It was also the biggest problem facing the Dongguo team now. Under the tight defense of the Overlord team, they also lacked good players to break the formation. Although they scored so many goals before, in those attacks, the Overlord team did not retreat to defend wholeheartedly. Now they began to concentrate on defense. If they want to score without being intercepted, they have to rely on luck. As time passed, the Overlord team's pressure became tighter and tighter, and the Dongguo team's passing began to slow down. After all, it was very difficult to keep the fast passing at a high enough speed without the participation of Zhao Gongjin, the core. In order to avoid mistakes, you have to slow down the pace of passing. Once the pace slows down, it is easy to be suppressed by the opponent. At this critical moment, Zhao Gongjin received the pass from his teammate. Through continuous running, he finally ran out of space. When Zheng Qi wanted to interfere, Boyan appeared in time to block Zheng Qi. Zhao Gongjin raised his foot and shot before Yanbu and Jibu, who had changed positions, rushed over. A wonderful spinning ball. The ball passed over the sky above the Overlord team's defense line, and then began to fall rapidly and drilled into the blind spot of the goal. When the Suchao team needed this goal the most, Zhao Gongjin showed his value. Chapter 709. People who were not noticed. The ball went in. A wonderful spinning ball. Zhao Gongjin showed the value of a top player. Such a key goal at this critical moment is enough to change the course of a game. When Zhao Gongjin raised his hands high on the court, the fans of the Suchao team shouted wildly. They were crazy at this moment. At the critical moment, Zhao Gongjin's goal changed the score from 6-6 to 7-6, allowing the Suchao team to take the lead again, and also make their victory extremely close. Now there are less than 5 minutes left before the end of the game. In this case, the meaning of leading is much greater than before. The players of the Suchao team also rushed forward. When they began to worry, Zhao Gongjin stabilized the situation in time, which undoubtedly made their fighting spirit and morale return again. Next, we have to defend. Hold on for the last 5 minutes. We will enter the finals. Zhao Gongjin said to all the players of the Suchao team. No problem. The players of the Suchao team waved their fists. At this time, They had enough confidence to hold on for the last 5 minutes. It depends on luck. If we can hold on, then everything will be fine. If we can't hold on, it will be very dangerous. Zhao Gongjin thought to himself. It's a bit troublesome. It's up to you to tie the score. Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan in private chat. It's not easy. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Yes, it's not easy, but we have to try our best. Anyway, I will try my best to attract their attention. You wait for my pass. Zheng Qi nodded. The game has reached this point. Just now, the Overlord team was able to score goals through advance, and now the opponent's morale is high. The most important thing is that the time left before the end of the game is too short, which requires them to take risks in advance. Taking risks means the possibility of mistakes, and they can't attack more patiently under such circumstances, otherwise it will be more troublesome. The players of the Overlord team were not emotionally disturbed at the moment. It was only the last 5 minutes anyway. They just had to concentrate on the game. It was no big deal. Amid the shouts of the Overlord team's fans, the Overlord team's players kicked off again and launched an attack. Time was running out, and they had to cherish every second. The ball was quickly passed to Zheng Qi's feet. Zheng Qi began to dribble forward. He first broke through both who came up to interfere. However, unlike before, both did not press others after he broke through, but continued to chase him from behind. It's true. These guys are running more and more diligently. Zheng Qi thought to himself, but his feet kept passing the ball. After the ball was transferred to the side, it became easier to move forward. The defense of the Suchao team on the side seemed much weaker, and Yu Ziki began to move quickly along the side. However, after crossing the center circle, he began to be pressed by the opponent. Yu Ziki quickly passed the ball to the middle. Long Pi took the ball and passed it back to Zheng Qi, who ran up to meet it. Zhao Gongjin pressed forward immediately. Zheng Qi was still complaining while controlling the ball. Why are you still here? Al Shaoji has already scored a hat-trick. He is the biggest threat. You are the engine. Zhao Gongjin answered simply. The more it was at this time, the more he would pay attention to the defense against Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi still hadn't scored a goal so far. Such performance was obviously abnormal. Although Lu Xiaoshan's performance was beyond his expectations, it was obvious that Zheng Qi, not anyone else, was the one who could turn the whole game around at this time. You are so stubborn. Zheng Qi sighed, then passed the ball, then ran sideways and received the pass from his teammate again. It's useless to do it again. Zhao Gongjin said calmly. That's not necessarily true. Zheng Qi smiled, then shook his feet and prepared to force a breakthrough. Zhao Gongjin continued to press closely, but Zheng Qi stopped and pulled back, raised his foot and passed the ball. The ball drew an arc in the air and flew to the front of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan, who ran there, did not stop the ball, but volleyed it while running. This is a very difficult shot, but with his shooting ability in this position, as long as the ball is not blocked, there will be a huge threat. This is also a gamble for Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi. Being able to score in this unreasonable way is also a great deterrent and creates enough pressure for the opponent. However, at this time, the defense line of the Dongguo team showed their great value. When Lu Xiaoshan ran for the first time, they were unable to keep up. However, when Lu Xiaoshan was about to volley, Kim reacted, flew over, and then blocked Lu Xiaoshan's shooting route. Lu Xiaoshan almost kicked the ball on the instep and quickly stopped, then pushed the ball sideways, dodged the intercepting King, and then kicked again. The next moment, Zhao Tai rushed over and used his body to block Lu Xiaoshan's shot directly. This was not a pleasant experience, although in the game, no matter how big the impact was, you would not be injured, but the physical sensation would not be reduced at all. Zhao Tai felt that his stomach was churning, as if he was going to vomit in the next moment. However, they blocked the attack of the Overlord team after all. The ball blocked by Zhao Tai's body flew high to the front court. This showed how powerful Lu Xiaoshan's shot was this time. Prepared for a counter-attack. Both rushed to the landing point of the ball. He was confident that he could suppress the opponent's central defender with his body. As long as Zhe and pressing BA on the two wings could keep up in time, it would be very likely that there would be another goal. By then, the game would be really stable. When both arrived at the landing point of the ball, Wan Shu also arrived. The two jumped at the same time. Wan Shu had always suffered a little in the previous confrontation. The two were about the same height, but both had some advantages in strength and jumping, so he often suffered a lot. However, this time, when Wan Shu jumped, he let out a muffled roar in his throat, which made him jump a few centimeters higher than his highest record. In such a confrontation, even if it is only a few centimeters higher, it is enough. Just this little advantage allowed Wanshu to grab this landing point over Bofu's head. The ball that Wanshu headed down flew to the feet of Yingbu, who was retreating. Yingbu immediately passed the ball to Zheng Qi again. "Are you ashamed?" Zheng Qi sent a message to Lu Xiaoshan in the private chat, stimulating him, and then turned around with the ball and broke through. Zhao Gongjin came up again. Even though Zheng Qi had just passed the ball to Lu Xiaoshan, he had to keep an eye on Lu Xiaoshan at this moment. The performance of the defenders of the Suqiao team just now proved that when facing Lu Xiaoshan, they were also capable of completing a good enough defense, so he could better defend Zhao Gongjin. "Just now I asked you to do it. Do you really think I can't break through you?" Zheng Qi looked at Zhao Gongjin, shouted, and then began to accelerate the breakthrough. Zhao Gongjin was not disturbed by his words. As an experienced midfielder, he certainly would not easily relax his defense against Zheng Qi, but continued to meet him, entangled Zheng Qi, and prevented him from easily completing the breakthrough. This is his usual strategy. It is difficult to steal Zheng Qi's ball, but it is easier to prevent him from breaking through the entire defense of the Dongguo team, and it also has a good effect. Under such pressure, Zheng Qi seemed quite depressed. Although he was constantly moving forward with the ball, his speed was very slow, and he could not get rid of Zhao Gongjin beside him, and he was facing the opponent's complete defense line in front of him. Faced with such a situation, no matter how good the attacker was, there was nothing he could do, so after breaking through for a while, Zheng Qi could only choose to retreat and pass the ball. "Oh, I'm really looking forward to the time when you break through me." Zhao Gongjin also said a trash talk. "Wait, there'll always be a time to break through you," Zheng Qi said stubbornly, and then seemed to be stimulated, took 2 steps back, and then reached out for the ball. Zhong Limer, who had the ball, immediately passed the ball over. After Zheng Qi got the ball, he adjusted it slightly and dribbled forward again. "Pay attention to the defense against Chen Fengxiao, he may be deliberately trying to attract our attention," Zhao Gongjin said in the team channel while meeting him. He didn't think Zheng Qi was a person who would get angry when he was told a word. How could a guy who was skilled in trash talk be easily angered by the other party? It was almost a truth that a guy who often used trash talk would not be angered by trash talk. So there must be something wrong with his reaction. He would be very serious about his breakthrough, so it might be to attract other people's attention and create opportunities for Chen Fengxiao. Zhao Gongjin's thinking was very fast. He immediately made very precise instructions and then went up to meet him. Sure enough, when Zheng Qi and Zhao Gongjin were entangled, Lu Xiaoshan also started his own run at the front of the penalty area. His running position was quite particular. He could retrieve to get the ball, or quickly cut into the penalty area, and he could also get the ball on the wing. Although getting the ball on the wing would reduce the direct threat to the goal a lot, it could still create a huge threat. So the defenders of the Suqiao team targeted Lu Xiaoshan and followed him wherever he ran, whether it was on the wing or in the middle. Lu Xiaoshan's first goal was scored from the wing. When Lu Xiaoshan ran to the side again, Zheng Qi passed the ball. Lu Xiaoshan ran sideways, and Zheng Qi passed the ball straight. The ball flew accurately to the front of the penalty area, and Ba Wang, who had just run over, received the ball. He did not stop the ball, but directly knocked it with his heel. The ball rolled into the penalty area, and Long Qi, who was cutting it diagonally, received Ba Wang's heel pass, and then shot it the first time. The ball flew diagonally to the back of the goal, and Lu Zhejiang flew to save the ball, but he was still a step slow. 7-7 tie. Ba Wang team tied the score again. When Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were both under the opponent's close defense, the efforts of those unnoticed players of Ba Wang team allowed them to come out of failure again. Chapter 710. It's really Long Qi celebrated crazily on the field. No one knew how much pressure he was under when he shot just now. He was already very regretful when he missed that good opportunity before, and if he missed such an opportunity at this time, he would not be able to forgive himself. Fortunately, under such pressure, he scored the goal, which made him feel relaxed. While celebrating crazily, he also began to admire Lu Xiaoshan from the bottom of his heart. This man could create such a big threat every time he shot, which was really amazing. He could still perform so well under such great pressure. Compared with him, he was far behind. There are still 2 minutes left in the game. We still have a chance to resolve the battle within 90 minutes. Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan in private chat. That depends on the situation of the pressing. Lu Xiaoshan replied. They should have suffered a great setback now, Zheng Qi said. Zheng Qi was right. After making up their minds to defend and holding off the opponent's attack and getting a counter-attack opportunity, the opponent still seized the opportunity to tie the score. Even if the Dongguan team was full of fighting spirit, they could not withstand such a torment. They began to really doubt whether they could win this game. Under the rhythm they were not used to, the opponent scored again and again. Even if they did not lose the ball in the next time and kept the tie till the end, there would still be overtime. In the overtime, the opponent's performance would be even better, and they would become weaker and weaker. Such thoughts began to spread uncontrollably in their hearts. Even Zhao Gongjin knew at this moment that it was almost impossible for him to control the situation again. In this game, he had exhausted all kinds of methods to make the team persist until now. The Overlord team had been attacking continuously, increasing the intensity of the attack to the point that the Dongguan team's defender could not bear it. From that moment on, the reality that the Overlord team had an advantage was actually doomed. Under such circumstances, the strategy he formulated was actually a race against time. If they could beat the time, they could win the game. Unfortunately, they failed to beat the time. In the last minute, they were caught up. This completely ruined his plan. Although Zhao Gongjin had not given up and had been cheering for other teammates, the fact was that the morale of the entire team had declined, and it was not something that could be achieved by the encouragement of one person. After the restart, they immediately encountered fierce pressure from the Overlord team. Compared with the Suchao team, the Overlord team was simply full of arrogance and awesome at the moment. The Suchao team is basically doomed to lose. It depends on whether they lose within 90 minutes or in overtime. Huge Wu side. He rarely draws conclusions, but he dares to say such an obvious conclusion. Under the crazy pressure of the Overlord team, the Suchao team's passing soon made mistakes. Their passing requires extremely high concentration and state to be the best. This kind of tactic with a very low tolerance rate will not work if it is even a little bit worse. Yingbo intercepted Boyan's pass to the wing in the midfield, and then he swept the ball to Zheng Qi while still lying on the ground. Zheng Qi began to dribble forward, and Jie, who rushed to defend Zheng Qi, was broken by Zheng Qi's dribble. Zhao Gongjin did not go up to meet him himself, but directed Boyan and Ziming to intercept Zheng Qi. Before, he went to defend Zheng Qi because he had confidence in the other defenders of the Dongguan team and believed that they could defend Lu Xiaoshan, but now, he began to retreat and marked Lu Xiaoshan. "You're annoying." Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but say a trash talk. "My biggest mistake was that I didn't expect you to be there." Zhao Gongjin replied lightly. "Damn, it's you." Lu Xiaoshan cursed, then retreated a step and shouted at Zheng Qi, "Pass the ball to me." Zheng Qi didn't ask any extra questions, and moved his feet and quickly passed the ball out. Lu Xiaoshan retreated to get the ball and turned around. Zhao Gongjin came up to meet him. "Damn, I can't get past you in a one-on-one match." Lu Xiaoshan muttered in his heart, and then began to force a breakthrough. Zhao Gongjin stuck to Lu Xiaoshan tightly, and then stretched out his foot to try to intercept the ball under Lu Xiaoshan's feet. Lu Xiaoshan flicked the ball to the side, dodged Zhao Gongjin's outstretched foot, and then accelerated horizontally, trying to catch up with the ball and shoot directly at the front of the penalty area. Zhao Gongjin quickly followed up, and he seemed to be no worse than Lu Xiaoshan in terms of flexibility and strength. "It's really that guy," Zheng Qi thought to himself after passing the ball. Lu Xiaoshan caught up with the ball and swung his right foot to shoot. Zhao Gongjin caught up and stretched out his foot to intercept Lu Xiaoshan's shot. The two people's movements were almost synchronized, but Lu Xiaoshan's foot passed over the ball, then pulled the ball back, stopped and turned, and broke through in the opposite direction. Zhao Gongjin still made the first reaction, but he turned around hastily and suffered a great loss in the subsequent physical confrontation with Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan squeezed past Zhao Gongjin, and before King came to defend, he swung his right foot while running and shot hard. The ball whizzed into the corner of the goal. 8-7. The Overlord team completed the final kill at the last moment of the game. Beautiful. Overlord team is about to win. This victory was hard-won, but they deserved it. Although Dongguan team lost the game, they don't seem to feel ashamed. They have played to their best in this game. Losing the game is just because Overlord team played better. There is nothing to be ashamed of, the commentator sighed. For many commentators, this game is extremely rich in content. Moreover, it is really surprising that your game with Dongguan team can reach a score of 8-7, you know, the score in the first half was 1-2. In the second half, Overlord team scored 7 goals and Dongguan team scored 5 goals. If we count the half-time score, this game is the one with the highest goal density among all the top 32 teams. Facing Dongguan team, they can still have such a performance, which makes everyone amazed. Overlord team's offensive ability is really amazing. The final will be very exciting. Let's see whether their offensive is outstanding or our offensive is outstanding. Lee in the stands said thoughtfully. Offensive is what we are good at, let's just give it a try. No one dares to say that they can beat such a team. Wu nodded. There is no doubt that the performance of the Overlord team brought great pressure to the Shuhan team, but they will not lose confidence in the game. They know where their strengths are and know that in such a final, keeping confidence is more important than anything else. On the court, the counter-attack of the Dongguo team in the remaining time did not have any effect. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, they could only stop their running steps helplessly and look at the final score in the stands unwillingly. They played well in this game and there was nothing wrong with their tactics, but they still lost. This is hard to accept, but they can only accept it. They looked at Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. It was these two people who blocked their hope of moving forward. Lu Xiaoshan completed a big 4 in the game. Although it was a little worse than the double hat-trick in the previous game, it was also very impressive. This brought his goal tally to 24 inches, the top 32 matches, leaving him only 3 goals away from his previous record. Many people have noticed this now. And what about Zheng Qi? Although he still didn't score a single goal in the match, he controlled the midfield and contained Zhao Gongjin. His presence was the key factor in the Overlord team being able to control the rhythm of the game. If it weren't for these two people, how could we lose to them? Many players of the Suchao team thought so. However, the next moment they began to smile bitterly. If it weren't for these two people, the Overlord team wouldn't have reached the semi-finals, so there's really nothing to resent. Then they saw these two people walking up to Zhao Gongjin and talking to him. Although they couldn't see what they were communicating, it made the players of the Suchao team feel proud. Our top player is indeed worthy of respect from the opponent. However, they definitely didn't know what Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were talking to Zhao Gongjin about at the moment. I didn't expect you two to join forces. You're too shameless, aren't you? Zhao Gongjin said. TSK, you have been playing in the Dongguo team secretly for many years, and you never told us, Li Qing's. Lu Xiaoshan expressed disdain. Zhao Gongjin, or Li Qing's, smiled helplessly. This is just my personal hobby. I suspected it was you before, but I didn't expect it to be true. I really didn't expect that you could run so solidly on the field. Lu Xiaoshan looked at Li Qing's with a little admiration. We are not very familiar with each other, why should I tell you? And you also know my situation. Running is the most difficult dream for me to achieve, so I will never miss any moment in the football era. Whether it is in a professional team or playing classical football, it is the same. Li Qing smiled slightly. In this game, we bullied you, but our teammates are not as good as your teammates, so it is not bullying you. Lu Xiaoshan patted Li Qing on the shoulder and said. Since you have joined forces, remember to win a World Cup. Li Qing laughed. How about you join? There is still a chance to adjust the personnel before the World Cup starts. Zheng Qi said enthusiastically. Li Qing laughed dumbly. Forget it, it's better for me to sit in a wheelchair in the football era than to let me and this guy Lu Xiaoshan be teammates. Lu Xiaoshan raised his middle finger to Li Qing depressedly. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 711. Trust. Zheng Qi could only express regret for Li Qing's answer. However, Lu Xiaoshan had already prepared for this, because if Li Qing was in the Overlord team and he was in the Suchao team, he would definitely not choose to join the Overlord team to compete in the World Cup. In fact, for these two top players at the king level, there is absolutely no room for two tigers in one mountain. Even if no one knows their identities, they will not do this. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing can be teammates with Zheng Qi, but not with each other. Not to mention them, even these famous players in classical football, no one wants to hug the champion's thigh to win the World Cup after the qualifiers. It's not that no one has done this before, but even if the team that does this wins the World Cup, it will become the object of contempt by others, whether it is a Chinese team or a team from other countries. The strong teams of top-level countries disdain to do this, and countries with relatively weak football strength will not have much impact even if they gather the best players in the country. What's more, the Overlord team has another final to play next, and it doesn't mean that they will definitely enter the World Cup. Moreover, for Zheng Qi, he felt that the current strength of the Overlord team was enough. There is one last game left, against the Shuhan team. If we win, we can enter the World Cup. Now I am a little hesitant whether to win this last game, Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan in private chat. Huh? What do you mean? You are talking nonsense in the finals. Lu Xiaoshan was stunned. No, the World Cup will be held in August, and it will affect our preparations. Zheng Qi said. I am playing too. What impact does it have? Do you think I don't know? You have stabilized as a whole, and preparation is just to adjust your status. It's okay without you, Zheng Qi is okay without me, and Fifan is also okay without you. Lu Xiaoshan said disdainfully. But Li Qing's will definitely take advantage of this, aren't you worried? Zheng Qi chuckled. Lu Xiaoshan was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Li Qing's would never do such a thing, although he would use any factors, he would never reveal them. If he is such a useless guy, he is not worthy of being my opponent. Hearing Lu Xiaoshan's words, Zheng Qi gave a thumbs up. Awesome, you are really the best. What, are you trying to test me? Lu Xiaoshan patted Zheng Qi on the back of his head. You were a junior, and you were testing me. Old senior, you only scored 4 goals today. You need to score 6 goals in the final to complete the task of 30 goals. Zheng Qi said with a smile. The Shuhan team is good at attacking, I'm very confident, Lu Xiaoshan said with a smile. Yeah, I'm also very confident. Zheng Qi nodded seriously. When the fans in the stands began to disperse, the players of the Overlord team also left the field. They were in a very happy mood. After defeating the Kalaway team and the Suchao team in succession, their confidence had swelled to a limit. The Shuhan team was indeed excellent, but not necessarily as excellent as the Kalaway team and the Suchao team. Now that they had reached the highest stage, they would no longer have any lack of confidence in themselves. And Zheng Qi's words also suited their appetite. Tomorrow's game, there is nothing to say. Just keep attacking. The Shuhan team can't play defenser, so in fact we don't need to be so troublesome. We can just attack against each other and see who has the best attacking ability. Zheng Qi said. If we really compare our offensive ability, we may not be as good as the Overlord team. The Shuhan team was discussing countermeasures intensively. Although they were well prepared, to be honest, they had never thought that the Overlord team would be their opponent in the final. Their preparations were more for the 2 biggest opponents, the Suchao team and the Kalaway team. The Overlord team was also relatively unfamiliar to them. From the number of goals scored in the first 4 games, we are indeed not as good as them. They scored nearly 40 goals in 4 games, while we only scored more than 20 goals. Chen Fengxiao alone scored 24 goals, and our entire team only scored 23 goals. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Our advantage is still very obvious. We haven't encountered particularly strong opponents before. Our form has been maintained. In tomorrow's game, we will show a better state. The attack of the Overlord team is actually concentrated on 2 people, Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, but we can't ignore the other players of the Overlord team. Don't forget that in this game, Chen Fengxiao certainly scored 4 goals, but other players of the Overlord team also scored 4 goals. Yuan Thong instigated almost all the attacks, but others also played an extremely important role in the offense. Hu Chuo said. Then in terms of defense, it's difficult for us to defend them. Li said after thinking for a while. We just need to strengthen our defense and focus on guarding Chen Fengxiao. We can relax a bit on the defense of others. In terms of scoring ability, the others are still weaker and they are more likely to miss opportunities. The focus is on Chen Fengxiao. Hu Chuo said decisively. What's more, he is only 3 goals away from tying the goal record. We can't let him create a record on us. The players of the Shuhan team nodded repeatedly. This was indeed the case. Although the Overlord team scored a lot of goals, Lu Xiaoshan scored more than half of them. Even if the others were threatening, they were definitely not as threatening as Lu Xiaoshan. When defending, Wei Wenchang will press him closely, Pan Chaiyuan will fill in, and Fa Xiaozi and other players who return to defend will pay attention to defending others. This defense is not perfect, but it does not need to be perfect. In offense, we should show our level and completely blow up their defense. This is the game strategy finally decided by Hu Chuo. The players of the Shuhan team have no objection to this. This is the tactic they are good at. It only reduces Lu Xiaoshan's chances of scoring and makes it more likely for our team to seize the opportunity. This approach is obviously a very wise thing. You should pay attention. It will be difficult for you to score more goals tomorrow. When he was about to log off, Lu Xiaoshan received a message from Li Qing's. Really? Lu Xiaoshan replied with a smile. Hu Chuo is also a player with very accurate judgment. If I make a decision now, I will definitely keep a close eye on you, even if I relax my defense against others, because you have the strongest ability to seize opportunities. In the case of mutual explosion, keeping an eye on you is more valuable than keeping an eye on anyone else. Li Qing's replied. Then why didn't you do that in today's game? Lu Xiaoshan asked curiously. Because I didn't know it was you at first, and I was very confident in our defense, thinking that we could completely block your attack. This was the only mistake I made in the whole game. Li Qing's answered calmly. I understand, but don't worry, even if they focus on guarding me, it's impossible for everyone on the back line to only target me and completely leave the defensive for others. I'm not the kind of person who just wants to get the ball and score. Don't you want to break the record? You're a record maniac. Of course I do, but the premise is victory. After sending this message, Li Qing's never replied again. Lu Xiaoshan took a look, then laughed and logged off. After logging off, Lu Xiaoshan saw Xiang searching for something in front of his computer. Don't look for it, dear, that guy is Li Qing's, he has already admitted it. Lu Xiaoshan said in a good mood. Xiang, who had messy hair and was unkempt, looked up when he heard the voice and said weakly, I should have found out, but unfortunately, I was a step behind. The result is the same, what does it matter, we won, and we will play that final tomorrow. Lu Xiaoshan smiled and said, but how did you find out? I checked all the times when Li Qing's appeared in public in the past 5 years and the time when Zhao Gongjin appeared in the classical football match. A comparison shows that the two have never appeared at the same time, so it is most likely him. There are still many detailed intelligence, and a comparison will make it clear. Xiang said weakly, oh, I'm so tired, I have to go to bed early today. Yeah, it's better to go to bed early, and watch our final tomorrow. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. How many goals did you score today? Xiang asked. Not many, only 4. In the final, you need to score 6 to create the record of 30 goals. The task is a bit heavy. Lu Xiaoshan replied. It's a bit heavy, but the defense of the Dongguo team is excellent, there's nothing we can do about it. Xiang nodded. Want something to eat? I'll cook for you. No, you're so tired, I'll go. Lu Xiaoshan pushed Xiang back to the sofa. I don't have time to go on vacation with you this year, let me serve you well at home. Xiang smiled and sat down on the sofa obediently, watching Lu Xiaoshan clumsily tie an apron and start busying around, and then he opened a new soap opera and watched it with peace of mind. The team will gather in a few days, I'll help you take a leave. It was not until dinner time that Xiang said lightly. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Lu Xiaoshan nodded repeatedly. I knew this meal was not that cheap. Xiang laughed. No way, I can ask for leave if I go, don't you still believe in my reputation in the team? Lu Xiaoshan pretended to be angry. That's true, but your leave still has some impact. Fortunately, Zheng Qi also took leave. I just don't know if Li Qing's will take advantage of this and launch an attack in the second half of the season. Xiang said thoughtfully. Why do you have the same idea as Zheng Qi? Li Qing's may take advantage of this, but he won't let anyone know. His overall strength is weaker than ours and Fifun, so it's normal to use some means, but it won't completely make up for the gap. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Li Qing's is really a trustworthy guy. Xiang nodded. Chapter 712 They deserve it. Although it sounds a bit hypocritical to say that the biggest enemy is the most familiar friend, it is true. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's actually don't have much friendship in private, and they are not very familiar with each other. However, the confrontation on the field alone is enough for them to understand each other. Li Qing's did not tell others that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan would most likely miss the team's pre-season training camp in the second half of the season. He just came to the stands the next day and prepared to watch the game quietly. He is not young anymore. This year's game was originally the last one he planned to play. He spent so many years preparing and wanted to lead the team to the top this year, but he failed. Li Qing's didn't think it was a pity. Man proposes, God disposes. This is his usual thinking. After leaving the field yesterday, he had told other players of the Suqiao team that he would choose to retire. The Suqiao team itself already has a good heritage. His departure will cause the Suqiao team to fall into a trough for a period of time, but it will not let the Suqiao team sink. Such personnel changes are very common in classical football teams. After all, they are not professional players, so they have a high degree of freedom. It is not that there are no top players who suddenly disappear. Everyone is used to this kind of thing. Li Qing's came to the stands and changed his appearance. Even if the identity of Zhao Gongjin has disappeared, of course, there'll still be a Zhao Gongjin in the Dongwu team. It depends on who will replace him. In fact, he has studied the Xuan team very carefully, but he did not share his intelligence with Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan never thought of asking Li Qing's for intelligence. They also have their own sources of intelligence. It is cheating to make up for the gap through the intelligence collection of professional clubs. If Li Qing's intelligence is added, it means that the top 3 clubs in the professional league are joining forces to bully others. If it is spread out, it will really become a laughingstock. They are also people who want to save face. However, just by comparing the information that Zheng Qi entrusted Su Jin to find and the information that Wen Xiang helped Lu Xiaoshan find, the two sides were able to understand the strength of the Shuhan team. Although the Shuhan team's performance was only in the middle of the top 3, worse than the Kalawei team and better than the Dongwu team, their strength was the best among the top 3 in the eyes of Wen Xiang and Su Jing. They had many top players. They might be worse than the Dongwu team as a whole, and had fewer outstanding individuals than the Kalawei team, but they had the most top players. The best players of the Kalawei team were Wei and Guojie, the 2 midfielders, and the others were a little worse. The Dongwu team only had Zhao Gongjin, the top player. The Shuhan team was different. Yon'er on the front line and Hu Chuo in the midfield were both top players, plus Zhao Zilong, Jin Marquedao, Jin Kalin, Xing Fei, and Wang Thong, a group of players whose strength was second only to the top players. If it weren't for their weak defensa, even the Kalawei team would not be able to compete with them. In fact, the level of the defenders is not weak, especially Zhi, who is the best goalkeeper among the top 3. However, their tactics are mainly offensive. The 3 defenders are famous for their individual defensive ability, but their overall defensive ability is average, which leads to them constantly losing the ball in defensa. Their best players are focused on offensa. It's impossible to play defensa in such a team. Even if they focus on me, it's not too difficult. I will score more goals. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi. Well, but you can also sacrifice a little and pass the ball to others. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, Pa, there are only 6 goals left. I must score more goals and complete the record of 30 goals. Zheng Qi, let me tell you, with my status, what I say is a mouthful of spit and a nail. How can I change it? Lu Xiaoshan said. Oh, anyway, it's just internal. What's the problem? Zheng Qi laughed. Don't talk nonsense. They will target me on defensa. If I escape, their confidence will increase. If others make 1 or 2 mistakes, our offensa will encounter big problems. So no matter what, I have to score 1 or 2 more goals under their key defensa to dampen their spirits. Only then can the next offensa be more effective. Don't you understand this principle? Lu Xiaoshan said disdainfully. Well, that makes sense, Zheng Qi nodded thoughtfully. When 2 people meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Sometimes, even if you know that the other party is targeting you, as the number 1 player, you must show some real skills to prove your value. After proving this, pass the ball to your teammates. This is the best way. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoshan said excitedly and continued. Yeah, I understand. Boss Lu is Boss Lu. He really sees through it. Zheng Qi nodded repeatedly with admiration. Seeing his reaction, Lu Xiaoshan nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Zheng Qi was still teachable. However, after turning around and walking 2 steps, he began to come back to his senses and immediately turned to look at Zheng Qi. What's wrong? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Were you trying to trick me just now? Or do you want to analyze my personality through these words so that you can use them in the future? Don't do that. If you do that again, it will be meaningless to be teammates together. Lu Xiaoshan frowned and said. Really not, I just want to know if you can think of this level. If you think of it, then our chances of winning the finals will be 1 point higher. Zheng Qi said sincerely. Besides, even if I know your personality, it will be useless in the future league confrontation. Basically, everyone in the circle knows your personality, right? That's right. Lu Xiaoshan nodded, and let go of the slight grudge. Okay, anyway, pass the ball to me more, give them a good show first, and they will know how powerful I am. Yeah, and it can also shape their fighting spirit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zheng Qi smiled and nodded. The 2 chatted as they walked into the locker room. At this time, the other players of the Overlord team arrived earlier than them. Ah, you are finally here. I was afraid that you would be late. The Overlord was relieved when he saw them. How could it be? Zheng Qi waved his hand. We just discussed the tactics of the game. Really? In addition to continuing to attack, is there any new idea? The players of the Overlord team became excited. The new idea is that when attacking, focus on our brother Xiao. Zheng Qi patted Lu Xiaoshan on the shoulder and said, "It has always been played like this, I see. It is to focus on passing the ball to brother Xiao and let him score, right? There are still 6 goals to 30 goals, so it should be like this." The Overlord thought for a while and nodded. But even if the Shuhan team attacks, they will focus most of their attention on brother Xiao, right? Fan Xingj thought for a while and said maturely, "That's right. They will definitely focus on brother Xiao." Zheng Qi smiled and nodded. The other players of the Overlord team were somewhat puzzled by this answer, but because of their trust in Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, they chose to remain silent. "Why, no doubts." Zheng Qi smiled. "We believe that there will be no problem with your decision." Long Qi replied, "It's better to make it clear. They focus on defending Xiaoch. In this situation, Xiaoch can't retreat. If they still score in this situation, they will have less confidence in defense and it will be easier to score. In the final analysis, this game will be a game of scoring goals. The easier our offensive is, the more benefits we can bring." At this point, Zheng Qi snapped his fingers. "The key to tactics is this. It is always the most appropriate to play to our best. If the opponent wants to control us, we must break such control. This is our best way. After all, we are not a professional team. We can't do our best in areas where we are not good at. Do you understand?" After saying this, the players of the Overlord team understood, and they nodded one after another. They understood this truth. For the Overlord team, which does not have enough time for training, it is always easier to fully play to their most advantageous areas than to have no flaws in other areas. Everyone understands, right? If you understand, let's go. We must win this final and then impact the World Cup Championship. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said loudly. The players of the Overlord team rushed out of the locker room with high morale. They knew what level of competition they were facing. It was glorious to win to the finals, but if they couldn't win the championship, they still couldn't compete in the World Cup. The Shuhan team was their last opponent this year. After entering the 32-strong knockout round, the Overlord team's opponents were better than each other. They defeated 4 strong teams along the way and were now facing the last one. If they could still defeat the Shuhan team, then their championship would be the most valuable championship in recent years. When the players of the Overlord team came out, there was a huge cheer from the stands. As time went by, as the Overlord team won all the way, they attracted fans very quickly. After all, although the Overlord team had an average foundation, they played well this year, scored many goals, and won against strong teams. Although the last point made them offend many fans of traditional strong teams, it also made them attract more fans. Now the number of fans supporting them is quite large. Even the old team like the Shuhan team pales in comparison with them in terms of the support of the fans on the scene. Their performance is indeed worthy of such support. I didn't expect to meet you in the finals this year. No matter what, you have to play this game well. If you can beat us, we will sincerely cheer for your performance in the World Cup. When the captains of both teams shook hands, Li said to Zheng Qi with a smile. Yes, I think so too, but your opponent today is our Xiao brother. Zheng Qi replied seriously. Facing such a shooter, I'm also very excited. Li continued to smile. Chapter 713. Learn from the opponent. Brother Xiao, pay attention to their goalkeeper. Zheng Qi whispered to Lu Xiaoshan when he returned to his half. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. Of course, he was also very interested in Li. He was known as the best goalkeeper in the Chinese region in the past 5 years. As a shooter, Lu Xiaoshan could not help but be interested in such a guy. Although the goalkeepers of the strong teams in the Chinese region are not weak with the current quality of the players, Li is naturally valuable for being able to grab the title of the best goalkeeper among so many outstanding goalkeepers. Moreover, from the conversation between Zheng Qi and Li just now, this person is calm and generous, neither humble nor arrogant. A player who can perform like this must have a steady performance on the court. In the case of strong reactions, whether a goalkeeper is steady and whether the judgment is accurate has become the most critical quality. Li can be considered the best goalkeeper in the Chinese region. Of course, he has outstanding qualities in this regard. The players of both sides began to disperse on the court, and they quietly waited for the start of the game. Although it was an amateur match, as the final of the Chinese qualifiers, it still attracted a lot of attention. Many media were paying attention to this match. Although there was no official broadcasting organization, it was easy to do this in the football era. In fact, a lot of people watched the Chinese finals every year. In the 2 months without professional matches, the only official match of classical football could also attract a lot of attention. The boss is very powerful. He has reached the finals. Leader Rui looked at the field and sighed. It's not easy to get here. Wang Yuanfen also sighed. I looked at their schedule. Since the boss joined, they have been facing strong teams all the way. The boss is really a jinx, Zheng Qi said. The extraordinary players in the stands all laughed. They all watched Zheng Qi's participation in the classical football game with a playful attitude. Although they also seemed very happy to watch Zheng Qi's game last year. Don't underestimate the opponents of classical football. Some of them are very good. Liu Shbo frowned and said, if we were to go there, we would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, we're used to using skills to achieve our goals. On the surface, the game we play is essentially no different from classical football, but the way of playing is completely different. Classical football games can make us more focused and make more accurate judgments. Zheng Qi should be playing the game for this purpose. If he wins this game, he will then participate in the Classical Football World Cup. He will probably not participate in next month's training camp. We must be more serious in training and prepare for the impact in the second half. Shinrano Fei said coldly. As expected of our brother Fei. He always thinks about the game. Others began to praise Shinrano Fei, sweeping away the cold atmosphere created by Shinrano Fei. Niaoliwa even muttered without giving him face. Why are you pretending? Don't you also enjoy playing classical football? Zheng Qi plays it just because he likes it. What kind of training is that? Shinrano Fei looked at Niaoliwa in embarrassment. His style has always been that of a cold-faced star, but in front of the ZY team who are familiar with him, he really has no secrets at all. But it happened that, after going around in circles, the 5 people of the ZY team were in the same team again, heading towards a great goal. Fortunately, at this time, the players of both sides had already dispersed on both sides of the field, and the game was ready to begin. Chen Fengxiao will definitely try to score in this game. He is not far from the record. The Shuhan team is good at attacking, but they are not good at defending. This game will be a good opportunity for him. Shinrano Fei finally changed the topic successfully. Although he was not familiar with Chen Fengxiao, he felt that if he were Chen Fengxiao, he would definitely pursue breaking the record. Without this fiery desire to win, he would not be so domineering on the court. Here's Lu Xiaoshan. Su Jing sent him a private message, and then said, "Don't tell anyone." Shinrano Fei nodded slightly. I almost guessed it, such a strong person is rare. There is no reason why Zheng Qi suddenly has such a person around him. That Zhao Gongjin of the Dongguo team in the last game, you guessed right, that is Li Qing's. Su Jing smiled and replied in a private message. Should I also participate in the classical football game next year? Shinrano Fei thought speechlessly. On the field, with a whistle, the game officially began. The Shuhan team kicked off first. Yon'er passed the ball to Zhao Zilong, who then immediately passed it back to Hu Chuo. As they kicked off, the Overlord team also launched a fierce attack and pressed. They did not retrieve to defend, but rushed directly across the half-court to press. They showed a clear awareness, we will continue to press in the front court, and we will continue to attack in large numbers when we attack. Let's fight for Uffense. Isn't your Shuhan team known as the best team at Uffense? Let's see who is better at Uffense. Lu Xiaoshan rushed to Hu Chuo first, ready to make Hu Chuo make a mistake through his own impact. After getting the ball, Hu Chuo, who was observing the situation in the front court, saw Lu Xiaoshan rushing towards him. There was no change in his expression on his face, but his feet moved quickly and passed the ball to the side. Quick reaction. Lu Xiaoshan kept crossing with Hu Chuo under his feet, thinking to himself. If Hu Chuo passes the ball a little slower, Lu Xiaoshan will be ready to make a flying tackle to give him a good look. If Hu Chuo chooses to turn around and pass back, Lu Xiaoshan, who has already run at his highest speed, will continue to press backwards until the press succeeds. Behind him, Tyrannosaurus Rex and others have also been there. The closer they are to the opponent's goal, the stronger their press will be. Hu Chuo obviously noticed this and immediately chose to pass horizontally. The press on the 2 wings of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not so fierce. Another guy with a clear mind and extremely cautious, Zheng Qi, it's up to you to deal with him next. Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself while running. Zheng Fei got the ball on the right, and then he started to carry it forward. The individual ability of each player of the Shuhan team was not bad at all, especially in attack. Zheng Qi turned around to press Zheng Fei, but Zheng Fei, who had the advantage of position, kept moving forward with the ball until Yin Gu came to fill the position, and then he made an emergency stop and passed the ball to the middle again. The one who came forward to receive the ball was Zhu Chuo. He got the ball smoothly and saw Zheng Qi coming up to him. Although he is an organizer and has the ability to score, his defensive ability is not bad at all. He is very fierce in close pressing. I have to pay attention. Zhu Chuo thought to himself. He was guarding Zheng Qi from rushing over to harass him, but he was not very worried about it. As a top midfielder, it is not difficult to protect the ball well under the interference and entanglement of the opponent and then pass the ball to the right position, not to mention a player like him. However, Zheng Qi did not rush over. He stood 2 meters in front of Zhu Chuo, his body constantly shaking, as if ready to go at any time, but he did not rush over. Zhu Chuo was stunned. He could see that Zheng Qi's shaking was not random, but targeted. His several forward passing routes were all under the threat of his cutting off, forcing him to have only 2 choices, pass back or break through. This alone is not enough to make him feel scared, but this defensive action reminded him of an old opponent. Zhao Gongjin. Zhao Gongjin rarely defends his opponent closely, especially when facing an attacker of Zhu Chuo's level. Whether facing him or Guo Jie, he will be in front of them, not close, not pressing, but can cut off all your forward passing routes. This defensive method is excellent, but not everyone can learn it. Without rich experience and excellent overall view of seeing through other people's offensive methods, it is absolutely impossible to do it. After all, such a defender must cut off all the opponent's defensive routes. As long as there is a place that cannot be cut off, then the defensor is a night defensor, which is useless. At least Zhu Chuo himself knows that he wants to learn this defensive method, but he has learned it for a long time and has not learned it. So although Zhu Chuo is a little regretful, he doesn't care much. After all, apart from Zhao Gongjin, Guo Jie can't learn this kind of defensor. Some things can't be forced, so it's better to strengthen other links. But now, this kind of defensor is shown by Zheng Qi. Is it fake? This was the first thought that came to Zhu Chuo's mind, but he knew at a glance that all his forward passing routes had been blocked by Zheng Qi. As for whether it was really blocked, he was a little hesitant to gamble. After all, if the opponent intercepted the ball, it would be too dangerous. So he passed the ball horizontally and then moved forward. At this time, Zheng Qi followed him closely. At the same time, he heard Zheng Qi's laughter. How about it, that kind of defensor just now? I learned it from an opponent, not bad. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Zhao Gongjin? Zhu Chuo couldn't help asking. Of course, I saw him alone know this kind of defensor, so I tried it, and the effect is really good. Zheng Qi exclaimed. Zhu Chuo was speechless. In the last game, Zhao Gongjin used this defensive method to make Zheng Qi unable to do anything for a long time. He saw it with his own eyes, but he really didn't expect Zheng Qi to learn it through such a confrontation. This guy is too perverted. Is he still a human? Thinking of this, Zhu Chuo was shocked and knew that he couldn't keep thinking like this. Otherwise, he would always have something on his mind and would definitely not perform well on the court. Chapter 714. Truth. Zheng Qi's words were not meant to deceive Zhu Chuo. This defensive method made him suffer a lot in the last game, so he naturally felt it more deeply. With his thick skin, he would naturally pester Li Qing's to ask this and that after the game. Li Qing's would not be so stingy as not to tell him, but told him everything he knew. This is the bearing of a top player. Many things cannot be learned by telling you the tricks. Zhu Chuo and Guo Jie are certainly top players, but first, they do not have the details taught by Li Qing's, and second, they are indeed far behind Li Qing's and Zheng Qi in terms of overall view and accurate judgment ability. You must know that Li Qing's and Zheng Qi's overall view are the best in the entire professional league. No one can compare with them in this regard. Li Qing's defensive method is also thought out in combination with his own characteristics. It is most suitable for him, but not necessarily for others. Zheng Qi is also a player with an excellent overall view. Although he is still a little lacking in experience compared to Li Qing's, he seems to be a little better than Li Qing's in terms of natural overall view and observation ability. This defensive method itself is not obtained through hard training, but depends on talent. It is not something that makes people feel strange that Zheng Qi learned this defensive method in one night. He showed off in front of Zhu Chuo specifically because he wanted to set a trap for Zhu Chuo and make him bear more pressure. However, Zhu Chuo is also a semi-professional player with an excellent mentality. He quickly adjusted his mentality and resumed the attack. since Zheng Qi can use this defensive method to prevent him from organizing an attack when he gets the ball in the back, then use another way to launch an attack. The Shuhan team has never lacked good offensive players. Zheng Qi began to organize the attack from the back, while Hu Chuolu began to move forward, closer to the goal. Even Zheng Qi had to come up to defend Hu Chuolu closely, otherwise, in this position, he would also be able to score with a long-range spin shot. Seeing Hu Chuolu wonders Zheng Qi's defenser, Zheng Qi quickly converted his pass and passed the ball to the wing. Wang Thong on the left began to dribble forward, and Thong Imei ran over to defend him. Wang Thong was a very famous player with excellent long-range shooting ability. Even at a more biased angle, his long-range shots could often score. To deal with such a player, he could not be left open. However, once Wang Thong was focused on, the defense against other players was weakened a lot. Wang Thong quickly passed the ball to Jin Marquao, who dribbled the ball and began to force his way into the penalty area. Jibu's defense was broken by him, and Ma Shu was forced to come over to defend Jin Marquao. Zhao Zilun's running involved part of the defensive strength of the Overlord team, and Jin Marquao stuck the ball to Yuan in the middle. Facing Xiang Zhuang's defenser, Yuan only used the simplest forced turn to break through, and then broke into the penalty area, dodged a shooting gap, and then kicked and shot at the first time. The ball quickly flew into the far corner of the goal. Less than 2 minutes after the start of the game, the Shuhan team scored the first goal through continuous attacks. Yuan waved his fist and looked at Lu Xiaoshan provocatively. He has always been a top striker. In terms of scoring ability, few strikers can compare with him. The men team has the best double striker combination, but no matter which one is taken out, it is not as good as him. As for Bofu and others, compared with him, they are also weaker than him in some aspects. In this match of the top 32, he scored 18 goals in the first 4 games, which is already a very good result. However, compared with Lu Xiaoshan's 24 goals, it immediately seems a big pale in comparison. Although Yuan doesn't care about this, he always thinks that the victory of the whole team is the most important, but it does not prevent him from challenging Lu Xiaoshan in this game. The Shuhan team has too many attacking points. You can't focus on defending anyone. This is the most terrifying part of their attack. Li Qing's in the stand thought to himself. If it was his Donghua team, they could rely on overall defense to delay the opponent's attack as much as possible. However, the defense of the Overlord team was obviously much weaker. We can only rely on offense. Your offense can force our Donghua team to fight against you. The Shuhan team may not be able to beat you in this regard. But you are too focused on Lu Xiaoshan. Let's see how their defense will act. Li Qing's was thinking about the next direction on the court. This was also one of the pleasures of watching the game. He always believed that any game had something in common. In participating in the classical football game, in addition to enjoying the feeling of running more, exercising his overall view was also a very important factor. As for quitting the Donghua team next, it was because he was almost 30 years old and didn't want to be distracted too much, nor did he want to drag down the Donghua team. Okay, it's our turn to attack, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. He was not worried about the opponent scoring a goal so quickly. After all, this game will ultimately rely on offense rather than defense. Yes, we attack. The players of the Overlord team responded in unison. They are also very serious in defense, but they will not regret losing the ball because this is not what they are good at. The game quickly resumed, and the Shuhan team quickly got into the mood of the game. It's just a goal, not worth being so happy. After the kickoff, Zheng Qi quickly got the ball in the backcourt, and then he did not launch an attack by passing the ball, but chose to dribble forward and break through. The Shuhan team's wing defense does not look strong, but in fact, in addition to Wang Thong and Zheng Fei on the 2 wings, Zhao Zilong and Jin Marquao will also continue to help defend on the 2 wings. There is no flaw on the 2 wings. On the contrary, the middle road, which seems to be the strongest, actually has to face only 3 people at the beginning. Seeing Zheng Qi dribbling forward, Yuan immediately came up, and after approaching Zheng Qi, he immediately made a fierce frontal flying tackle. Such an action seems to be brainless, but with Yuan's momentum and the defensive area brought by his huge body, it is not an easy task to avoid his flying tackle. Zheng Qi jumped up with the ball, and then passed the ball directly in the air. At the same time as landing, Hu Chuolu also landed in front of him, looked at Zheng Qi with a little surprise, and then turned his head and ran back. Damn, forcing me to jump and then steal the ball in the air, this method can be thought of. Fortunately my brother reacts quickly, Zheng Qi thought to himself. The ball kicked by Zheng Qi in mid-air accurately passed over Zheng Qi's head and landed at the feet of Lu Xiaoshan, who was running in the front court. When Lu Xiaoshan got the ball, Ba Wang and Long Qi started running, trying to attract the opponent's attention. However, they saw Wei Wenchang and Pang Shaoyuan pressing towards Lu Xiaoshan at the same time, leaving only Fa Xiaozi to defend in the back. Damn, do you underestimate us? Ba Wang thought angrily in his heart. However, he also knew that Lu Xiaoshan would definitely complete this attack by himself. What they had to do was to try their best to attract the opponent's attention and make Lu Xiaoshan's burden easier. The Ba Wang team attacked very quickly this time, so fast that the Shuhan team's front court players had no time to return to defense. The three forwards of the Ba Wang team had an advantage over the three defenders of the Shuhan team in some areas. Ba Wang started to cut into the penalty area, while Long Qi was on the other side ready to respond at any time. This made Fa Xiaozi, who was lagging behind, a little nervous. Li quickly gave instructions at this time. He focused on Ba Wang, and he would take care of Long Qi. Such instructions made Wei Wenchang and Pang Shaoyuan more focused on guarding Lu Xiaoshan. Their intentions were also very clear. If Lu Xiaoshan chose to pass the ball, it would be a big threat, but it would not necessarily lose the ball. What they had to fight for was the success rate of the attack, not to completely prevent the Ba Wang team from scoring a goal. It is because they are good at attacking that they use this kind of defense. They adapt to circumstances and tailor their defense to their needs. Hu Chuolu is a good person, but it's a pity that he is not young anymore. Otherwise, maybe he can be brought to our team here for training. Li Qing's thought to himself. To play classical football, Li Qing's actually wanted to recruit 2 new players with potential, but he never saw any young players with outstanding potential. The only one he saw was Zheng Qi. Lu Xiaoshan unloaded the ball. Wei Wenchang immediately pressed forward bravely, while Pang Shaoyuan was a little further back, ready to fill in at any time. Chain defense. Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself, then pulled the ball behind him, dodged Wei Wenchang's outstretched foot, and then quickly dunked the ball forward again, breaking through by force. Wei Wenchang's previous pressing was a bit fierce, and Lu Xiaoshan shook him off in one go, but they did it on purpose. At the moment Lu Xiaoshan broke through, Pang Shaoyuan had already rushed up from behind and kicked a flying tackle from the front. Lu Xiaoshan didn't have time to pass him, but he had time to do something else. He raised his foot slightly upward, and then stepped on the ball fiercely. The next moment, Pang Shaoyuan made a flying tackle to the ball. With a defender making such a flying tackle, Lu Xiaoshan should never be able to control the ball, but Lu Xiaoshan's strength completely broke out at this moment. He stepped on the ball tightly, and the whole person stood there, motionless. Pang Shaoyuan, who was lying on the ground, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Although he was not famous for his strength, the flying shovel itself had a power bonus. How good was Lu Xiaoshan's strength? Before he could recover from his astonishment, Lu Xiaoshan had already completed the next move. The sole of his foot moved slightly away, and the ball immediately flew up after being squeezed. Lu Xiaoshan brought the ball forward and the whole person broke through successfully. After passing 2 people, Lu Xiaoshan didn't wait for the ball to land, and shot the ball hard in the air. There was no one defending the shot in the penalty area, and the ball flew accurately to the lower right corner of the goal. Although Li reacted well, he still couldn't stop Lu Xiaoshan's close-range burst. No matter how good the goalkeeper is, he is still equivalent to non-existence in such a situation. This is the real truth. When the ball whizzed into the gate of the Shuhan team, the stands rang with huge cheers from the fans of the Overlord team. Chapter 715. The world's no. One attack. Top goalkeepers are just like that. They still couldn't react to my powerful shot. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi while waving his arms in celebration. Do you really think so? Zheng Qi asked. Of course not. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Then I'm relieved. After a few words, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan knew that at the distance just now, facing Lu Xiaoshan's powerful shot, no goalkeeper could react, because the shot at this distance has exceeded the limit of the goalkeeper's reaction. This does not mean that Zhao Lai will still be indifferent to the shot at a farther distance. Focus, understand? If you're asked to mark Chen Fengxiao, you should focus on marking him, don't worry about anything else. Zhao Lai said in the team channel. Wei Wenchang and Pang Shaoyuan nodded at the same time. They were indeed a little distracted just now, or they felt that it didn't matter if they were 2 people marking each other. However, the facts told them that facing a shooter of Lu Xiaoshan's level, any distraction was tantamount to suicide. After saying this, Li didn't say much. Continue to attack, keep our offensive pressure, don't slack off in this regard. The players of the Shuhan team answered at the same time and prepared to start the attack. Yona looked at Lu Xiaoshan, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He just scored a goal with a powerful shot, and Lu Xiaoshen's shot was almost the same, except that he just broke through Xiang Zhuang's defensor, while Lu Xiaoshen broke through Wenchang and Pang Shayuan's defensor. In this comparison, it is inevitable that people feel that there is a sense of superiority. Yonah is a very proud person, and the more proud a person is, the more he can't stand this. Keep calm, our offensive feature is to bloom in multiple places, do you understand? Hu Chuo immediately reminded. Yonah nodded and said nothing. He was still very convinced of Hu Chuo, and Hu Chuo seemed to have a special ability, that is, he could quickly detect the mentality of his teammates and give timely reminders. The game started again. Pay attention to Yunhe, this guy seems to want to compete with our Xiao brother, kill him. Wan Shu shouted in the team channel. Yes, killed him. The defenders of the Overlord team shouted one after another. As soon as Yonah entered the 30-meter area, Xiang Zhuang immediately rushed over and entangled with him. Seeing that the players of the Overlord team focused on guarding him, Yonah did not have any other thoughts, but felt more excited. He felt that it would be more enjoyable for him to score in such an environment. However, Hu Chuo did not give him such an opportunity. Seeing that the other two central defenders were both marking Yonah, Hu Chuo retreated and received the ball from Zheng Qi. His retreat attracted Zheng Qi, and then he passed the ball to Zhao Zilong at the front of the penalty area. After receiving the ball, Zhao Zilong made a beautiful 2-on-1 cooperation with Jin Markao and broke through Inbu. When Yu Ziki came to fill the position, he stuck the ball into the penalty area. Zheng Fei, who was inserted diagonally, received the ball and took the opportunity to face the goalkeeper Fan Xingji and pushed the ball into the far corner. Well done. Yonah waved his fist and then hugged Zheng Fei. They thought I would definitely shoot myself, right? Yonah laughed and said to Zheng Fei. Our Mr. Huge has a plan, how could those guys guess our thoughts? Zheng Fei replied. Seeing that the Shuhan team almost easily scored another goal, the fans of the Shuhan team began to shout wildly. As long as they could continue to see the goal, their confidence in the Shuhan team would not disappear at all. Keep attacking. Zheng Qi said nothing extra. Want to compete with us, SYNOPSIS? You are still far away. Amid the shouting of the Shuhan fans in the stands, the Overlord team silently launched a counter-attack. Zheng Qi was still the leader, breaking through from the middle. Compared with the previous few games, Zheng Qi's breakthroughs began to increase significantly and his passes decreased significantly, but the other Overlord team players could not relax their running, because they had to attract the Shuhan team's defensive strength through their running and reduce the pressure on Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshen. The game is still focused on the key players, and it still depends on the overall strength. This is beyond doubt, and the Overlord team's tactics have always faithfully implemented this feature, with key players, but still relying on the overall strength. When Zheng Qi was dribbling forward, Yonah and Hu Chuo came up at the same time, and the two people attacked, making it impossible for Zheng Qi to break through smoothly. However, Zheng Qi did not choose to break through himself, but passed the ball to Yinbu who was behind him, and then sprinted forward. Yonah began to press Yinbu, and only Hu Chuo caught up with Zheng Qi. Yinbu immediately passed the ball to Jiyu, who passed it directly to Zheng Qi in front. In a one-on-one situation, Zheng Qi got the ball easily, and then under the interference of Hu Chuo, he still passed it directly to Lu Xiaoshen's feet. Lu Xiaoshen received the ball about 30 meters away from the goal. Wei Wenchang came up hard, and Pang Shayuan continued to be ready to respond and assist in defense at any time. Facing this chain defenser, it is actually meaningless to break through by force. Although Lu Xiaoshen broke through by force just now, it is also quite dangerous. If Pang Shayuan had not miscalculated his strength, that interception would definitely be able to stop his attack. However, Lu Xiaoshen still chose to break through by force. He suppressed Wei Wenchang with his strength, and then after breaking through a shooting angle, he immediately kicked the ball out with force. Pang Shayuan came up a step slower to interfere, and the ball whizzed past him and flew to the lower left corner of the goal. Although the shot was at the top of the penalty area, Lu Xiaoshen believed that with his own strength, as long as no one blocked him in the middle, the possibility of scoring was quite high. The ball flew quickly to the corner of the goal, but the next moment, Zhao Lai's wonderful save made a huge cheer from the stands. Almost reacting at the same time, and then stretching his body in the air, Zhao Lai stretched out his hand and narrowly blocked the route of Lu Xiaoshen's shot. When he felt the touch on his palm, Zhao Lai immediately lifted the ball with force. The ball suddenly changed direction, spun in the air, and then flew out of the baseline. Nice save, but the Overlord team still has a chance to attack. A commentator shouted. Damn, this guy's reaction is really good, and his save action is also very standard. It seems that he has been trained for a long time. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi, who came up a little depressed. Not only that, have you seen his arms? They are longer than those of ordinary people. Other things can be adjusted through attribute points, but the basic physical conditions cannot be adjusted. This can also be considered a talent. Long arms mean longer arm span and wider range of saves. No wonder this man is considered the best goalkeeper. Other attributes are similar, but his arms are 20 centimeters longer than others, which is a big advantage. Zheng Qi said. Don't worry, I will make him lose a few more goals. Lu Xiaoshan said viciously. Zheng Qi ran to take a corner kick. He took an outward spinning corner kick just to avoid Zhi's control range. However, what made him make some mistakes in judgment was that Zhi's control range was larger than he thought. The ball just flew to the middle of the penalty area, and Zhi jumped high and grabbed the ball over Lu Xiaoshan's head. Lu Xiaoshan was a little shorter than Zhi, and with the opponent's advantage of being able to use his hands, the disadvantage was even more obvious. Retreat! Zheng Qi shouted. He also found out that he made a mistake. The defense of the Shuhan team was not very good, but the change that Zhao Lai, the goalkeeper, could bring was really enough to surprise people. No experience, pay attention next time. Lu Xiaoshan also said in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team ran back and prepared to start defending. They were always very fierce when attacking, which made their formation very close. So generally, if they wanted to avoid giving the opponent a chance to make a fast break, they had to either take the ball themselves or form a dead ball after each attack failed, so as not to give the opponent time to make a fast break. However, this miscalculation gave the Shuhan team a beautiful fast break opportunity. After landing, Zhao Lai quickly ran forward 2 steps, avoided the Overlord who interfered with him, and then quickly threw the ball far away with a hand throw. The ball fell to the feet of Zhu Chuo. Zhu Chuo turned around to avoid Yinggu's pressing and passed the ball at the first time. The ball flew to the Overlord team's half, and Yuan rushed in at high speed and chased the ball. The only one who could interfere with him was Wan Shu. In such a one-on-one fight, Yuan's personal ability also began to be fully released. The two kept colliding while running. In such a confrontation, Yuan's attributes gradually came into play. Wan Shu could only helplessly feel that his center of gravity was getting more and more crooked. At this time, he finally began to feel the helplessness of those guys who were competing with Chen Fengxiao for position. In such a confrontation, Yuan successfully crossed the last line of defense of the Overlord team and received the ball before Wan Shu. The next thing was simple. After approaching the penalty area, Yuan, who was going straight in, faced the attacking Fan Xing and made a beautiful push shot into the far corner. Fan Xing fell to the ground a step slower and could only watch the ball fly into the Overlord team's goal. 3-1, the Shuhan team expanded its lead. After scoring, Yuan waved his arms and rushed to the sidelines. The fans of the Shuhan team started to cheer even more enthusiastically. Yuan scored twice, leading Lu Xiaoshan by 1 goal. Their team was also 2 goals ahead of the Overlord team, which was enough to prove that the Shuhan team was the team with the best offensive ability, at least in their opinion. How about it? In terms of offensive and defensive, we're the best in the world. The fans of the Shuhan team shouted loudly, showing off to the fans of the Overlord team. The fans of the Overlord team were very depressed, but the goal-scoring ability shown by the opponent was there, and they couldn't say anything. Chapter 716. Collective Performance. The best attack in the world. They are overthinking it. Looking at the Shuhan fans who were cheering wildly in the stands, Lu Xiaoshan said unhappily. No way, who made us miss an opportunity? Zheng Qi said. There are so many opportunities in a game, who can grasp them all? I don't believe they can do it. Lu Xiaoshan said. Yes, but now it's only been 10 minutes, and they have already scored 3 goals. From this perspective, they are also worthy of pride. Zheng Qi laughed. Watch me catch another goal. Lu Xiaoshan said. Then I'll leave it to you. If this goal doesn't go in, it will be a bit dangerous. Zheng Qi said. Don't worry. If we don't score this time, what will happen if we admit defeat in this game? Lu Xiaoshan replied. Their conversation was conducted in the team channel. Seeing them talking like this as if no one was around, the other players of the Overlord team were a little speechless. Brother, you really have enough confidence. However, for them who were already 2 goals behind, such a confident conversation would undoubtedly boost their morale. However, Lu Xiaoshan said so firmly that he pushed himself into a dead end early. Is this really a good approach? It's good to have the ability, but it's not good to have no ability. Zheng Qi thought to himself. Zheng Qi never doubted Lu Xiaoshen's ability, so although it seemed a bit inappropriate to focus on Lu Xiaoshen when he knew that the opponent would focus on Lu Xiaoshen, but at the same time, as long as this approach succeeds, it will lay a good foundation for the next game. This tactical idea was set by him and Lu Xiaoshen, so he would definitely stick to it. The game started again. This time Zheng Qi did not choose to break through himself, but passed the ball, then ran forward and launched an attack through the organization of his teammates. The trust in teammates played a role at this moment. Although the Overlord team was closely guarded by the opponent, because many defensive attentions were on Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshen, their organization was still not damaged. Overlord retreated to receive the ball, and then passed it to Yingbu, who followed up. Yingbu then raised his foot and passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who ran out of the space. Zheng Qi took the ball and turned around. Under the interference of Zhu Chuo, he began to force a diagonal breakthrough. Zhu Chuo, who followed Zheng Qi, issued an order: pay attention to setting up that defense line, cut off his route to the penalty area, and don't relax the defense against Chen Fengxiao. The players of the Shuhan team took action one after another. Zheng Qi, who was retreating, began to cut off Zheng Qi's route to cut inside, and two defenders followed Lu Xiaoshen, who was running at the front of the penalty area. The Shuhan team wanted to defend these two most threatening players. Zheng Qi broke through from the middle to the left in one breath, and then he made an emergency stop. In the pinch of Zhu Chuo and Zheng Qi, he still found a route to pass the ball and raised his foot to pass the ball out. The ball flew to the middle of the penalty area. Zhu Chuo and Zheng Qi, who were originally guarding there, had followed. The area was now in a relatively empty situation. Lu Xiaoshen retreated and received the ball. Wei Wenchang immediately entangled him, and Pang Shayuan was watching from behind. Lu Xiaoshen controlled the ball without any worries. He pulled the ball back, dodged Wei Wenchang's defensor, and then swung his right foot, making a move to shoot on the spot. Wei Wenchang immediately rushed over. They knew that Lu Xiaoshen had the ability to score from a long shot in this position, and the shot was a spinning ball. If the spinning ball did not go above the crossbar in this position, the goal rate would be almost 100%. So Wei Wenchang rushed over immediately. Regardless of whether Lu Xiaoshen's move was a fake or not, he had to come up to prevent Lu Xiaoshen from completing the shot. However, Lu Xiaoshen's move was really a fake. Facing Wei Wenchang, who rushed over, Lu Xiaoshen pushed the ball forward and rushed past him with the ball. The two are both very fast. At the moment they crossed each other, basically no one could make any other reactions. Wei Wenchang was shaken off by Lu Xiaoshen, but Pang Shayuan blocked him again. However, unlike before, Wei Wenchang rushed forward a little fiercely this time, which caused a gap between him and Pang Shayuan. This gap allowed Lu Xiaoshen to control the ball smoothly, and then he broke through again against Pang Shayuan, who came up to defend. In terms of strength, Pang Shayuan was a little worse than Wei Wenchang. He was good at filling in positions. In this case, after Lu Xiaoshen accelerated and cut in, he was immediately blocked aside. Then, under the pressure of Lu Xiaoshen's strength, although he kept trying to interfere, it had no effect at all. In a short period of time, Lu Xiaoshen broke through the defense of the two people in succession, and used his powerful strength to create such a brilliant scene. After completing these two breakthroughs, Lu Xiaoshen rushed into the penalty area of the Shuhan team. The next moment, he kicked and shot while running. If you have the ability this time, you can rush out. While shooting, Lu Xiaoshen shouted in his heart. Of course, he couldn't say this to the other party, but he could use his own shot to have a good talk with Zhili. Zhili also made a timely judgment, but this time Lu Xiaoshen's shot was closer, more powerful, and faster. This made the ball fly past Zhili's hand when he stretched out his hand. He felt his fingers touch the ball, but before he could exert force, the ball had already hit the net with a whistle. Lu Xiaoshen waved his fist vigorously. He also scored twice. The ball went in. Chen Fengxiao scored his 26th goal in this round of 32 matches. There is only one goal left to tie the historical record. What an amazing performance. Under the Shuhan team's focused defensor, he still scored 2 goals. Such a performance is really amazing. When the commentator shouted, Lu Xiaoshen did not get carried away. He just celebrated and started to walk back, with another idea in his mind. Just now, the distance between my shot and the goal was between 21 and 22 meters. Zhao Lai touched the ball but couldn't save it at all. This means that from this position, if the angle of my long shot is tricky enough, he can't defend it. When the angle is biased, other factors must be taken into account. Thinking as he returned to his own half, Lu Xiaoshen quietly waited for the opponent's kickoff. His calm performance made the players of the Overlord team think that this top scorer was really cruel, but now they're still one goal behind. It is really not time to celebrate. They should know how powerful you are now. Zheng Qi laughed and said to Lu Xiaoshan, "Well, next we can play more flexibly. When attacking, everyone should pay attention to their running positions." Lu Xiaoshan nodded and said. The players of the Overlord team responded in unison, with amazing momentum. It took 5 minutes to get back 1 point. Although they are still behind, as long as they prove that their offensive level is so outstanding, then they don't have to worry about not being able to win the game. Isn't it just a competition of offense? We missed an opportunity, but I really don't believe that you won't miss any opportunities in the next game. For the Shuhan team, Lu Xiaoshan's second goal did bring great pressure to their defense. Under such concentrated defense, Lu Xiaoshan still scored 2 goals. With such performance, is it necessary to continue to concentrate on defense? Keep defending. He scored 2 goals in 3 attacks. Such performance is already top-notch. It is impossible to continue. As long as we can stop him once more, our winning rate will be 1 point higher. Wu said decisively in the team channel. That's right, what we have to do now is to attack, led by 2 goals again, so that our advantage can continue to be maintained. Li also said in the team channel. The timely words of the 2 important players made the Shuhan team reaffirm their mentality and relaunched the attack. Defense, block their attack. Overlord shouted in the team channel. Although their defense was not as good as their offense, they couldn't let the opponent score a goal in 1 attack. It would be too embarrassing to say it out. The Shuhan team does have many attacking points, whether it is Gyona in front, Zhao Zilong and Jin Markao supporting behind him, or Zheng Fei and Wang Thong on the 2 wings, or even Wu and Jing Kalin in the midfield. They all have good scoring ability, but this does not mean that they have to be indifferent to every time they lose the ball. The opponent's excellent defense is not a reason to give up defense at will, and the excellent defense of our side is not a reason to give up defense at will. In any confrontation on the field, we need to go all out, so that we can gradually accumulate the advantage of victory. After the game resumed, the pressing and defense of the Overlord team began to become more fierce and tenacious than before. The test of blood and fire along the way certainly made them very tired in every game, but it made them train themselves to be more outstanding. The top team was forged step by step. You must know that the players of the Overlord team are not old. Except for Fan Zheng, who is in his 30s, the oldest of the other players is only 24 years old, and the youngest is only 22 years old. Such an age itself has great plasticity. In a high-level environment, they will continue to grow. After the midfield interception, they began to gradually retreat and then protect their 30-meter defensive area. Whenever the Shuhan team's attack hit here, they would firmly fight back the opponent's attack. To win this game, we can't just rely on the performance of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, but on the collective performance of all the players of the Overlord team. No matter how outstanding Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan are, they are only human beings. They will make mistakes, and the efforts of the other members of the Overlord team can make up for the mistakes they made. Such a team is the most powerful. They trust these 2 cores, but they will never rely on these 2 cores. Chapter 717. We must stop him. The defense of the Overlord team has been much stronger than before. Facing the attack of the Shuhan team, they kept intercepting and constantly played their highest level of defense. Before, our attention was focused on Gyun Thong and Chen Fengxiao, but the other players of the Overlord team were also part of the whole team. Many commentators sighed. Before, their attention was indeed on those most important players, and those important players played without any problem. But at this moment, the performance of the Overlord team players proved a truth. Football is played by 11 people. The tenacious defense of the Overlord team made the attack of the Shuhan team constantly frustrated. This actually did not cause much psychological impact on the players of the Shuhan team. After all, although they were known as the best offensive team in the entire Chinese region, they did not have smooth offense in every game. Using offense to open the situation was their usual practice, but any offensive method would be frustrated one day. So they continued to attack patiently. The state of playing whatever they wanted just now is actually abnormal. The current situation has returned to normal. After exchanging positions with Wang Thong, Zhao Zilong came to the wing, and Thong Lei Mei, who came up a little late because of the exchange of the target of defense, came up to meet him. He did not dare to underestimate this opponent. Among the front 3 of the Shuhan team, Yono was the highest level and scored the most goals, but the level of Jin Markao and Zhao Zilong behind him was also very high. After all, Zhao Yun's fame in history has surpassed his own value. It is not an ordinary player who can get such a title. Yona is a very tough centre forward, and Jin Marcao's style is actually somewhat similar to his, more direct and more fierce. There is no big problem for a striker with two similar characteristics, but there is a big problem for a striker with three similar characteristics. Naturally, Zhao Zilong is a striker with another characteristic. He does not score many goals on the field, and the direct threat is not great, but he can do everything on the field. The offencer can follow up, score goals, assist, and assist. The defencer can also help the defencer when retreating. In the middle and the side, there are only two people in the middle of the Shuhan team. Even if they are excellent, there are often places that cannot be taken care of. Zhao Zilong's running and support have become a solid link. For such a player, Zheng Qi dare not relax. He immediately greeted him carefully. Not only was he careful, but Yingbu, who was responsible for filling in the position here, also turned his attention to it and was ready to fill in the position at any time. Zhao Zilong's breakthrough ability was also good. Zheng Qi might not be able to stop him alone. The next moment, Zhao Zilong began to break through, and Yingbu went over to prepare for defencer. However, Zhao Zilong immediately passed the ball horizontally. When he passed the ball, Zhu Chuolu chose to run to the other side, pulling the defencer in the middle a little, and also attracted Zheng Qi's attention. The ball flew to Wang Thong's feet. He received the ball at the front of the penalty area, and no one defended. The next moment, Wang Thong swung his left foot and shot the ball hard before Jibu came to fill in the position. The ball whistled into the sky, flew into the penalty area, and then began to fall rapidly. Spinning ball. When Fan Xingzhi saw this shot, he was completely powerless. The next moment, the ball flew into the goal and hit the net violently. 4-2. After nearly 10 minutes of strong attack, the Shuhan team once again expanded the score. What a wonderful goal! The super offensive ability of the Shuhan team was fully demonstrated at this moment. Yona was closely guarded by the opponent, Zhu Chuolu was closely guarded by the opponent, and they also had a third player who could complete the spinning ball shot. This offensive level is the key factor that makes the Shuhan team so outstanding. The commentator shouted loudly. The Shuhan team was not the best team in the past few years, but their offensive always made people feel convinced. This is their most outstanding weapon and their most powerful link. Good defencer, guys, keep it up. They were lucky this time, but they may not be lucky next time. Zheng Qi's voice rang out in the Overlord team's team channel. Yeah, but this time we defended so well and still let them score. It's really depressing. Wan Shu said depressedly. He didn't mean to blame others for not being strong. In these few goals, it can be said that every defender makes mistakes. Under the opponent's strong attack, it is normal for them to make mistakes in defensa. After all, they don't have such exaggerated and outstanding defensive ability and overall defensive level. No matter how good their offensive is, there will be problems. Wang Thong's long shot is originally their last means as defencer. No matter how good the spin shooter is, he will not be able to score 100%. Generally speaking, if there are other methods, this offensive method will not be used. The next defencer will continue to do this, and there will be no problem. Zheng Qi smiled. But won't such a defencer slow down the rhythm of the whole game? Long Qi asked. No, are you running slower than before? Zheng Qi asked back. Not slow, Long Qi shook his head. That's it. The overall attack and defensive rhythm is slow, but it doesn't mean that we are running slowly on the field. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Keep attacking and get the score back. The players of the Overlord team nodded repeatedly. That's the truth. As long as their speed does not drop, there will be no discomfort in speeding up the rhythm and the offensive. The overall attack and defensive rhythm and the individual rhythm of the game are two different things. Their momentum will not fade so easily. Do you understand? Pay attention to Chen Fengxiao and be sure to dispel their momentum of scoring goals. Li said in the team channel, expanding the lead to 2 goals again, but this is not enough to be safe. Only by constantly blocking the opponent's goals and continuing to score goals at the same time can the lead be expanded in one go. Although the first half of the game has only passed for more than 20 minutes, it is obvious that it is time for an early decisive battle. If the offensive momentum of the Overlord team can be suppressed, the advantage of the Shuhan team will be infinitely expanded, thus laying the foundation for victory in the first half. Being able to establish an advantage earlier is of course much better than establishing an advantage later. Any team will be greedy in this situation. No problem, we will definitely keep an eye on that Chen Fengxiao. The defenders of the Shuhan team shouted one after another. Just now, they were focused on defending, but Lu Xiaoshan scored 2 goals. This made them quite unconvinced. After all, in the previous game, they had to distract the other Overlord team players who were advancing forward, which allowed Lu Xiaoshan, who was focused on scoring, to seize the opportunity. This can't be the case next time. You must know that although Lu Xiaoshan's previous goal-scoring ability was terrifying, he was not a striker who only cared about scoring goals. When he was closely guarded, he would pass the ball to his teammates to complete the attack. Such a striker is troublesome to defend. Therefore, although the Shuhan team defenders focused on defending Lu Xiaoshan, they also prevented other people from receiving the ball. Who knew that Lu Xiaoshan's style of play changed all of a sudden in this game? The Shuhan team's previous shots were all taken by him alone. If you want to do this next time, it won't work. The offensive of the Overlord team quickly rose. Under the defense of Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi continued to organize the attack by receiving and passing the ball, while Lu Xiaoshan also kept running in the front of the penalty area. The attack launched after receiving the ball there was the most threatening. Looking at his running, we should know that he wants to score a goal alone today. Many Shuhan players thought to themselves. In the previous games, Lu Xiaoshan's running was very random. The Overlord was at the forefront, Zheng Qi was more active on the wing, and what about Lu Xiaoshan? He would run on the wing, in the middle, and at the front of the penalty area. He would receive the ball and launch an attack in any position, but the place where he was more threatening was the front of the penalty area, where his long shots, passing skills and excellent desire to score could be fully demonstrated. He kept running in the front of the penalty area in today's game, which itself was very telling. Of course, it is difficult to make such a judgment, no matter how good the player is. And now, he has scored 2 goals. If the Shuhan team doesn't find it, they will really be dead. Zheng Qi got the ball in the middle again. When he started to get the ball, the players of the Overlord team started to run around. The Overlord shook in the middle and blocked Wei Wenchang, giving Lu Xiaoshan a chance to catch the ball. They had always done this before, otherwise Lu Xiaoshan would not be able to get the ball so easily. Just when Lu Xiaoshan had a chance, Zheng Qi raised his foot and sent the ball out. Always being able to make a timely pass when Lu Xiaoshan ran out of space is also a key factor in the Overlord team's advance being able to maintain a threat. Lu Xiaoshan got the ball, and Wei Wenchang, who was disturbed by the Overlord, immediately rushed up, and Pang Shayuan also moved his position forward a little, closer to Wei Wenchang. Zheng Qi also began to return to defense. Although the other players of the Overlord team who were advancing in the middle were also very threatening, at this time, what they had to do was to prevent Lu Xiaoshan from scoring again. Firstly, if Lu Xiaoshan scores another hat-trick, he will tie the goal record. Secondly, if he scores again, the confidence of the Shuhan team's defenders will be hit extremely hard. So they will stop Lu Xiaoshan's attack at any cost. However, Lu Xiaoshan chose to pass the ball. When he saw that the attention of the opponent's backline was almost all on him, Lu Xiaoshan made a fake move to force a breakthrough, then raised his foot and stuck the ball into the penalty area. Zheng Qi, who was inserted at high speed on the wing, received the ball and entered the penalty area in one go. Fa Xiaozi hurried over to defend him, but Zheng Qi knocked the ball back to the middle. The following Overlord pushed the ball in the small penalty area. Facing this close-range shot, Zhli, who had just turned around, couldn't even react and could only watch the ball fly into the goal. 3-4, the Overlord team took less than 2 minutes to recover 1 point again. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 718. Be patient. The ball went in. The Overlord team scored so easily. The defense of the Shuhan team was too flawed this time. Indeed, Chen Fengxiao attracted enough attention, but it was a big mistake not to pay attention to the other players of the Overlord team. The commentator sighed. The goal was lost too quickly. In his opinion, it was unreasonable for the Shuhan team to make such a mistake. However, he was not in the game, so how could he know what the Shuhan team's defenders were thinking at the moment? He actually passed the ball. Was he just making that gesture before to make it easier to score? But if he hadn't actually scored 2 goals under our concentrated defense, how could he have attracted our attention so easily? Zhao Lai said helplessly. Now I know why Zhao Gongjin suddenly decided to play a counter-attack in the last game. Such an attack can easily make our team lose confidence in defense. Huge Wu also sighed. So what should we do now? Zheng Qi asked. Since it is already difficult to defend, should we continue to attack? We must continue to attack, but we can't relax on defense. The reason why that Dongguo team lost so many goals is that they are not used to defending with loopholes. We're different. We're used to mutual explosions, let's fight them. There is no absolute victory in this game. The battle is about who can score more goals in the offense. Hu Chuo replied. Do we still need to focus on Chen Fengxiao? Wei Wenchang asked. No, just zone defense. Hu Chuo said simply. The players of the Shuhan team nodded one after another. If that's the case, there is no need to think too much about the next game. It's nothing more than a normal offensive and defensive rhythm to see who can score more goals. In such a confrontation, the ability of both sides to seize opportunities is very important. For this, the Shuhan team is still very confident. After all, they are also used to attacking. Do you feel my mental journey at the time? Li Qing's in the stands couldn't help laughing. Although he couldn't hear the specific content of the other group's chat, just by looking at the way they were chatting together, he knew that they were going to change their previous tactics. Under the offensive suppression of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, it is indeed easy for people to have no confidence in defense. In this way, they can only strengthen their offensive and suppress the Overlord team and offense. Making such a decision has already put them at a certain disadvantage. After all, the Overlord team is best at offense. The opponent has to compete with them in their best link, which is a very favorable situation in itself. The last game was lost by the Dongguo team. Although Li Qing's has been trying to delay the arrival of that moment, he still couldn't support it to the end. However, even if this game is played according to the rhythm of the Overlord team, it may not be a bad thing for the Shuhan team. Their offense itself is also quite outstanding. So although Hu Chuo made such a decision, he was still very confident. Their offensive is not worse than that of the Overlord team. Although the defense of the Shuhan team is relatively weaker, without top-level defenders and matching defensive tactics, their goalkeeper Zhao Lai is indeed very good, and his reaction to saves and accuracy in position selection are better than other goalkeepers. Sometimes such a small advantage is enough to determine the outcome of a game. Hu Chuo's confidence is naturally not without source. In the remaining time of the first half, the Shuhan team began to launch a fierce attack. When they decided to solve the problem with offense, their offense began to become more patient and more fierce. They should try their best to control the ball under their feet, and then strive to use better opportunities to complete the offense and strive for more goals. However, the defense of the Overlord team played an extremely good role in this defense. After continuous pressing, Yinbu, who retreated to the penalty area, used a risky flying tackle to stop Yun'er's forced breakthrough. This was a tackle that was extremely close to a foul. You must know that this is a penalty area. In a game like this, a penalty is basically a death sentence. If there was a high probability that the goalkeeper would save the penalty in the past, then in the current game, the penalty will basically not be saved unless the shooter kicks it away. The ball shoveled out by Yinbu flew to the front of the penalty area. Jin Marquedao, who followed up, wanted to control the ball, but Jibu took the lead to clear the ball in front of him. Lu Xiaoshan, who was running in the front court, retreated to get the ball, and then turned around and prepared to break through. The defenders of the Shuhan team began to return to defensive frantically. Wei Wenchang entangled Lu Xiaoshan tightly. Although he was constantly knocked away by Lu Xiaoshan in physical confrontation, he slowed down Lu Xiaoshan's forward speed very well. As other people returned to defense, Lu Xiaoshan could only give up the tempting idea of breaking through all the way alone. He chose an emergency stop, controlled the ball in the midfield, and then passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who came up to respond. Don't worry, we will play well this time. Zheng Qi raised his right hand and said. The players of the Shuhan team returned to defense. Their attack just now did not score a goal, so they had to be more serious in defense. Zheng Qi also changed his previous offensive method and began to attack more through passing and organization. Lu Xiaoshan's position also began to become more active. He ran around in the front court. Overlord and Long Qi also returned to their usual offensive routes. The serious offensive and defensive confrontation was not unfamiliar to the Overlord team. They knew what to do in such a situation. Of course, the opponents also knew how to defend against such an offensive method. After passing back and forth, Lu Xiaoshan received the ball near the sideline, and then pretended to break through it the ball horizontally. His breakthrough attracted most of the opponent's attention, and then suddenly passed the ball to the back point. Long Qi inserted at high speed from the back row, but such an attack was already within the attention of the Shuhan team players. The retreating Zheng Qi appeared in time at the landing point of the ball and was the first to clear the ball out. Return to defencer. Zheng Qi only took a look at the arc of the ball's flight, and shouted in the team channel, "Return to defencer quickly." The players of the Overlord team did not have time to think, and all of them retreated collectively. When Zheng Fei got the ball, he immediately found that almost all of the players of the Overlord team had retreated. These guys can actually run so fast, Zheng Fei thought to himself, a little depressed. Aren't they good at attacking? How come they returned to defencer so promptly? However, no matter how depressed he was, he still had to attack. In the previous confrontation, both sides missed an offensive opportunity. More than 30 minutes had passed in the first half. The Shuhan team had to try their best to seize the opportunity in defencer. If they led by one more goal in the first half, they would have a greater advantage in the second half. After all, the Overlord team was only one goal behind, and the Overlord team kicked off first in the second half. If they were only one goal ahead, it would be hard to say that the Shuhan team had a big advantage. The Overlord team's pressing was getting more and more fierce. Although they may not be able to withstand the opponent's attack even if they fight so hard, they still have to do so. In every confrontation, every time, they have to give their all. They are the solid backing of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan have always brought them a lot, and now, they can also bring Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan more. How about it, are you moved? Looking at the players of the Overlord team struggling to resist the attack of the Shuhan team on the court, Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan in a private chat while running. "Damn, I'm also pressing and defending in the front court. How can I have time to be moved?" Lu Xiaoshan said. "The front court is useless, retreat and help defend." Zheng Qi said. "What about the counter-attack?" Lu Xiaoshan was stunned. "There's no point in counter-attacking. We still have to rely on positional warfare to attack." Zheng Qi said, "I'm not as tall as you and I'm not as good at confrontation. I can only help defend at the front of the penalty area. The pressure in the hinterland of the penalty area is too great. You can stabilize it well by retreating." Lu Xiaoshan thought about it and it was true. It was already the 40th minute of the game, and there were 5 minutes left. Instead of waiting for a counter-attack opportunity that he didn't know whether it would appear, he might as well retreat to stabilize the defense first. He was only one goal away from breaking the record, but he still had 4 goals to his goal, so he was not in a hurry. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoshan started running back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Overlord was stunned for a moment. "You just need to be a beacon in front, I'll retreat to help defend. If there is a pass in the back court, you just need to protect the ball, we'll fight a positional war." Lu Xiaoshan threw down a sentence. Overlord nodded. He was over 1.9 meters tall. Although his attributes were not very outstanding, his physical advantage was still very obvious when everyone's attributes were not much different. The advantages of height, flexibility, and own reaction, these are all relatively large individual differences. Although strength, jumping, reaction, and flexibility can be added through attribute points, the talent in this aspect is very considerable. In the case that the front court only needs a beacon instead of a counter-attack arrow, the height of the Overlord is more useful than Lu Xiaoshan in the front court. And after Lu Xiaoshan returned to defencer, his confrontation ability and strength can also better stabilize the backline. Sure enough, after Lu Xiaoshan returned to defencer, he immediately destroyed a threatening attack of the Shuhan team. Zheng Fei, who cut into the penalty area diagonally, was beautifully tackled by Lu Xiaoshan from the front. The ball flew out of the penalty area. Fortunately, it was controlled by Zheng Qi who responded, otherwise the Shuhan team's attack would fail again. "Be patient, don't be anxious," Hu Chuo said in the team. Now that Lu Xiaoshan has retreated, it means that the Overlord team wants to keep the disadvantage of a ball into the second half. If they force an attack now, if they are counter-attacked by the opponent, it will be more than worth the loss. Chapter 719. A slight gap. The Shuhan team began to slow down the pace of attack, wanting to control the rhythm of the game in their own hands, but Li Qing's in the stands shook his head slightly. Slow down the pace, this reaction is good, but can the players of the Shuhan team really switch emotions so freely? Li Qing thought to himself that Hu Chuo was a man with great concentration and was very sensitive to details. His timely adjustments showed his skill, but he was lacking in the overall situation. Li Qing was actually very depressed about the loss in the last game, because according to his previous calculations, he should be able to support the end of the game. Even if the Overlord team was under the offensive rhythm that he was more familiar with, the advantage of the Donghua team at the time was real. According to Li Qing's excellent calculations, there was a very high possibility that the advantage could be maintained until the end of the game. After all, although the opponent has an overall advantage, it does not mean that they will definitely lose the game. In theory, if the game time continues, the advantage of the overlord team will definitely increase. However, football games are a race against time. No matter how badly you are beaten by your opponent, as long as you are still ahead before the end of the game, you are the winner. However, in the second half of the game, the advantage of the overlord team exceeded Li Qing's imagination, and finally defeated the Suqiao team within 90 minutes. This point really made Li Qing think for a long time and still couldn't figure it out. Until just now, he figured out this truth. The reason why the Suqiao team's defense in the second half was a little worse than Li Qing's expected was because the overlord team had mastered the general situation. The so-called general situation is what Zheng Qi said. The rhythm of the game in the second half is something that the players of the Suqiao team have never experienced. They are not used to it, so no matter how hard they work, they will always be a little worse in performance. It's like acclimatization. When Li Qing figured this out, he admired Zheng Qi. Such a young guy actually had such a high-level view of the overall situation. He looked at the game from the most essential height, instead of focusing only on the details. Such a vision is indeed extraordinary. At least Li Qing's, a player with a good overall view, did not solve the problem from that height like him. This is not only technical, but also mental. Hu Chuo's adjustment is also very good, but when he has decided to attack, he should be more stable. Even if the Shuhan team will not have any psychological resistance, in fact, such a mentality adjustment will definitely affect their state a little bit. If they keep adjusting like this, their state will disappear a little bit. Although it does not disappear much and the impact is not great, the confrontation between top teams, a little bit of influence, is enough to affect the final outcome. Although the overlord team is also adjusting according to the opponent's rhythm, they are not actively adjusting, but adjusting according to the opponent. The state may be affected a little, but psychologically, there will be no such fluctuations. Li Qing didn't know whether Zheng Qi had intended to cause such a result, but he knew clearly that Hu Chuo had made a move that seemed insignificant, but in fact it was a bit of a stupid move. However, Li Qing, who was outside the game, had to watch for a long time before he understood the twists and turns. It was normal for Hu Chuo to not understand it for a while. Under the pressure of the overlord team, the Shuhan team's advance slowed down, but they still couldn't get enough good offensive opportunities. Under this slower advance, their energy began to be scattered unconsciously. In the game of the football era, physical fitness actually doesn't have much impact, but the impact on the state is still not small. The level of performance when the energy is concentrated and when it is slightly scattered is basically two different things. Often the victory or defeat of a game is not determined by the strength of both sides. After all, for strong teams to compete, it is difficult for strength to be a decisive factor. In this case, the mentality and performance of both sides can better determine the direction of the game. Of course, luck is also indispensable. Now in terms of mentality, the overlord team has gained the upper hand. The Shuan team's advance always fails to open up the situation. Of course, the overlord team is very desperate. They can't fully play their level in advance, which is also a big factor. When Lu Xiaoshan returned to the penalty area to defend, the overlord team's protection in the penalty area was quite sufficient. They had already protected well in front of the penalty area. Now after making up for the defects in the penalty area, the Shuan team's advance can only have a little advantage on the wing, but the advantage of the wing will not be decisive. After a few minutes of fierce attack, the Shuan team finally made a big mistake in a pass. The ball that Wei Wenchang handed to Wang Thong was shoveled by the retreating Long Qi in the middle. He was not able to completely intercept the ball, but just touched the ball, but the ball that changed its line was taken by Zheng Qi first. As soon as he got the ball, Zheng Qi had already pounced on him and entangled Zheng Qi tightly. Zheng Qi did not take more balls, but turned around forcibly and passed the ball to the vicinity of the center circle. Overlord protected the ball and used his huge body to block Wei Wenchang, who came to steal the ball. His footwork was not very good, but with the advantage of his body, he could still protect the ball for a while. After controlling the ball for a while, the players of overlord team came up to respond. The first one to come up was Zheng Qi, and behind him, Lu Xiaoshan also rushed out of the penalty area. These guys are so fast in counter-attack, they never slow down. Hu Chuo thought to himself while returning to defense. It is indeed a great thing that overlord team can continue to insist on such an attack. However, it should be much easier to defend like this. Zheng Qi, who followed up, quickly received the pass from Overlord, and after passing the ball to Zheng Qi, Overlord ran towards the front court with ease. Overlord team's offensive formation quickly began to move forward, forcing the defense line of Shuan team to start retreating. Otherwise, with Zheng Qi's passing ability, he could send a perfect behind that back ball, and several players of Overlord team could successfully counter offside and beat Zheng. No matter how good a goalkeeper is, he will be defenseless when facing a beating by several opponents. So they can only retrieve quickly. Seeing that the Shuhan team retreated quickly, Zheng Qi did not launch a fast break, but chose to carry the ball forward, and did not pass the ball until he passed the midfield line. Speed up the passing speed, the first half is almost over. Zheng Qi reminded in the team channel. There were only a few minutes left in the first half, and the Shuhan team's offense took most of the time. Now there is only more than a minute left before the whistle blows. This is the time after the extra time is calculated. You must know that in the current classical football game, whenever there is a dead ball, the seconds will stop. It is actually very troublesome to delay time. The system will not make mistakes. The time of the game must be fixed at 45 minutes and 90 minutes, and there will be no other changes. So in the current game, it is true that there will be a shot at the last second of the game, but the goal is scored in the next second, and the system determines that there is no goal. In the past, the referee would usually whistle such a goal as valid, but now, the system will not pity for your efforts to attack and give you an extra second. Of course, this situation itself is rare. So the Overlord team can't attack patiently in this attack, but should play as fast as possible like the previous attack, and can't drag it until the end of the game, and strive to score in the first half. No problem, we attack. When Zheng Qi controlled the ball again, the Overlord team's players started their own running. They kept running around in the front court, looking for routes and opportunities to score. Including the two fullbacks, they all went up. Only Zheng Qi was organizing in the back, and even the central defenders Wang Shu and Xiang Zhuang also went up. Of course, if they were not absolutely confident in Zheng Qi's ability to control the ball, they would not let Zheng Qi control the ball alone in the back court. Because they were short, they dared to take risks. When Zheng Qi was in control of the ball at the back, the players of the Shuhan team did not dare to rush to grab him. No matter how good you were at controlling the ball, if 3 people go up, you will not have much room to control the ball. However, if 3 people really go up, Zheng Qi will pass the ball to the empty space before you go up and launch an attack. So they can only stay in their positions and wait for the rest of the time to run out. At this time, Zheng Qi started to dribble forward. Yona immediately came up. There are now 20 people in the half. In this case, you still want to dribble and break through alone? You'll look down on our defense too much. Although Yona is a shooter, his defensive ability is not bad. He is tall, flexible, and his strength and reaction are quite good. Even if such a player is not good at overall coordination in retreating defense, he still has an extremely good level in single defense in the front court. Even if he can't break the ball from Zheng Qi's feet and then go straight in and score another goal, Yona is confident that he can hinder Zheng Qi's attack and prevent him from breaking through smoothly. Besides, what if he could intercept the ball? With this thought in mind, Yona rushed forward and immediately began to press closely. Zheng Qi didn't seem to expect him to do this, and was immediately pressed by Yona. Although he immediately flipped the ball to the other side, it would be very difficult to move forward in this situation. Another one, I have controlled him. Unexpectedly, this forced Zheng Qi to the point where he could only control the ball on one side, and Yuna couldn't help but shout in the team channel. Chapter 720. It's not scary to make a mistake. After hearing Yuna shout, Zhu Chuo, who was closest to him, rushed over without thinking, and wanted to double team Zheng Qi with Yuna. In the Shuhan team, Yuna's position has always been special. Although he is not the captain is Zhao Lai. He is not the core is Zhu Chuo, but he is the top leader on the front line. Who doesn't know the 3 cores of the Shuhan team? Zhao Lai guards the rear, Zhu Chuo strategizes, and Yuna charges. The front court of the Shuhan team is quite outstanding, and the overall offensive is unparalleled in the world, but Yuna is still the core. He can stand out among Zhao Zilong, Jin Marquedao, Wang Thong, Xing Fei and other great people. Of course, he has something to be proud of. His skills, his scoring ability and impact, and even his overall view and judgment ability are all top-notch. He doesn't make many judgments, but they're often correct. Since he has now forced Zheng Qi to the point where he can only control the ball on one side, then if he goes up to press, it is very likely that he will directly break the ball. Zheng Qi can only pass the ball to his own half now, but he is the last one, unless he passes it back to the goalkeeper directly. That is of course the safest way. With Zheng Qi's skills and the level of passing the ball at his feet, he will certainly not make mistakes and pass it back accurately to the goalkeeper Fan Zheng's feet, but in that case, it would be impossible to launch an attack in the remaining time. If he can steal the ball, he can expand his lead. If he can't steal the ball, he can also destroy the Overlord team's hope of equalizing the score in the first half. This is of course a very worthwhile thing. That's why Yuan immediately called for help, and Hu Chuo rushed over at the first time. Double attack. When they did this, the Overlord team's players certainly wouldn't watch Zheng Qi being pressed. Zhong Leimei and Yu Ziki on both wings withdrew and wanted to receive Zheng Qi's pass on the wing. Zheng Fei and Wang Thong of the Shuhan team also immediately pressed forward to cut off Zheng Qi's passing route to them. At this time, Yuan, who had already suppressed Zheng Qi with his strength, suddenly changed his face. Because he clearly felt that Zheng Qi had an irresistible force coming from him. The two are now close together. It was impossible to commit a foul with such a force confrontation. After he could not resist Zheng Qi's force, his feet immediately became unstable. As soon as his feet became unstable, Zheng Qi quickly turned around, stepped on the ball, and turned past him. A beautiful Marseille turn. This is actually a very simple move, but with the combination of technology and timing, it can easily get rid of the opponent. More importantly, such a fake move does not require much space. When Zheng Qi left Yuan behind, Hu Chuo just arrived. Seeing Zheng Qi completed the pass at such a time, Hu Chuo immediately knew that this was a trap set by this kid, but he had already stepped into the trap, and it was too late to turn back. He had to bite the bullet and go forward. Under normal defense, Hu Chuo relied on close defense to prevent Zheng Qi from breaking through smoothly, but in such a hasty encounter, the advantage of the offensive player would be much greater. Before Hu Chuo could adjust his movements, Zheng Qi had already accelerated and rushed past him. Hu Chuo turned around hastily and stretched out his foot to forcefully steal the ball. Zheng Qi had long been prepared for this. When he broke through, he pushed the ball to the side, just avoiding Hu Chuo's forcefully stretched foot. He pulled it with his hand, then accelerated his feet and successfully broke through again. He passed two people in a row. Although the Shuhan team still hit several people defending in the middle, when Zheng Qi broke through two people in one breath, the opponent's seemingly thick defense line immediately began to become fragile. Zhao Zilong and Jin Markeda wanted to come over to interfere with Zheng Qi, but they were blocked by Wang Shushai and Zhuang on the way back to defense. Zheng Qi easily whizzed past with the ball. In this way, the only one he faced was Zheng Qi. However, Yingbu and Jibu had already responded in front of Zheng Qi. Wang Thong and Zheng Fei had been attracted by Uziki and Zhong Leimei before. At the time, they pressed hard, but now it was not so easy to return to defense, seeing that Zheng Qi was alone in the middle and faced three fierce opponents. Wei Wen-chan was forced to come up to assist Zheng Qi. As soon as the opponent's defense line loosened, Zheng Qi passed the ball. The ball flew accurately to Lu Xiaoshan's feet. Lu Xiaoshan took the ball, turned around forcibly, and then sent a diagonal pass while turning. Longju, who was unguarded, received the ball in the penalty area, took a step diagonally, and immediately kicked and shot. A close-range shot, no matter how good the goalkeeper is, can't save it. The ball flew into the goal quickly. 4-4. The fans of the Shuhan team in the stands were silent. They found it hard to imagine that what they saw was real, but the facts were in front of them. It was really true. With a bad start, the Overlord team finally tied the score through continuous attack and tenacious defense. Shortly after they scored, the whistle for the end of the first half sounded. This much anticipated final ended in a tie in the first half, but everyone began to be a little pessimistic about the Shuhan team. After all, everyone could see that in the first half of the game, the Shuhan team had a very good start, but the Overlord team gradually turned the situation around. In the second half, the Overlord team kicked off again. Don't think it's just a little advantage. By the end of the game, it might be a huge advantage. After all, no matter how big the advantage is, it is accumulated little by little. Everyone knows this. For the Overlord team, their momentum has now completely come up. Although after entering the top 32 games, the Overlord team has encountered strong teams all the way, which can be said to be overdrawn a lot, but the Overlord team is not a fully mature team, but relatively young. Under such pressure, the rigorous schedule has become an excellent whetstone, which has gradually built the Overlord team. In contrast, the Shuhan team looked a little old. They were indeed a top team, but the Kalaway team and the Dongwu team, who were at the same level, had already lost to the Overlord team. What was so strange about the Shuhan team losing again? They might not be willing to accept it, but the course of history would never be diverted by human will. When they left the court, the fans of the Overlord team gave warm applause, while the fans of the Shuhan team looked a little depressed. The fans could see that the Shuhan team was not in a good situation, let alone others. Keep focusing on the second half of the game. The Shuhan team has no other way to go, they can only fight with their SYNOPSIS. What we have to do is to score more goals than them. Zheng Qi waved his fist in the locker room and said loudly. The players of the Overlord team responded in unison. If they had some concerns before, now they have enough confidence. Also, the second half of the game will be a normal fight for goals. Someone has to cheer up, but you are still 4 goals short. Zheng Qi continued. Everyone else looked at Lu Xiaoshan, and everyone knew who Zheng Qi was talking about. Don't worry, I passed the ball but forward to help the whole team better. Next time, their defense against me will definitely not be so tight. Let's see how I break their defense. Lu Xiaoshan waved his fist and said loudly. Zheng Qi nodded. He didn't doubt that. As long as Lu Xiaoshan could score, the Overlord team would not have too many problems. As for whether the Shuhan team would have any tactical changes in the second half, Zheng Qi was not worried. The best part of the Shuhan team was still the offense. At most, they would just maintain an offensive mentality. There would not be any major changes in specific tactics. It was actually difficult for such a mature and strong team to have any hidden means. Although the Dongguo team and the Kalawei team had hidden a hand before, it was not a key means, but just a change of tactics. The Shuhan team's offense was too strong, so even if there was any change of tactics, it would not be to strengthen the defense, but only a small means in the offense. Zheng Qi was not worried about this at all. In the first half, the Shuhan team had a fast tempo up many times, so the game was a little awkward. Zheng Qi was not sure if Hu Chuo had noticed this. If he had, the second half would have been more difficult, and the efficiency of scoring goals would have mattered. If he had not noticed this, the Overlord team would have had a big advantage in the second half, and would have taken the lead in the overall situation. Obviously, as an outstanding core, Hu Chuo made a big mistake in the first half, but after thinking about it, he quickly found a problem. We can't change in the second half. The Overlord team's rhythm has never changed. This is their best feature. They have maintained this rhythm, which has not affected their performance at all. And at this point, I made a mistake. The constantly changing rhythm not only did not affect them, but affected ourselves. This was our biggest mistake in the first half. Now, we have to make up for this mistake and let the game return to the rhythm we are used to. Do you understand? Hearing Hu Chuo say this, the morale of the Shuhan team players, which had been declining, finally recovered a lot. In the first half, the opponent tied the score under such an advantageous situation, which really gave them a big blow. Being suppressed by the opponent in the offensive they are best at, it is difficult to catch up. Everyone knows this truth. And now, they know that being suppressed is not because they are not as good as the opponent, but because they made mistakes. That's different. Mistakes can be made up, which will not let their confidence be frustrated. The second half of the game is still worth fighting for. Let's show our full offensive capabilities. Whether Chen Fengxiao breaks the record or not has nothing to do with this. Only victory is what we need to pursue now. Chapter 721. Remarkable. Hu Chuo's words were quite to the point. The passivity of the Shuhan team in that first half was actually closely related to Lu Xiaoshan. The previous game was normal. They focused on defending Lu Xiaoshan in order to make the Overlord team's offense pass more through other people instead of Lu Xiaoshan. In this way, even if they would lose the ball, the Overlord team would unconsciously shift their offensive focus. This tactical setting can be said to be very outstanding in terms of intention. It has reached the height of the strategic level, and it is similar to the tactics arranged by Zheng Qi against the Suqiao team in the previous game. However, what they suffered more was that they encountered an unreasonable Lu Xiaoshan. In fact, although the offensive tactics of the Overlord team were concentrated on Lu Xiaoshan would not be stupid enough to force the attack in the face of the opponent's 10 people's defense. If the opponent really hit several people to deal with him, he would definitely pass the ball. As a result, when he saw that the opponent only used 2 people to defend him, Lu Xiaoshan decided to choose to go it alone. The reason was very simple. He believed that in such a situation, his teammates might not be able to score goals in a weaker defense, so it would be better to do it himself. Zheng Qi's accurate pass gave him such an opportunity. He used 2 goals to make the defenders of the Shuhan team speechless, and at the same time, they were somewhat unbalanced. Because of those 2 goals, the Shuhan team could still find reasons. They could not fully concentrate on defending Lu Xiaoshan, and they still did not understand Lu Xiaoshan's true level. The most important thing is that after those 2 goals, Lu Xiaoshan's number of goals in the top 32 reached 26. This is already the second most goals in history, and only 1 goal away from the highest record. If Lu Xiaoshan tied or even broke the record in them, it would be very embarrassing for the Shuhan team. People would not remember anything else, but only remember that the great shooter Chen Fengxiao broke the highest goal record in history in the game against the Shuhan team in a certain year. Such things would make many players feel angry as long as they thought about it, let alone the top players of the Shuhan team. So in the next period of time, they tried their best to deal with Lu Xiaoshan, which was contrary to the normal offensive and defensive tactics they had arranged before, which greatly affected their performance. Hu Chuo's words now are to let the players of the Shuhan team get rid of such pressure and play the game more concentratedly and attentively. It must be said that Hu Chuo has figured out the reason why they were at a disadvantage in the first half. This allowed them to show a very good state at the beginning of the second half of the game. The second half was kicked off by the Overlord team. They launched an attack soon after the kickoff. The Overlord team has always been very fast in the rhythm of attack. Zheng Qi will appear beside his teammates in time to respond, so that they are not too worried about making mistakes because of the fast rhythm of attack. Even if there are occasional mistakes, it will not shake their confidence and fighting spirit in their own team. This is a very critical point. So although they are not very good in terms of strength, they are only at the first-class level in the Chinese region so far. Compared with any player in the top 3 teams, they are still a little weaker, but because they are resolute in implementing tactical ideas, have clear ideas, and are very united around Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, they can always play at a very high level. Relatively speaking, the Shuhan team seemed a little shaken in the first half, which made them unconsciously waste and consume part of their strength. When the Overlord team launched the attack, the Shuhan team immediately launched an interception action. They began to press in the midfield, using a lot of running and confrontation to interfere with the Overlord team's attack, although the effect did not seem to be very good. Li Qing's in the stands was slightly stunned, and then nodded with some appreciation. Hu Chuo really found the problem in the first half. Maybe he didn't know to watch the game from such a high position, but he noticed something wrong, and then strengthened the mentality of the whole team, asking them to execute according to the established tactics, meticulously, without any discounts. This is also a very remarkable thing. Their interception effect is not very good, but they are still not affected, but continue to intercept, which is the rhythm they are used to. Originally, the Shuhan team is best at attacking. They will try their best in intercepting, but they will not invest more energy to make the defense perfect. Only in attacking can they burst out in the best state. This is the rhythm they are used to. Only in the rhythm they are used to can they play their best performance. This is something that Li Qing knows very well. It seems that the second half of the game will be unpredictable again. Such a game is difficult to master, but such a game is more enjoyable to watch. Li Qing thought to himself. As a player and commander on the field, he hated such a situation, but as a spectator, such a game could bring greater pleasure. Zheng Qi, Lu Xiaoshan, don't capsize in the gutter. As one of the best players in the professional league, it would be inappropriate for you to lose to these amateur guys in the next game. Li Qing continued to think in his heart. Although he knew that these top players in classical football were actually not inferior to the professional players in the professional league, otherwise, he would not want to spend several years to build a team. If there was a big gap compared to these top professional players, Li Qing would have led the Suchao team to win the World Cup Championship or even monopolized it. Why would he spend several years to train the team? Although he was still proud of his status as a top professional player, Li Qing could see with his wisdom and vision that there were many outstanding players in classical football. Their talents were not necessarily worse than those of the professional players. However, they did not enter the professional league because they had no channels or preferred classical football. But it was normal. There were more than 1 billion players in the football era in China, and how many players was there in the 2-level professional leagues? 44 teams, each with more than 20 people, adding up to thousands of people at most. Even if there were countless amateur teams that attracted many players, amateur competitions would still make many people feel uncomfortable. It was normal for them to turn to classical football. It can't be helped. Li Qing pulled back his thoughts that had flown to the horizon and began to watch the game seriously again. He had done enough in analysis and research. Now, it was time to let go of other things and enjoy the game. The attack of the Overlord team continued to develop amidst the interception of the Shuhan team. Zheng Qi's support made their attack extremely smooth. With Lu Xiaoshen's constant running, he was still the most threatening one, but he was no longer fixed in a certain most threatening place. Such Lu Xiaoshen was actually the most threatening. For the Overlord team, their attack was always very targeted. After passing the ball back and forth, they handed the ball to teammates who were running out of space. If there was no space, they would hand it over to Lu Xiaoshen or Zheng Qi, two players with excellent personal abilities, to use their breakthroughs to open up the situation. Such tactics are simple to say, but in fact they are the most effective tactics. Steady passing will increase the success rate of the attack, and outstanding players can increase the success rate of scoring. In the final analysis, a football match is a game of attack success rate, even if it is a 1-0 game. If you can score a goal and the opponent cannot score a goal, it is your success rate that wins the opponent. More attacks can increase the success rate, and good attack quality can also increase the success rate. In the final analysis, this is it. Zheng Qi got the ball in the middle. Facing Zhu Chuo's defensor, he passed the ball, then inserted himself and made a move to receive the ball. However, Zheng Qi, who got the ball, directly passed the ball to Lu Xiaoshen in the corner of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshen dribbled the ball horizontally, as if preparing to shoot from outside the penalty area. When Wei Wenchan came to defend him, he passed the ball horizontally. The ball flew to the front of the penalty area. The Overlord retreated to get the ball, and passed the ball back with his back to the goal. Zheng Qi, who inserted at high speed, did not stop the ball and directly passed it to the penalty area. The wonderful lob pass, combined with Lu Xiaoshen's perfect forward insertion, the defense line of the Shuhan team was useless. Facing the falling ball, Lu Xiaoshen did not stop the ball. Instead, when he saw Zhu Li open his arms and pounced on him, he took advantage of the situation to meet the falling ball and headed for the goal directly. In such a situation, the speed and power of the head shot would naturally not be too fast. However, at such a close distance, Lu Xiaoshen's shot completely met the characteristics of surprise and catching people off guard. Zhao Lai certainly reacted quickly, but Lu Xiaoshen didn't make any preparations before shooting, and the distance was too close. By the time he reacted, the ball had already flown past him, and then flew into the gate of the Shuhan team at a slow speed. 5-4. The Overlord team took the lead for the first time in this game. What's more exciting is that Chen Fengxiao scored the third goal in the game and completed a hat-trick. The last time a hat-trick appeared in the Chinese finals was 13 years ago, and after that, at most a player scored twice. More importantly, this is Chen Fengxiao's 27th goal in this 32-strong match. Tie the record that has been sealed for 60 years. If he can score more goals, then he will create the record of the most goals in the 32-strong match of the Chinese qualifiers in nearly 80 years. This is so exciting. Let me see what the record for the most goals in a single game in the Chinese finals is. Well, this is even more ancient. 71 years ago, a player named Bai Zi scored 5 goals in the Chinese finals. This is probably hard to break, but Chen Fengxiao has done something extremely remarkable. Chapter 722. We need to score more goals. The commentator's shouts were genuine cheers. He was really excited at the moment, and to be honest, everyone understood his feelings. After all, when such a record appeared in front of them, few people would not be excited. In fact, the amateur anchors and commentators exclaimed one after another. Although everyone knew that Lu Xiaoshen was likely to create such a record, they had been waiting for this scene to appear, and they had prepared their emotions, and at this moment, they burst out perfectly. Lu Xiaoshen on the field did not celebrate wildly. After scoring the goal, he still just waved his fist, and then walked towards his own half, high-fiving his teammates who came up to celebrate. He did not seem particularly enthusiastic, and of course, he did not seem particularly indifferent. This guy is pretending to be cool. Many Shuhan players complained in the team channel. It's not pretending to be cool. Yon'er suddenly spoke, clenching his fists. In his opinion, this hat-trick is not worth celebrating, because it just tied the record. Only when the record is broken, he will really celebrate. At this point, Yon'er added, "If I were him, I would do the same." After hearing Yon'er's words, the players of the Shuhan team were somewhat relieved. Yon'er was a proud man, and this approach was obviously in line with his personality. As for this Chen Fengxiao, you can tell from his appearance that he is a guy who likes to pretend to be cool. Don't be affected by this. Let's continue to attack and maintain our emotions. Seeing that the team's emotions seemed to be going astray again, Zhu Chuo hurriedly came out and said something to everyone. The players of the Shuhan team nodded, put aside their dissatisfaction with Lu Xiaoshen's actions, and prepared to launch an attack again. They are now behind, and if they don't work hard to attack, their chances in this game will be very small. Unconsciously, they were already in a disadvantageous situation, mainly because they were average in defense and had no outstanding players, so they were always at a disadvantage when facing the Overlord team's offensive. Lu Xiaoshan, this guy, can really create trouble and hatred for others anytime and anywhere. Li Qing's in the stands saw all this and couldn't help laughing. As Lu Xiaoshan's archenemy, Li Qing's was quite familiar with Lu Xiaoshan. He knew that Lu Xiaoshan could always unconsciously make his opponents very angry on the court. In fact, he was not a provocative person, but his style and characteristics could easily give his opponents an illusion, that is, silent irony, such contempt. Perhaps older people would not be too angry, but young people simply couldn't stand it. This is also a trait of Lu Xiaoshan. He didn't do it on purpose, but it's easy for people to think that he looks down on the other party. The most intolerable thing for young people is that others look down on him, so Lu Xiaoshan can always easily draw hatred. From this point of view, he is much better than Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi wants to draw hatred, and he also has to be mean and talk trash, but he doesn't need to do that. Li Qing's also suffered such a loss at the time, but later he realized that it was not the other parties despise him on purpose, and Li Qing's himself is a very imposing player, so there is no imbalance in his mentality. The players of the Shuhan team will inevitably be affected. If Hu Chuo hadn't discovered it in time, Lu Xiaoshan would have unconsciously stirred up the situation of the entire game, giving the Overlord team more and better opportunities. Fortunately, Hu kept a clear mind, otherwise the second half would have gone in the direction of the Overlord team's advantage. Li Qing thought to himself. Although he hoped that the Overlord team would win, after all, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan also represented his face, he did not want the second half of the game to be so boring. Li Qing was a person who valued time very much. If the second half of the game was not exciting enough, he would feel that his precious time was wasted. The Shuhan team launched an attack. They had no other way now. Up to now, their advantages were being lost bit by bit. If they did not concentrate on playing their offensive characteristics and confronting the Overlord team, then they would have no hope at all. The Overlord team was the best at attacking. In fact, the teams that played against them had always been avoiding attacking them, but in the end they still had to take the road of no return to attacking them, which was very telling. From this perspective, the Overlord team's offensive was the most powerful, because they only relied on attacking to force the opponent to use offensive to fight them. Just like a martial arts master who only knew one move, it sounds very low, very useless, and would be easily killed by the opponent, but what if the opponent could not avoid or block this move? As long as any opponent is unavoidable and unstoppable in front of his move, then he is the most powerful one. The current Overlord team has a bit of this meaning. It is really difficult to deal with such a team, even if the Shuhan team also has a strong offensive. It is not possible to deal with the Overlord team as a whole. Only by using offensive to fight against them and suppressing the opponent with offensive can you definitely win. A martial arts master who only relies on this move will be useless when this move is restrained. But does the Shuhan team really have the ability to do this? This depends on their own performance. Hu Chuo is organizing in the back, which is not his usual organizing position, but he can also organize in the back position, which can make his passing ability fully play out. However, if he does not move forward, his long-range shooting ability is equivalent to being abolished, and the threat caused is reduced a lot. As the core of the Shuhan team's offensive, his reduced threat means that the threat of the Shuhan team is reduced. Hu Chuo knew this, but he had to do it, because in the front position, Zheng Qi's defensive ability can reduce his ability to organize. Rather than abolishing the organizational ability, it is better to abolish the long-range shooting ability. This is called choosing the lesser of two evils. What's more, he is not without a bad hand when organizing from the back. Zheng Qi's forward attack can make up for his loss of not advancing. This is the bad hand of the Shuhan team. As a rising star of the Shuhan team, Zheng Qi is highly valued by Hu Chuo. Although he was more of an assistant behind Hu Chuo in previous games, Hu Chuo knew that he was not young anymore, and Zheng Qi would definitely take over in the future. He is very comprehensive. He can do a good job in assisting defense in the back, but he can also play a big role by directly participating in the offensive in the front. Now is the time to use such a bad hand. He retreats to organize, and Zheng Qi advances to attack. Without Zheng Qi's containment, Zheng Qi's performance can keep the Shuhan team's offensive strong. Hu Chuo was not wrong, and Zheng Qi did not disappoint him. After getting the ball in the front, Zheng Qi did not pass the ball, but started his own breakthrough under the involvement of others. Yingbu was beautifully broken through by Zheng Qi, which forced Wan Shu to come to fill the position, and then Zheng Qi passed the ball to Yuan, who once again showed his strength as the number one striker. He broke through Xiang Zhuang and shot the ball into the goal of the Overlord team. 5-5, Yuan also completed a hat-trick. Stimulated by Chen Fengxiao's outstanding performance, Yuan's performance was not inferior at all. The Overlord team's defender did not make any mistakes, but Yuan proved his importance. He was able to break through successfully and score in a one-on-one situation. The Shuhan team began to show their offensive level. Many commentators shouted loudly. They were still very happy about this. After all, the Shuhan team was a traditional strong team, and many commentators were their fans. They certainly hoped to see the Shuhan team win the championship and impact the World Cup. As for neutral fans, they seemed to trust the Shuhan team more. After all, as a traditional strong team, the Shuhan team seems to have a higher probability of winning good results in the World Cup. After all, in domestic competitions, there have been many ordinary strong teams that have performed well and won the championship. However, they seem a little weak in the World Cup. After all, such teams often lack experience in playing in major competitions such as the World Cup, and will suffer a lot of losses. Teams like Shuhan, Dongwu, Kaohei, etc. are more experienced in the World Cup, and their performance will be better. Of course, this does not mean that the Overlord team will give up the victory. Yuan's goal only made their fighting spirit stronger. "Someone is provoking you, Zheng Qi," Zheng Qi said in the team channel. This is not a serious word, but such an unserious word from Zheng Qi's mouth comforted the players of the Overlord team. Zheng Qi can still be so relaxed, so he is very sure about this game, right? What else can make people feel relieved like this? Look, I'll score another one. I still have 3 more goals to score. What are you worried about? Lu Xiaoshan replied. I'm afraid that your math grades are not good and you forget how many goals you still need. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. After hearing this conversation, the players of the Overlord team became more confident. They are so awesome, we will have no problem in this game. Launch an attack and try to score more goals. It seems that we need to score double-digit goals to have a chance to win this game. Overlord said with a smile. The other players also laughed. Now it's only been about 7 or 8 minutes in the second half, and the score is already 5-5. From this point of view, it really takes 10 goals to make the victory seem more secure. Chapter 723. Only attack. When the Overlord team launched the attack again, the confrontation between the fans of both sides in the stands had reached a fever pitch. Although many of the fans who were watching this game were neutral fans, there were still many fans of both teams. The Shuhan team was a veteran team with many loyal fans after so many years of operation. The magical and coquettish performance of the Overlord team also quickly attracted a large number of loyal fans. They kept fighting in the stands and shouting wildly, trying to create a warm enough atmosphere with their shouts. Fortunately, in the game, no matter how loud the sound waves were, the players' eardrums would not be tortured too much, but would only make them feel more passionate and excited. In such shouts, the Overlord team players began to attack more passionately. After all, they were young and did not have enough experience, so they were more easily inspired by the fanatical atmosphere. Relatively speaking, the Shuhan team players were not so motivated. Lu Xiaoshan retreated to the midfield to get the ball. Because Zheng Qi retreated to his position, he attracted Zhu Chuo and Zheng Qi. The Shuhan team's midfield seemed a little empty, so Lu Xiaoshan retreated in time and got the ball in a relatively good position. However, this was a trap. When Zheng Qi passed the ball and when Lu Xiaoshan received the ball, almost at the same time, Zhao Zilong and Jin Marquao, who had retreated, appeared on both sides and double-teamed him. Wei Wenchan came up head-on. Almost in an instant, Lu Xiaoshan was trapped in the opponent's 3-man double team. This is not a temporary defensive method, but a defensive method that the Shuhan team is more accustomed to. When the opponent attacks, whether it is Wang Thong and Zheng Fei on the 2 wings, or Zhao Zilong and Jin Marquao in the trident, they will retreat very deep to assist their teammates in defense. After all, the defense of the Shuhan team in the middle and on both wings is relatively weak. When the players in the front court also join in, it seems very solid. Lu Xiaoshan was instantly trapped in a 3-man double team. No matter how good he was, he couldn't break through successfully under such a tight situation. However, Lu Xiaoshan didn't think about breaking through himself. Instead, he made a fake move to force a breakthrough and passed the ball. With 3 people double teaming, there was no space for breakthrough, but there was always space for passing the ball. The ball flew to the side. Zheng Qi took the ball first, and then knocked it to Yingbu, who was advancing forward. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoxuan attracted the attention of the middle, and Yingbu and Jibu's forward penetration was too easy. In the current classical football game, if any player takes the ball without defender, it will cause a great disaster. Yingbu took the ball to the place close to the penalty area. Pan Chuan came to defend him hastily. Yingbu passed the ball to Long Qi, who was unguarded. Long Qi cut into the penalty area and then passed the ball to the back point. Zheng Qi, who was inserted in the back row, headed the ball lightly without defense and headed the ball into the empty goal. He was basically facing an empty goal at the time. 6-5, the Overlord team took the lead again. Such an offensive rhythm made the fans of the Shuhan team speechless. Both sides were attacking, but why did they feel that it was so much harder for their team to score? In the last goal, the Shuhan team tied the score at the goal of the top scorer Yuan, but an unknown fullback of the opponent easily took the lead again. But in fact, the attack of the Overlord team was not as easy as it seemed. Although the Shuhan team was used to a slower offensive rhythm, as long as it was a fast attack, the difference between faster and slower speeds was not big. Although the Overlord team scored a goal, their rhythm was completely up. Counter-attack, and equalized the score. Zhao Lai shouted in the team channel. He no longer had any frustration at this time, and even less of any fear of gain or loss. At this time, he seemed to have returned to his youth, when he joined the Shuhan team and continued to play games under the leadership of those predecessors at the time. He didn't have to think about anything else, just work hard. At the time, his title was not Zhao Lai. In a blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The heroic spirit and single-minded desire to play in his youth returned to him. Any team wants this kind of momentum and this kind of natural emotion. They don't play for anything else, but for the game itself. What attracts them is always football itself, not anything else. As the captain of the Shuhan team, Li actually does not have a high sense of presence in the team. Zhu Chuanu is responsible for directing the game, and charging into battle to boost morale. He has always been relatively silent, saying little, and few people pay special attention to him. However, at this time, Li showed the level that a captain should have. His shouts inspired everyone's fighting spirit. At this time, the players of the Shuhan team would no longer think about anything else, but only wanted to attack. They are good at attacking. After continuous passing, under the fierce pressure of the Overlord team, they still passed the ball to the front court. Zhu Chuanu launched an attack from the back, and the ball flew to Zhao Zilong's feet. Zhao Zilong, who was temporarily unguarded, quickly kicked the ball, but Wan Shu, who flew to fill in, blocked it with his body and went out of the baseline. It was a corner kick. Zhu Chuanu ran to take the corner kick, and at this moment, there was a burst of exclamations from the stands. Everyone saw that Zhao Lai, who was originally standing in front of the goal, rushed to the front court like an arrow. In the current game, a professional player actually only needs a few seconds to rush from his own goal to the opponent's goal, but this does not mean that the goalkeeper can always rush to the front court to participate in the attack. You are fast, and others are also fast. If the attack is disrupted, a counter-attack, anyone has the ability to kick the ball into the empty goal from nearly 100 meters away from the goal. This situation is not uncommon, but it usually occurs at the last moment of the game. When there must be a goal, the goalkeeper will take the risk to rush out, but what about now? The second half of the game had only just passed for less than 10 minutes, and Li was already so dizzy. Leading the team? Li Qing's muttered to himself, but this was also a very dangerous gamble. If it succeeded, it would be fine. If it failed, the morale of the entire team would be hit extremely hard. Li shouldn't be such an impulsive person. Did he notice something? The intuition of experienced veterans is always terrible. Li Qing thought to himself. Veterans who have played many games always have an extraordinary sense of the situation of the game. Maybe they don't know the specific reason, but when they have such a feeling, they always have a strong impulse and desire. Li is like this now. He didn't think about anything when he rushed up. He just felt that at this time, if he could inspire the morale of the whole team and rush up first, then this game would still be played. As the captain of a top team, he believed in his first instinct. Keep an eye on that guy, don't let your goalkeeper score. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. He also noticed something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He could only remind his teammates to watch out for the guy rushing up. Zhu Chuanu took a corner kick, and Li began to sprint at the front point. Zheng Qi followed him, but because of the height difference, he couldn't be the first to clear the siege. As a goalkeeper, Li's height is also very advantageous. Under Zheng Qi's interference, Zheng couldn't attack the goal directly, so he chose to ferry. The ball flew directly to the back point, and Yuan also jumped high at the back point. After the attention of the defenders of the Overlord team was attracted by him, he ferried the ball to the middle again. Zhao Zilong followed up and shot directly in the air. Lu Xiaoshan, who flew to block the ball, blocked it with his body, but the ball flew diagonally to the front point. Just after landing at that position, Zheng, who was ignored by the defenders of the Overlord team, met the flying ball and kicked it. The ball went in. It's 6-6. Zheng has done a great job. It's amazing. When he was running forward, I thought he was just messing around. But after a series of headers, he helped the Shuhan team equalize the score in the penalty area. What a great captain! I think this goal is enough to boost the morale of the Shuhan team. Amid the exclamations and shouts of the commentators, Zheng waved his fist. When he rushed forward, he himself didn't know if it was right to do so, but now, this goal proved that his feeling was right. Next, we have to continue to attack, understand? Only attack, desperate attack, is our way to win. We have always played like this before, and now, only this kind of attack can help us win. Zheng, surrounded by his teammates, waved his fist and roared, and his roar immediately inspired all the fighting spirit of the Shuhan team players. Yes, for them, only continuous attack is what they are most adapted to and best at. Now, they have to play in the way they are best at. Give up all other distractions, just focus on one thing, race with the opponent, and try to get ahead of the opponent in the race. These guys are worthy at being the team with the best offensive ability before. Zheng Qi sighed in the team channel. But I know what our Xiao brother is thinking at this time, do you know? The players of the Overlord team were all happy. Of course I know, they are good at Earthmancer. We are also good at Earthmancer, use Earthmancer to kill them. Overlord laughed. That's right, our Earthmancer is also very strong, not only because of me, but you are also very good, so what do we have to be afraid of in terms of Earthmancer? Lu Xiaoshan laughed. Although hidden under the system expression, his smile at this moment made everyone feel powerful. Chapter 724. New record. After the start of the second half, the offensive tempo of both sides has obviously increased. In the first half, the Overlord team and the Shuhan team were tied at 4-4, with an average of a goal every 5 or 6 minutes, which in itself is a very fast offensive tempo. However, in the second half, only a little over 15 minutes have passed and they've changed the score to 6-6, with a goal every 4 minutes. Compared to the first half, the offensive of both sides has obviously accelerated. Various commentators were excitedly explaining the current game. The offensive of both sides had begun to speed up, which gave them a lot of material to talk about when they were commenting. As long as they were commentators, they hoped to see such a game, which was always better than a boring game. Whether they supported the Overlord team or the Shuhan team, or were neutral, their mood would not change. What they are worried about now is that the fast offensive rhythm of both sides in the past 15 minutes is just an abnormal state. In the next period of time, both sides will slow down the rhythm of the game. In this way, the excitement of the whole game may be greatly discounted. Of course, their worries are justified. In important games, becoming more and more conservative is a trend. Maybe at some times both sides can play very actively, but when they realize that such enthusiasm cannot give their side an advantage, they will slow down the rhythm and patiently look for opportunities. However, their worries are in vain. The Overlord team and the Shuhan team are really not such teams. After the previous confrontation, they had long given up other fantasies and just wanted to tear open the opponent's defense line with offensive in the game. Even if the opponent's goalkeeper scored a goal, the morale of the Overlord team would not be affected at all. They have such confidence and fighting spirit. So after the restart, they immediately launched a fierce attack. The Overlord team is not weak at all. I'm a little curious now. If the Overlord team also gets a good set-piece opportunity in the front court, will their goalkeeper Fan Xingzhu also rush to the front court to participate in the attack? A commentator said jokingly that the height of the Overlord players was not particularly outstanding. The tallest Overlord was only 1.9 meters tall. Although the two central defenders were very good, they were only about 1.85 meters tall. Compared with the Shuhan team, their height was somewhat inferior. However, their goalkeeper Fan Xingzhu was nearly 2 meters tall. If he rushed to the front court, he could really bring a lot of threats. Things in the world are sometimes so coincidental and so inch by inch. After launching the attack, the Overlord team quickly hit the ball to the front court. After a series of passes and tentative attacks, Zheng Qi took the ball on the wing and forced a breakthrough to pass the ball to the middle. However, his cross was blocked by Zheng Qi, who stubbornly retreated and the ball went out of the baseline, a corner kick. Oh, the Overlord team got a corner kick. Let's see if their goalkeeper Fan Zheng will go up. This is a tit for tat moment. Fan Zheng should not be scared. Oh, he stayed in front of the goal and didn't go up. When many fans in the stands were disappointed, Fan Zheng didn't care. Just now in the team channel, Zheng Qi really asked Fan Zheng if he wanted to come up to attack, but was rejected by Fan Zheng. He knew his own business. He was not young anymore, but he had always been a goalkeeper because he was tall enough, but he would always play as a goalkeeper. The main reason was that he knew that his footwork was very poor, and his heading skills were also very poor. He was used to playing with his hands, not his head and feet. If he went up at this time, it would only cause trouble. Zheng Qi was ready to take the corner kick, and Lu Xiaoshan was running back and forth in the penalty area. Although Fan Zheng did not come up, the other players of the Overlord team basically came up, including the defenders, and only Inbu and Jibo were waiting outside the penalty area to respond. Under their pressure, the players of the Shuhan team basically all returned to defensa. Strengthening the offensa does not mean giving up defensa. This allows them to have enough manpower to defend in the penalty area. Of course, there are also many players from the Overlord team. They are constantly running in the penalty area. 3 forwards, 4 defenders, a total of 7 people are running in the penalty area. With the players of the Shuhan team returning to defensa, the penalty area is now quite dense. Everyone knows the importance of set pieces. With the current level and strength of the players, when a corner kick is taken, no matter who touches the penalty area, as long as it is heading towards the goalkeeper basically cannot react. Therefore, in the current set-piece attack, if the attacking side wants to score a goal, in addition to grabbing the point by themselves, forcing the opponent to be unable to clear the siege is also a very effective way. The attack and defense drills for set-pieces are something that every team needs to grasp well. The Overlord team didn't have many set-piece attacks before, mainly because of Lu Xiaoshan. The success rate of each shot was very high, and the number of set pieces obtained was relatively small, so it seemed that there were fewer goals, but this does not mean that they have never practiced set-piece offensive tactics. This is a very effective offensive method. Even if Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan don't know what's good for them, others are aware of it and will remind them. Therefore, the Overlord team does not have much training time on weekdays. However, it does not take too long to practice set-piece tactics. Everyone knows the general idea and it is also very simple to understand. However, the biggest problem is whether the passer can pass the ball so accurately. Kicking the ball with your feet is certainly not as accurate as throwing the ball with your hands. No matter how much you practice, you can't compare. If the pass is not accurate, no matter how good the set-piece tactics are, you can't implement it. Once the pass is accurate, even if the opponent knows the routines in the set-piece tactics, it is difficult to block it. After all, there are too many routines, and you can't block all the opponent's offensive methods. The kind of defensive method that can predict the opponent's reaction and operation like a prophet and then respond to block the opponent one by one is a scene that only appears in novels and comics. Time is like water in a sponge. As long as you squeeze it, there'll always be water. The same is true for offensive opportunities. As long as you attack seriously, there'll always be opportunities. The players of the Overlord team seem to be running back and forth in the penalty area in a messy manner, attracting the attention of the opponent. The Overlord and Lu Xiaoshan were naturally the most concerned. The Overlord was tall and Lu Xiaoshan had excellent scoring ability. In addition, the 2 central defenders Wang Shu and Xiang Zhuang were also good in jumping and height. They were the most noticed opponents. Of course, the threats from others would not be small. Zhong Limer, Yuziki and Longqi were all about 1.8 meters tall. With such height and jumping ability, it might not be difficult to defend. However, if they were not defended, they would definitely be able to head the ball into the goal. In the penalty area, as long as the strength of the header was enough, the suddenness of the header would make it impossible for even the best goalkeeper to save it. So in fact, the pressure is very high when defending a set piece. You can't miss anyone. When the ball is sent out and you start running, it is difficult to not miss anyone unless you can make sure to clear the ball in the first place. Zheng Qi observed the movement in the penalty area, then raised his hand, indicating that he was going to kick the ball. The movement in the penalty area became more and more intense, with both sides blocking each other and observing where the ball would land next. The fans in the stands also held their breath, only hating that their vision was not wide enough to take in all the details. Zheng Qi started to run up, then raised his foot and passed the ball into the penalty area. The ball flew to the middle of the penalty area at a very fast speed. Lu Xiaoshan, who was originally at the back point, started to run up and he rushed towards the ball. He was the first to react because he knew Zheng Qi would pass it to this position. The defenders of the Shuhan team were of course focusing on defending him, but Lu Xiaoshan was not fighting alone. Others were constantly interfering with the opponent's running route, trying to clear a good enough area for Lu Xiaoshan. Of course, they couldn't clear it out completely. When Lu Xiaoshan jumped high, Yona also jumped at the same time. The others couldn't catch up at this moment. The two top scorers of both teams started their own competition at this moment. Although the forwards seemed to be at a disadvantage in defense, in fact, for the forwards, their overall defensive ability might be a little worse, but the individual defensive ability was not bad at all, especially Yuna. He was nearly 10 centimeters taller than Lu Xiaoshan, so although the place where he jumped was slightly disadvantaged, Yuna still had extremely strong confidence and could control Lu Xiaoshan's rush. At least, even if Lu Xiaoshan grabbed the first landing point, he was confident that Lu Xiaoshan would not be able to head the ball smoothly. If he was very down, it would be a matter of fate if he wanted to compete for the header. The goal of the Shuhan team just now also had a lot of luck. If you can force the opponent to fight for luck, then you have won more than half. The two jumped at the same time and then collided in the air. There was no extra movement in the hands of both sides. In such a situation, the collision was a matter of strength. In terms of strength, Yona should have an advantage. He is much bigger than Lu Xiaoshan, so even if he lacks strength, he can make up for it. However, as the number one player in the league for a long time, Lu Xiaoshan's advantage in attributes probably no longer exists when facing Zheng Qi. So when the two collided, Li Qing's in the stands immediately closed his eyes, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. Sure enough, the next moment, Yona was completely suppressed by Lu Xiaoshan with strength. Strength is not only reflected in confrontation, but also in staying in the air. Yona has begun to fall, but Lu Xiaoshan is still in the air. Then he faced the falling ball and headed for the goal. Although Zhai made the first reaction, the powerful header was only a dozen meters away from the goal, and the angle was very tricky, so his save was just symbolic. The next moment, the ball whizzed into the goal of the Overlord team. Lu Xiaoshan's fourth goal of the game, the 28th goal in the top 32 games, a new record. Chapter 725. No matter how tenacious you are, what can you do? The ball went in. Beautiful goal. Wonderful, it was really wonderful. Chen Fengxiao completed a hat-trick. The 28th goal, a new record. Chen Fengxiao scored 20 goals in the first 3 elimination games. In the last game against the defensive Donghua team, he still completed a hat-trick. Together with the hat-trick in this game, Chen Fengxiao broke the record that had been dusted for more than 70 years. This shooter is too terrible. He just emerged this year and immediately became the top shooter. I haven't heard of this person before. In the past 5 or 6 years, we all know the shooters who dominated the entire Chinese competition. They are all concentrated in those strong teams. The best one is Yuna, but he is only slightly better than others. Otherwise, the Shuhan team would have been able to monopolize the championship of the Chinese competition. I am sure that this person has never appeared in the previous Chinese competition. The information he reported is 27 years old. However, I have watched every competition in the past 10 years, and there has never been such an outstanding shooter. I now begin to suspect that he is a professional player in a professional league, but even the top professional players can hardly have such a level of classical football. In the direct confrontation between the two forwards just now, Yona was completely at a disadvantage. Although this is only a one-sided contest, it at least shows something. The Overlord team is now in the lead again. What should the Shuhan team do? No matter what, Chen Fengxiao, who set a new record, will inevitably bring great pressure to the Shuhan team. The commentators from all walks of life expressed their opinions again, even more enthusiastically than when Lu Xiaoshan tied the record just now, but it is also understandable. After all, it was tied before, and now it is broken, which is different. Tie the record, no matter how valuable and difficult it is only the second one. Only breaking the record is the first one, and it is the most worthy at being remembered. And at this time, the commentators can say that they have witnessed history, not the repetition of history. The latter sounds so boring, unlike the former, which sounds so exciting. So they shouted quite enthusiastically, and felt a sense of empathy. Many commentators also looked at it from another perspective. This goal was the Overlord team's lead again. Now they are leading by 7-6, and after the opponent scored a goal with a set piece, they immediately took the lead again with the same set piece. Such a performance should be a big blow to the Shuhan team. There are actually more than 20 minutes left before the end of the game. A lead of 1 goal is nothing, but such a lead is indeed a big blow to the opponent. However, under such circumstances, the Shuhan team still showed their excellent level and stable mental state. As one of the 3 best teams, in fact, the mentality of each player in these 3 teams is quite excellent. Under any circumstances, they will not have too much psychological fluctuations. Now they are behind again, but they are not affected too much, but quickly launched an attack. The players of the Overlord team began to defend. They kept intercepting and running, hindering the Shuhan team from attacking forward, and then gradually retreated and launched intensive defense in their own penalty area. When they were defending, they ran very fast. Under such circumstances, their overall rhythm still did not drop, which made Li Qing's in the stands and Wu in the field feel amazed. It is very difficult to do this. What exactly does the Overlord team rely on to maintain such a high speed? Just being able to run and being fast is something that one person can do, but running so fast as a whole, not revealing any flaws, and maintaining the tacit understanding of the whole team, that is not an ordinary difficulty. At least Wu knows that even the current Shuhan team cannot achieve such an overall movement. Of course, they don't know how many risks Zheng Qi has taken in the middle. The Overlord team played like this in almost every game. Whenever they might slow down, Zheng Qi would take the initiative to speed up and drive the whole team. Under the strong pressure of the opponent, the Overlord team was forced not to make mistakes because once they made a mistake, the whole team would be greatly affected. To put it bluntly, the means used by Zheng Qi were the same as those used by Meng Fan before. They all unconsciously maintained the maximum output at all times without the players knowing, and then it became a habit. Just think about how difficult it is, but these guys from the Overlord team supported it. Of course, this is also related to the fact that they are not the core. As the core, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan have strong strength, so it is easier to lead. But no matter how difficult it is, the Shuhan team must continue to fight. This point, they have already collectively agreed very early at this moment. After walking 99 steps in the long march, they have reached the last step of the finals. Giving up, it is impossible to give up. As long as the whistle of the end of the game does not sound, then there is still hope. So they launched a fierce attack, constantly attacking the defense line of the Overlord team. After each attack failed, they were lucky enough to control the ball again, and then launched a fierce attack again. This wave-like attack can often pose a great threat to the opponent's goal. No matter how tenacious the defense is, it is easy to make mistakes in the opponent's wave after wave of attacks. However, the defense line of the Overlord team stubbornly resisted. They did not have the idea of blocking it this time, but you come once, I will block it once, until you can't block it. This idea is very simple, but in fact, it means that they are completely free of distractions at the moment. However, it is also true that they have come to this point, which is a complete surprise. Of course, they don't have a mentality of worrying about gains and losses. Anyway, they will fight to the end. They really want to go to the World Cup, but they also know that if it weren't for Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi, they would never be able to go. Now, having come to this point, they will not have any regrets. We have always believed that the defense of the Overlord team is very average. Except for Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, the level of other players is good, but among the 8 traditional strong teams, they are nothing. It is basically due to the performance of Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao that they have come this far. However, now we can be sure that the performance of other players of the Overlord team is also very important. Just look at how tenacious they are in defense. Yes, they are not perfect, and they always make mistakes, but they can always hold their opponents on the court and show their greatest strength. With such support, Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao can lead them to this position. Before, I was worried that if the Overlord team went to the World Cup, their overall weakness would make them lose face for the Chinese team, but now I have changed my mind. As long as such a team does not become arrogant in the future, we can also look forward to their good results in the World Cup. Many commentators began to sigh like this. They were deeply moved by the tenacious defense of the Overlord team. After all, most of the players of the Overlord team were not famous in previous games. Such a grassroots counter-attack is always more touching. Even the fans of the Shuhan team were speechless. They began to feel that even if the team they supported lost to such a team, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Of course, the Shuhan team didn't think so. They continued to attack, patiently looking for flaws in the opponent's defense. The Shuhan team was known as the best offensive team in the entire Chinese region. Of course, they were not ordinary people to have such a reputation. Of course, now their reputation would probably be taken away by the Overlord team, but it still proved that they were a team that was very good at attacking. When the frontal attack was closely guarded by the opponent, they began to attack from the side. constantly passing, constantly transferring, and then attacking the opponent's penalty area from the ribs, avoiding the opponent's frontal defense that seemed indestructible because of the high morale, and constantly looking for opportunities. They can not only be tough in attack, but also soft. After Gyoner's frontal attack attracted the attention of the Overlord team's defensor, Zhao Zilong and Jin Marquedao, who seemed to have performed inconspicuously before, began to play their roles. As the remaining two in the Trident, they had little presence in the previous games. Gyoner performed a hat-trick, and Zheng Fei and Wang Thong on the two wings also scored a goal each by relying on their own strengths of impact and long-range shooting. Even goalkeeper Zhao Lai rushed up and scored a goal, but they did not show any performance in shooting, which was not normal in itself. Abnormal things, of course, mean other reasons. After Gyoner attracted the attention of the Overlord team's defensor, Zhao Zilong received a timely pass from Xu Chuo, and then he began to dribble forward. Yingbu, who was retreating, came up to stop him, but Zhao Zilong immediately passed the ball. This was no different from what he did before. Occasionally he would take the ball and break through, and then pass the ball out. Then he basically had nothing to do, so the defenders of the Overlord team naturally turned their attention to Jin Marquedao, who had the ball. Gyoner began to run in the penalty area, as if to receive Jin Marquedao's pass, which also attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Jin Marquedao made a diagonal pass and passed the ball to the other side of the penalty area. Zhao Zilong, who was advancing, received the ball in the penalty area without any defender. In this situation, anyone can score the goal. Zhao Zilong was no exception. When Fan Xing rushed out, he had already quickly kicked the ball and scored the goal from the front point. No matter how tenacious the defense is, it will be useful. You can't resist our attack. After the goal, the players of the Shuhan team waved their fists and roared, shouting loudly at the defenders of the Overlord team. Fin est capture no much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olviden all like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Si escribita news Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si escribes no dona que nos anima a continuar. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.